Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of God. I had to delete the last broadcast. I was having technical issues because StreamYard is the dumbest platform ever. Like I said, you think I'm gonna renew this shit for another year? You're sadly mistaken. This is the most amateur. I remember Google Hangouts was way better than this. I think using YouTube is better than this. StreamYard really is terrible. I hope they're listening right now. Your quality sucks. It's not user friendly. I had like three different platforms. It's like you cannot remove yourself. I can remove anybody, but you cannot remove yourself. The host can't remove himself from the platform. If you make duplicates, it stays up there. I mean, the dumbest thing I ever heard in my life. I mean, it just really frustrates. I had to delete the show. I couldn't figure. I figured it out one time how to do that, but I forgot. So here I am tonight, folks. We have a really good show tonight, as always. When you got topics like, are these the last days? Is Armageddon coming? You know it's going to get hot tonight. You know what's going down in Cowland. So stop what you're doing. Like, share, and subscribe. Tell some friends. Tell everybody. You know you want to. You know you want to do it. You know we're going to do it. You know it's the right thing to do. The right thing to do is tell somebody about the college Genesis, I am the Collar Rumble. I'm also the culture critic, geopolitical pundit. I had one more today. I keep forgetting to say. I said something hit me. I said, you forgot to mention this. It'll come to me. I'll be thinking. I gotta start. But what I do is I have these thoughts. I gotta pull over the side of the road sometimes and write it down. I'm the culture critic, geopolitical pundit. Maybe it'll come to me. Geopolitical pundit, culture critic, ringmaster. Professor of a PhD of Negroology. Oh, something else I am, man. I wear so many hats, so many titles and whatnot. I can't keep up with myself. But yeah, we're gonna have a good show tonight. We had a good show the other night, man. Last show we was talking about. We had a little break on Thursday night, hiatus, whatever. Our African brothers and sisters are really in their feelings. I'm starting to realize, man, Black America has have a lot of impact on their words. It's like white people have over us, we have over other Black people. We say stuff and it really hurts. I mean, people take it to heart when I say words like savages, monkeys, whatever. Jungle bunnies and all shit like that. They really take that really serious. That's to us in our culture. That's just us just roasting each other or whatever like that. Africans take it as goddamn. They hold on grudges since third grade and shit. Like, goddamn, you was in third grade and you haven't let that shit go yet, man. Goddamn. So I don't know. We just have a different culture. We take roasting as part of our culture. We take, just people making fun of us and whatnot, as part of our culture and stuff like that. So, but we gotta understand other people are sensitive to certain things or whatnot. Yeah, when you talk about somebody's culture and their family and their religion, it's like you really hitting home, because everyone's gonna sit there and defend their culture. I don't care who it is. They may be dusty, they may be dirty, they may have poor hygiene and poor manners, whatever like that. But you gotta be careful about how you say things. See, my point was, I'm saying that as long as you don't put your values onto me, I have my own values, and that's what our immigrant brothers got to understand. We have our own values, our own way of doing things and saying things, and so therefore, as long as those lines aren't crossed, then you don't risk getting your feelings hurt, Yeah, they're definitely literal as fuck. Yeah, they are, man. Like, goddamn, man. Motherfuckers be like, man, when I was in third grade, some African American said, I'm like, damn, you remember that shit? I don't remember nothing in third grade, man. I don't remember. Only thing I remember in third grade, man, that was when I was in love with this little white girl. And my uncle said, boy, you don't go. I said, what's the difference? She had this real long hair, pretty and whatnot. My whole family had intervention and whatnot. Oh boy, he's gonna like white girls. My uncle Al was like, boy, don't you white? I go, why not? He goes, black and white, we don't. But I understood. He just trying to protect us in this world. I had uncles like that. He's like, yeah, no, black people do black people, white people. God made us that way. My uncle didn't go to church, but he said God made us that way. We stay with black people, white people stay with white people. It's that way God made it. That's the way people thought back then, particularly Creole culture. Black people. So that's all I remember from third grade. That's I can't remember nothing else from third grade. Oh yeah, my cousin was in my class for third grade. Funny, we was in the same class in third grade. He moved to another neighborhood, and he was in my class. There was a student, students. We got a new student welcome here, and I was like, man, that's my cousin, man. That's the only thing I remember in third grade. And my favorite show in third grade was The Lone Ranger. That was the only thing. Oh yeah, in third grade, I got the Silver Streak train set because it was I think that was the year bicentennial year. Everything was 76. 1776. So I had the Silver Streak red, white, and blue edition. I was such a patriot, man. I was an American kid. When I lived in a black neighborhood in Jamaica, Queens, you couldn't tell me I wasn't American, man. I was American. Right? But that same year, we moved upstate New York, and my view of white people in America completely changed. See, like I said, it taught me that white people, America's okay when you live in your own reality. In your own reality. It was 1976, bro. 1976 was a bicentennial. That was 200 years anniversary of our republic, of our great republic called the United States. So everybody celebrates it. That's when the Philadelphia Sixers came into being, 1976. That was 200 years as a republic. So everything that year was 76. I had the 76 Silver Streak train set. Everything was 76. Everything was red and white, blue, 76. Everything was 76. The 76 sign appeared for the first time. That's a sign. I don't know. So the orange sign that says 76. Also smart. You basically a truck driver. You know the 76 sign, right? That orange sign looks like a cue ball, whatever. It has 76 on it. That appeared that year. I'll never forget that. So a lot changed, man. I was a young boy. I was like 7 or 8 years old, but that's what 7 or 8 is when you start taking on the view and understand you're going into adulthood. More an infant, a child, whatever like that. You start thinking, seeing things the way the world is and stuff like that. And I became aware of a lot of stuff, A beautiful time period in my life, beautiful time period, But tonight's topic are these are the last days. Is Armageddon coming, And when I asked that question, I want to know what our African brothers like. I never hear Africans talk about the end days and times and stuff like that. Is that really a Western thing, an American thing? We think civilization's about to end, the world's about to blow up and shit, Yeah, it was a petrol station. Yeah, I remember. I know that. Every time we used to go down south or not, ever since the 1976, we used to always see that 76 sign. As soon as you get out of New Jersey, you saw that from Delaware all down, you saw that 76 sign. It was a gas station, 76, appeared in 1976, and that was also the year 1976 when the United States passed the 55-mile-an-hour law. They federal law says the speed limit, that's when they implemented the federal speed limit of 55 miles per hour nationwide, right? And it's also the year they banned cigarette ads from commercials. I remember when I was a little kid, I remember cigarette ads. In 1976, they banned cigarette ads in commercials, and they gave us the 55-mile-an-hour speed limit. I remember when I was growing up, man, we used to go down south. I remember seeing my father, I said thing go to 80, I see that thing go 80, 70 and whatnot. We're going down south and whatnot, And ever since 55, 76, when the thing was only at 55 miles an hour or 60, whatever like that. Before that, man, my grandfather used to fucking go like 100 miles an hour. I used to see that needle on 100, God damn, we didn't know we were breaking the law or whatever. We were just trying to get down south, So, but yeah, I'm just sharing some sweet memories, folks. No such reminiscing about no harm reminiscing about the past and stuff like that. Because if you don't have a past, right? I want to ask people, like, what is your past, man? I have beautiful memories in childhood when that's all I got. What am I going to tell you that my life was hard and You know, I got shot. I used to come home and step on crack vials and it's like that. That's a story you want it from us, you know? I mean, it's just sad, man. It's sad. So in other words, if you don't have that story, you're not black. You know, you ever notice that? If you don't have a story of the fucking if you're a female and you had a normal life with fathers, uncles, everything like that that didn't molest you, there's something wrong with you. We gotta get to the bottom of that. You mean tell me you weren't molested about Uncle Lester? You know, no. You know, Uncle Lester gave me candy and whatnot. You know, what do you mean? Tell me, your father didn't run out on your mother? No, no. My daddy was already there and whatnot. This and the other thing. See, when you project normalness in America, people think there's something. If you're black, people think there's something wrong. There's something wrong. So people come at it with that same standpoint of view. There's got to be something wrong with you, you know. I can't put my finger on it, but there's something wrong with you, you know. We got to figure your problems out, you know. Like Principe, you know. Oh, collar, man. Black people do this, man. If I had a dime for everybody with this friggin' black people, thing. We got a Christian in the house, the rapture ready. You know, yeah. I don't think, you know, if the rapture came, man, I think Negroes would be like, I ain't leaving the massa. You know, I ain't going nowhere. Shoot, when they'll go down until the gates of hell open up and part ways, and everybody go down to the lake of fire. They'll do that before they part ways with America. You know, they ain't going to no heaven. We're not, you know. And people don't know that when people talk about the rapture, from what I'm hearing, I don't know. Look, I don't know if this is pseudo. That's what I say. I'm re-examining everything I heard. I don't know if this is pseudo history or whatnot, but you know, but I'm starting to examine everything because I'm realizing that most of the people who are my master teachers were clowns, you know, liars, clowns, buffoons, grifters, whatever like that. But this is one of the stories I heard. I heard that the rapture came from black people who adopted Christianity, and they believed that John Hawkins was going to come and rapture them from slavery and bondage in America. That was called the rapture. And it said that Christianity basically changed that to mean you die and or you just sit on earth and waiting for Jesus to come back and whatnot. That's what they changed it to, you know. But it really came from slaves wanting to be raptured from this misery called America. I don't know how true that is, but you know, that's what I heard. You know, the rapture came from the slave narrative. You know, of being raptured from slavery. But then again, I got to look at everything now because I'm realizing now that most people in the conscious community are pseudos and they're a bunch of clowns and liars and everything like that. And one day there's gonna be judgment on them for all the lies they spread, and messing up the minds of our people up. But we don't have nothing right now in this culture, right? That's why Black America can't unify. We can't because people take all the friggin' air out of our thing, you know. So they take all the air out of our movement. We're not with their little grift and their little for your little bit of chump change, right? You're gonna mislead people or whatnot, mislead people. And instead of them listening to college Genesis, listen to people who are real black nationalists and real people that want to build something, right? You're out there giving money to friggin' grifters who are trying to give you material things, some short-term fix, you know, like a drug, you know. Drugs are not going to satisfy your which bring you salvation. All the drug is going to do is give you a quick fix, a good high and whatnot. Then you got to come back to them. That's what all these black leaders and people like that do. They tell you what you want to hear. They get you pumped up on this nonsense about history and stuff like that. You know, if you want to hear that you're Native American, you already hear one that, we'll give you that. It's like a drug, you know. And then when people come down off that high and they got to face reality, you done mess somebody's brain up. You know, this a patriot channel? No, I'm not a patriot, bro. I'm not. I'm honestly, I'm a black nationalist but you can sit back and watch, man. You know, we might have something in common. I am a unapologetically black nationalist. You know, I am an African American black nationalist. You know, so but you're here to look. Well, you feel free to listen to this show. You might learn something. You might learn something about us. You know, why Now, I would say like this: all my black conservative patriot types, back in the days, I used to have black conservative heroes, patriotic types heroes and whatnot. One was Colin Powell, the other one J.C. Watts. I like Allen West. These are real men of honor, I think, and they believed in what they said. They really believe in this country. They're really patriotic, believe in this country. I can respect that, I respect that. But look what's happened over the years, right? Instead of people staying on that trajectory, which they could have attracted a lot of black people to, right? You look at people who started off as black patriots when now they're anti-black, pandering to white nationalists and white patriots. And also the patriot movement has been hijacked by white nationalists and white extremists. So that's what the patriot people need to understand. Your movement has been hijacked by people who are not only white nationalists, but genocidal white nationalists. Genocide, people who believe in genocide, So you cannot talk about patriotism when your movement has been hijacked by white nationalists and racists. Rest of the night Bible, but 14 true believers' heart will be NCO and spared during the end of the times. These meet God, Lord, in the sky when He's returning. Yeah, so like I said, but I want to know: does any other culture believe in the end times? Because when I look at my good friend Michael Lawale, man, the only thing he thinks about is getting money. Mike, what do you think about this? Well, money, money, money. Everything out of fucking these people's mouth is money, money, money. Is it so desperate over in Africa that you don't have nothing to talk about but how to get some money in your pocket when that? Do you believe in anything? Jeez, Mike, what about Armageddon, man? They said Armageddon's gonna be here tomorrow. Well, we got to do business to make money. I'm like, God damn, man. So glad the Nigerians aren't leading our race, man, because we'd be fucking fucked, They have absolutely no plan for the future, What if Armageddon comes? Really? If you think Africa's going to be spared from Armageddon, you're sadly mistaken, Africa, I think Africa is going to be the battleground for Armageddon. I do believe that. I think when it all comes down to it, when that is the war of Armageddon, it's not going to be the war of wars and whatnot, when the world destroys itself and whatnot, And so we're not going to be like this, Yeah, Iran said they'll take out everybody. These are scary times, While you got clowns up there playing with our lives and everything. I want to know, how the hell did we get caught up in this shit? Not only, check us out. Not only are we second-class citizens in America, people are basically killing us, marginalizing us, discriminating us, don't want us. We're like in America. America has two enemies right now. One is the black population in America, and the other is an external enemy, Iran. So, but the whole thing is this: if America goes to war with Iran, we die too. Isn't that just wonderful? The favorite country that fucking hates us so much when I want to exterminate us, and we'll have more evidence of that tonight. How America did really try to exterminate black people in this country. Yet the same country, they will send us to war to fight for it. I mean, I don't know, man. It's just, the white man never ceases to amaze me. He can fucking discriminate against you, kill you, murder you or not, but expect you to friggin' jump up and salute the flag, go out there, kill other people for him, and get yourself killed in the process. I never look. If somebody could explain to me this, I have no idea what the hell is going on. So I have no idea what the whole this country has over black people, right? It's clearly telling us that they don't want us here, they don't want nothing to do with us, whatever like that. We hate your guts, we hate you, we did you a favor in slavery, everything they could do to humiliate, mock us or not. But yet, it's time to rally around the flag, boys, and be patriotic. Now it's time to die and it's time to benefit from America. Y'all go away. This is no. Y'all can't have none of the goodies and whatnot. You don't get to eat, but you get to clean up. Imagine that you invited to a party and they tell you to stand outside, right? While everybody's inside partying, dancing, drinking, eating, having fun and whatnot. They say, well, when can I come in? When can I come in? Oh, well, you come in when the party's over and you're expected to come over there and clean. And we might save your plate. It just will. It's just amazing. Well, I'm a conservative Black American. Uh, 76 mindset. I would love to have a debate with you. If you want to call in tonight, put someone in the chat room. If you say if you're gonna call in tonight, I will. I've been waiting for a debate with somebody like you for years. This is gonna be classic. This is gonna be classic. And I would respectfully ask you some questions. No name calling, no nothing like that. And we want to get to the bottom of this. Can a black man be a patriot? We should change the title. Can a black man be a patriot? Can he talk about the founding uh, 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 the, of this country when the country basically he was not written in the Constitution at all? There was no black men at the signing of the Constitution. How does that bother you? There was no black men signing at the Declaration of Independence. There was no black men signing at the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment. Another race of people basically have agency over your life and your history and your existence. And man, like I said, if that's what people want to do and whatnot, but if people don't want to do that, that's fine too. Now, like some people say, I made my peace with America and I'm a proud patriot. I was like that too. When I lived in Jamaica, Queens, New York, when I was a kid and whatnot, man, when it was time to do the Pledge of Allegiance, I was the first one standing up. If you didn't stand up fast enough, for the Pledge of Allegiance every morning, man, I would smack you upside the head. That's how patriotic I was, But over the years, when I got older and seen the world a little bit, that waned, unfortunately, but it is what it is, so it is what it is. I'm an African American black nationalist, right? I believe that we should have our own founding fathers. We should have our own land. We should have our own constitution based on our history, our culture, our values, and everything like that. And we should be able to provide for, protect ourselves, and defend ourselves on our own land. That's what I believe, So, yeah, Iran doesn't have a chance, but Iran doesn't have a chance against the United States. I don't know, unless they got some secret weapon somewhere that no one knows about, whatever like that. But I don't think Iran has what it takes. They're not stupid. They're not stupid. I don't know what the hell they're talking about. Yeah, the reason why the Constitution don't mention race is because the founding fathers was smart enough, and also they knew that they basically, not because they weren't racist, they were, right? But they knew if they knew the idea of race, although it was a unifying thing, they knew it would be a stain on their civilization if you mention race. So in other words, they did all the things that benefited the white race without saying it, without saying it. Yeah, they don't mention race. I said it all the time. The Constitution, because they were smart enough not to. They were smart, just like when I'm glad you said 1776, because even in the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment, they never mentioned race. So, but the Dred Scott decision did mention race. So the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment didn't overturn Dred Scott's decision because the Constitution, even in the amendments, Civil War amendments, never mentioned race. In the founding documents, they never mentioned race. So how can you basically regulate something that does not exist? You can't change something that doesn't exist. So in other words, basically, because America was majority white and only white people there, of course, they were always going to have the power. So it didn't matter if they didn't mention race or not. There was only white people at the table. There was no black man at the table, So that's a little disingenuous saying there was nothing race. Yeah, they didn't have to, But look at E pluribus unum. Out of many, we are one. Who is the many? They're talking about the Dutch, the Irish, the English, the French, the Italian, the German, and whatnot. All these white people and whatnot to forge a white nation, So they said, look, we want this white nationalist because the founding fathers were white nationalists, right? But they can't say that because they knew history would, thousands of years from now, history would judge them. The Constitution of America was probably the most perfect document ever created. Because the bottom line is this, it stood the test of time. Why? Because it did not specify race. But they knew enough that if they built the country the right way, the people that's in power white, they knew the laws would be, the culture of the country would always bend in that direction regardless, because they had people majority. That's why they brought all these millions of Europeans in there. because they couldn't basically say, okay, right now, the southern states, they did mention race. In the Constitution of Texas, right, it says the African race belongs in slavery, but the federal government did not say that. And also, when it was challenged, the Dred Scott decision, the federal government said black people have no rights. In other words, we can't sue in court, because we're not citizens. So, although the Constitution never specified race, it was basically assumed that if you were not of white European origin, you could never be an American. So I think patriot mind 1776 mindset basically is not being genuine with us, and because Africans come here don't take time to learn American history, and they do the same stupid. Yeah, the Africans don't understand American history, not at all, at all. If it was not for the African Americans, there would be no African immigrants here. Trust me, there will be no Hispanics here. All these disrespectful ass people that come here disrespecting Black America they would not be here if it wasn't for us. That's the truth. Michael Wall, white people invited him. No, it was civil rights laws and whatnot that made that possible. Changing an American culture. It wasn't just the laws. We changed American culture. American culture in the 50s started accepting Black people more and more. And that basically the firewalls of racism start crumbling down. That's how we was able to slip into American mainstream. We did that. We did that by beguiling white people with our music, our dance, our culture, our literature, and stuff like that. So racial attitudes began to change because of the work Black America, the Harlem Renaissance, all this stuff like this was changing the way people thought about Black people and race. Still had a long ways to go, but that's what opened the doors. People like, something. I saw this movie. I saw this play, Black Man. I saw Raising of the Sun when I was wrong about my prejudice feelings and whatnot. You give Black America his flowers, man. They did a whole lot to change this country. Without which this country would still be a white nationalist haven, but you can't change it because. It's like when they say things like colorblind. Colorblind means you're gonna be let's be blind to the fact that everything is white in power right now. That's the whole idea. The Constitution is colorblind. No, if you got a race of people who's being discriminated against, you got to pass laws to protect them. If the Constitution is aiding and abetting racism and whatnot, it can't be colorblind, because the reality is the Constitution should specify what are the roles of other minority groups in this country that's not white in the mainstream. What do we give them? The Constitution should have said, okay, we have these people in our territory, right? They're hated people, but they deserve a decent way of life. They should have said this territory right here. That's what Lincoln wanted to do. He wanted to create a territory in America for the slave descendants to have a homeland, whatever, that was governed by the federal government, would protect the territory by the federal government. That would have been legitimate, but Lincoln was assassinated, so he never came through on that, So this is definitely apathy put us here. I hope we get why. Fuck around, find out, what that means. Well, Musa down. These are not the last days. Of course. You're a stupid fucking African idiot that chased white women and whatnot. Of course, the African is the silliest fool on the planet, particularly you white loving Africans. Is that wait a minute? No, that's not. That's okay. That's Ross Morrison. Same thing. Ross Morrison is a white woman chasing idiot. So the bottom line, he don't believe in end days and end times and whatnot because. He's full of playing, Most Africans are just full of play, as long as they play, throw them a soccer ball, throw them some bananas and they'll be all right, They ain't thinking about the future. You never hear Africans talking about the end days and time. What do we do when Armageddon comes? When it comes like that, everybody basically talks about Armageddon. Every culture, advanced culture, talks about Armageddon, except for the African, All Black men have fought in every war from the revolution. Okay, let me ask you a question. I would love to have this 76 mindset, 1976 mindset. Yeah. What's the way? Everybody I eat bananas, man. So what's wrong, Steve? You don't eat bananas? I eat bananas too. Honorable blacks patriots have fought in every war from revolution to what do we get out of it? There's a story I read one time where there was black people who helped fight the British in the Revolutionary War, right, in Virginia. I ain't saying back; these are people, right? And the black was celebrating the liberation of America, 1776, right? Some white people were like, something, we got these Negroes around. Yeah, they help us fight the war and whatnot. But what are we going to do about them? So what happened was, in this one camp, right, the black soldiers, right, were given alcohol. They got drunk, right? And then next thing you know, somebody came and said they accused them of stealing something like that, or some random accusation, right? They took the time to take those black soldiers that fought so bravely for this country, right? They basically took them and sold them into slavery. That's America, I got more stories, that's America. One case where these people, they was runaway slaves, right? And then there was ships come and say, "Hey, we're trying to rescue you," whatever like that. Come on, get on a boat. Then when they got on a boat, pull out guns, look, we recaptured you. You're going back to slavery. When that black people, we went through a lot in this country, man. Yeah, of course he's celebrating, man. He's gonna 776 mindset is gonna be out there sucking on ribs, eating hot dogs. He's gonna be out there this 4th of July, man. Yeah, like I said. Now I want to know is 76 mindset. I wonder, is he a conservative or a conservative? There's a difference. Is he a black conservative, right? Proud you're getting away from African Pan indoctrination. I never was indoctrinated. Look, I'm about common sense, right? If something don't sound right, I'm like, it is right. The bottom line is this, if Pan African works, I'll do it. But if you're going to come in here and use Pan Africanism to parasite on our culture and contribute nothing to our culture, but more criticism and stupidity and ignorance and bring our culture down to your level, no. I talked about that the other day. I said, yeah, etiquette is important. You know what the one thing that separated a slave from a free black at the time? Because this country basically had a large free black population. What really made education, etiquette, manners, how civil you are, the way you carry yourself? Frederick Douglass once said, education makes a man unfit for slavery. That's true. A lot of people think that, oh yeah, I put back and say, no, look, you can't put somebody who can read and write and know the world, whatever, like to have a world view. He's not going to go into slavery. Slavery happens when they brought the Africans. They would bring Africans and or breed people from Africa that basically have no education, know nothing about the world, know anything, right? That they interpret the Bible for them, right? They say that God said that you're the curse of Ham, whatever like that. And then if you can't read the Bible and you know that's the word of God, and the white man tells you that the Bible's saying that you're a slave, you obey your master, you're going to believe it. That's the way it is. But if you're educated and the Bible said, no, that's not what the Bible says, whatever like that, that's not what the Bible says, and that's nonsense, that's foolish and everything. Because let me tell you something, white supremacy, slavery is built on lies, and the way it works is you believe their lies. If you believe somebody is superior to you because they have white skin, whatever like that, you can only do that when you have somebody in complete darkness. And also, like Francis Scott Keys, who wrote the Star Spangled Banner, said, we're going to have it so that the black man, the slave in America, has no light. That means we're going to put him in complete darkness and he has no light, And people don't understand. If you read the original, I would like to know 7-6 mindset. Does he agree with the original national anthem of America? A lot of stuff was edited out. So what it is. Yeah, well, I like to know too. Why Joe Biden? Who was actually running the country for those 4 years? That's a fair question. Who was running the country for 4 years? You know, So it is what it is. You know. Oh, I guess a Gulf Twitter is a leftist Trump support hating person. When I is no problem. We welcome everybody here tonight. I'm not no Trump fan, but it is what it is. He got elected. The bottom line, you just gotta live with it. So and look, I have no problem with somebody celebrating their 1776. Hell, I was once a patriot too. This country has always had high educated, free, accepted black men from genius. So the bottom line is that they didn't accept them; they tolerated them. Prince Hall was not tolerating the government and stuff like that. They tolerated black people. They had the what you call it. Had to hold their nose and say, something. We got some blacks here. Like, let me give you an example. I know he probably never heard this guy, John Brown Rushworm, right? He founded a newspaper called the Freedom's Bureau. He went to graduated from I think Bowdoin University, I believe it was, right? He was one of the first black college graduates, right? He ended up going to Liberia, becoming the governor of the Maryland colony in Liberia. He basically told the white people, because he lived in Maine, right? And he was like, he was a talk of the town, educated black man. I think he was half black, half white. He was originally from Jamaica, so he lived in Maine, Canada, and he lived in Maine. And he told his white friend, he said, look, this country is never going to accept me. Never. He goes, I don't care what it is. The prejudice here is never going to accept it. This country is built for white people. That's what John Brown Worstrom said. One of those educated black men. He founded the first black newspaper, the Freedmen's Journal. And then in like the 1840s, he sailed to Liberia and basically became a businessman, and he became the governor of the Maryland. He turned Maryland colony into one of the most advanced civilizations the world's ever seen. He built the Maryland colony. Later, Maryland became part of Liberia. So basically, most of our educated men back then, thing like that, were black nationalists. The most educated black man who ever lived, Edward Wilmot Blyden. He came from the U.S. Virgin Islands. Well, it was the Danish Virgin Islands back then. He basically, all the people, E.J. Roy, he was the first black graduate of Ohio State University, and he went to Liberia, became one of the richest men in the world. So it is what it is. Most of our educated people back then, 76 mindset, were black nationalists. J.J. Roberts, Joseph Jenkins Roberts from Virginia, he became the first president of Liberia. He created his Liberia College, Liberia College out of his own money. He was a wealthy merchant in Virginia. He used to ship up goods up and down the Potomac, and he got rich. But he decided to give it all up, right, to go and build his own nation. He was the father of Liberia. So this nonsense that I'm American. You revise this. Most black people hated this country. They hated this country. This country persecuted black people and never respected. So you come here now, it's almost like you're just forgetting history. I'm just trying to tell you. It is what it is. All I know is I just want to. I don't want to go down with America. America's going to get into a nuclear war. What the hell? I got to die for it. I don't love America that much. Come on. I can't create a country. Our ancestors did it. So it is what it is. I know you can't create a country because you're from Haiti. You're from a little shithole country called Haiti. It's like Haiti. You got Dominican Republic on the other side of the island. You got Haiti. Haiti is like the fucking toilet. Dominican Republic is like the kitchen. So it is what it is. Well, the bottom line is, brother, I go off Twitter. He's in power, and He won by a landslide, man. You can't sleep on that, So it's like, look, no one's saying about, it's like, I have no problem with the United States, I live in the United States, but I do have a problem with this Americanism that people try to put on me. Like I said, look, if I live in the United States, but I have what gets me is this: nobody ever tells a Jewish Zionist that, oh, have you ever heard Jewish Zionists basically talk about being a patriotic to America? No, their allegiance is to their religion, Israel. That's the problem people have with them. They don't have any allegiance to the United States, but like that. But black people, the people who got shit on the most, everybody expects black people to be this patriotic, loyal. We fought in every war and all those kind of, man. Stop with that bullshit, man. Stop it. Please stop it, Yeah, dude, it was a landslide. I hate to say it, but it was a landslide, Yeah, Haiti should be forgotten. Haiti should be forgotten. That's the only thing I accept is Liberia. And I was thinking, I might be going to Liberia in September. I pondering, should I go to Liberia in September for a couple of weeks, right? See my boo, or should I just wait till January and stay there for like 3 months, man? What should I do? Should I go in September? Just take a nice flight over there, 2 weeks, just 2 weeks, and like I got a good time too because I got a house when it'd be rainy season still, right? And I'd probably just stay inside most of the time. I ain't going no place. I ain't going to the beach or whatever like that, So I ain't trying to go to the beach. I'm gonna try to be out there, I ain't trying to shop. I'm not trying to do none of that shit. So we just go shopping, have food in the house, sit there, big spots on TV, sit there all day with the lady and chill for 2 weeks or whatnot. Should I do that, folks? And come back to America after 2 weeks, come back, I would like to know if I could basically run my business from over there. I would like to know if the internet and whatnot and the infrastructure was good and whatnot. I could probably operate my business on remote, it's what it is, Yeah, so, yeah, 70 million people voted for Trump. I mean, dude, man, you can talk all you want, You just got to take that L, man. Adolf Twitter. I guess you're trying to be Adolf Hitler, Adolf Twitter. You got to hold that L, man. That was just a fucking L. Kamala didn't have a fucking chance. Next time, if you want to win an election, man, get the right candidate, There was nobody ever was going to vote for that laughing hyena, That's why it tells me you take this country and people's lives for a joke. People, you think, oh, I don't like Trump. He's a fascist dictator and whatnot. People are like, okay, look at what's the alternative. Kamala? Are you kidding me? People are like, nah, I don't think so. Her giggling, laughing, stupid, I mean, just dumb, That was not going to happen, bro. So I don't know what to tell you, That's apathy. There wasn't apathy. People were deliberate. All the people that voted for Trump knew what the hell they were doing. Maybe they have some misgivings now, but the bottom line is this: she was not qualified. Joe Biden was not qualified. That was a almost embarrassing 4 years in history. Those two. So you could talk all you want about Trump. Ask yourself what made anybody vote for this? Put this dumb man because it was his turn. They would have did better if they would have got Hillary up there going against Trump for a second time. They should have had Hillary up there, They should have gave Hillary a second shot. But you guys thought that you needed a white man, so the only white man, you needed an old white man to go up against Trump or whatnot, So you boosted on. Everybody knows that election in 2020 was stolen, She is not more qualified than Trump, That's the dumbest thing in the world. If she was more qualified than Trump, then she would have won. Everybody heard the arguments. Everybody, look, Trump had the media against them. They said all the stuff. They conquered this stupid thing about some Stormy Daniels. He did all that, and he still won. What does that tell you? Tell you that means she didn't have a fucking chance. She had the media, everything, giving her softball questions and stuff like that, Think people didn't see that shit, So the bottom line is that she didn't have a prayer. Get over it, Jeez. I don't want to sit here arguing about this freaking election. Election's over with. Get over it. Move on. If you guys were really there, you guys were getting your message together for fucking 2028, but you don't. Sit online so bitter in about 2024. It's over with, And most people simply, particularly black men, did not like Kamala. Didn't like her. I would say about a good half of black men either voted against her or stayed home. She lost probably like 50% of the black male vote. And all of a sudden, same thing with Hispanic. There was no way she was going to win, There's no way. It was not going to happen. So get over it, leave it alone. I hate to break your heart, but she didn't have a freaking prayer. She didn't have a chance in hell to have career experience. Oh my God. Yeah, you must be a freaking first black V. Who the hell? But first of all, whoever said she was black, she's Indian descent, and her father is freaking what's that? Guyanese, whatever like that. She was not black, Why does everybody keep that's another thing that angers a lot of black people. No, she's not she wasn't no black, Everybody says she's a black woman or whatever. We made her fucking black. She has no black DNA, Everybody's out, she's black, but not really black. So what the hell's that got to do with me? I don't give a fuck, That's another thing they thought. They thought because they could use identity politics and whatnot, black people was like this. We learned our lesson with Barack Obama. Most black people now hate Barack Obama. I said, what the hell are we thinking about? I guess Manning was right, The hell we vote for somebody just because you're black. Are you kidding me? We don't do that anymore, bro. That's unfortunate, So, yeah, I do agree with you at that. Kamala would have won. This country would have been finished, The border, the immigration, all that stuff like that would be fucking finished right now, This country would be dead. The country would have collapsed, man. Collapsed. Right now, the country is being saved by this administration. May not like him, but this is a bitter pill you got to swallow. He'll say, "Oh, he's convicted." Look, that was trumped up charges. Bullshit. Look, yeah, I voted for Trump. We got what we wanted. I'm happy. What are you talking about? We got what we wanted. Yeah, we're happy. These people can't get over the fact that they lost. When I say they're here talking about you got what you wanted. Yeah, thank you. I'm glad you're congratulating us. I'm happy. I'm happy. Whatever it is, I'm happy. There's some things I don't like about Donald Trump, but on the whole, I am fucking happy. Yeah, I do sound happy. I'm happy that hyena, that laughing hyena didn't win, Imagine fucking 4 years of listening to fucking her, inviting her LGBTQ friends up to the White House and also imagine turn on TV looking at that shit for 4 years. No, I would have went insane. The madness of putting men into women, grown men into little girls' bathrooms and whatnot is over with. No, black people don't like Obama. Nobody likes Obama anymore. Michelle don't even like Obama no more. She said recently, that I'm glad I didn't have a boy because he would be like Barack. That is something else for your wife to say, man. That's really messed up. After this man gave her a life, Michelle's a freaking, like this, Michelle, basically, she got a life, Yeah. Seeing Bill Porter in the White House with an address, with Joe Biden, it's, I was tired of seeing that, Joe Biden up there, half dead corpse, like he's dancing with Juneteenth with Bill Porter standing right there. I'm sorry. And you wonder why you lost, So I'm like, yeah, it is what it is. You guys got to get over it. It's got to get over it. You lost. Please, move on. Find something else to do. Find something better, whatever like that. You lost. So, but yeah, we're talking about Armageddon tonight. Now, if Biden or Kamala would have won, yeah, we will be definitely in Armageddon. Probably by this summer. So it is what it is, Yeah. Now I'm not an American patriot, but I do believe in the republic. You understand? I believe just like Japan is a republic, I believe in the rule of law and a republic. And as long as I'm in the United States, I will obey the laws and respect the sovereignty of this country. That's the best I could do for America. As far as I'm a flag waving patriot, no, I'm not that. But I do believe that these people, these Democrats, were trying to destroy the republic, and no republic should ever fall because of hate. And you got people that literally hate this country enough to destroy it from within, with this open borders, the LGBTQ and all stuff like this, it's blatantly disrespecting this country, from within, people just basically use this country just as a cash cow, whatever like that. Everybody disrespect the country. I will not do that, I'm not the most patriotic person with that, but I do believe that the republic should be respected, the flag of the republic should be respected, I won't wear the flag, but I will respect it. That's all you can get from me, Anything other than that, you're asking for me for too much, based on my history and whatnot. But I do believe America's a republic, and a republic needs to live, So it is what it is. So, in one, there's still not no wars, it's just a bunch of threats and whatever like that. Still, there hasn't been no wars yet. Trump's betting that Iran's going to back down, and that'll be it, they're going to take the peace deal. So you got to wait to see. So is Armageddon coming? Is Trump bringing Armageddon? I do know if Biden and Kamala would have got another term, we'd be in Armageddon. So that being said, you are feel free to call in, if you want to rumble. This is Collar Rumble. It's Friday night Collar Rumble. John, you want to rumble with the Collar Genesis, Well, the bottom line, I observe, look, I show respect to the Republic by recognizing its right to exist. You understand? Some people don't think America has a right to exist. That's why they try to erase the borders. Some people think they could come here, cross the borders, get free everything, and no, it doesn't work like that. It does not work like that. So of course, you don't believe Armageddon because as long as you got your white women, everything, you think everything's going to be fine. Ras Moise. Yeah, so I respect the public by simply acknowledging it exists and its right to exist. America is a republic. It's not a democracy. It is a republic. And the republic has laws, It has a system, due process, as a political system, So long as the system works, that's the main thing. So you got due process of law. So long as the system is being used and whatnot, that shows you the system, the republic functions. That's all. So it is what it is, America is just a republic. Yeah, if it is what it is, So I put the link in the chat room. You want to call in and rumble, This is Friday night, We want to call in and rumble, we get like this, Hudson Smart. Who was that? Who was who was grateful? You talking about Kamala? Oh, you talking about Michelle Obama? Oh, I get it. Yo, I couldn't believe she said that, man. I can't believe she said that, man. And Michelle's not the most liked person in the fucking world. Nobody likes her. She got all that money. She got how many mansions she got? One house of $1 million. They basically, the Obamas got $100 million. Basically speaking fees, book deals, whatever like that, and she's still not happy. She said that she's glad she didn't have a boy because it would be like Barack. I don't want a boy. That is fucking really fucked up. That's why, man, you see Barack Obama, man, he's rumored to be messing with Jennifer Aniston. I don't blame his ass, you know. Get the hell away from Michelle, man. When you get black women like that, it's evil. She's like that Letitia James. I don't know what happened with some of these black women, just evil, you know. And nobody likes Michelle. Come on, let's be honest with ourselves. Nobody likes Michelle. We did like her when she first came out there with her little daughters and Barack Obama. They did the Christmas thing. Say, well, Merry Christmas, y'all. When everybody was like, man, we want to see that family. They're so beautiful in the White House, and everybody accepted. Even white people said, man, that'd be the perfect first black family in the White House and whatnot. You know. No, it's the truth. You know, now after hearing her for all these years complaining about racism, racism, blah, blah, blah. Shit, if I had $100 million, you think I'd be talking about racism? Hell no. You know, I'd be like, man, I had $100 million opportunity, $100 million, my whole worldview would fucking change, you know? I'm like, what the hell? I wouldn't say nothing. I said, man, yeah, white people suck, whatever. I ain't gonna say nothing. I'm sitting on all this fat ass cash, but she can't just shut up, you know. Yo, I will tell you about the Juneteenth. I mean, although I forgot it was even here. What was it, yesterday? I forgot I was here, but I had the consequence of Juneteenth. My garbage was supposed to be picked up this morning. I guess it's delayed. I guess till fucking tomorrow because of Juneteenth. When I said, "Damn, I forgot it's a federal holiday, right?" And it caused consequences. My garbage wasn't picked up. My garbage still sitting everywhere. I wonder, wait a minute, how's everybody's garbage still sitting on the block? And say, yeah, well, the garbage man didn't come today. I go, why? Because Thursday was Juneteenth, you know. So Juneteenth is why my garbage is still sitting out there for 2 days and whatnot. You know, it's like, wow, the garbage man didn't come. You know. You know. No. When rich people talk about racism, they really suffer from it. You know, black people talk about racism as people who probably experienced it. You know, it has nothing to do with income level. That's not what people keep talking about. Racism attacks middle class black people, wealthy black people, poor black people, all that stuff. You know, then you got so poor black people who don't see racism because they're stupid. You know, she lives America's dream. So it is what it is. You know. And Ross Moist's problem is the fact that he just wants black people just to shut up. Just shut up. That ain't gonna happen, Ross Moist, man. You know, black people went through a lot in this country, so we're gonna keep talking, whether you like it or not, you know. So it is what it is. Yeah, middle class, thank you. So who cares? I'm in the middle class too, and I complain all the time too. I got real money, not your money. I got real money, you know. As people talk about this, so you don't understand what's black to be black American. You know, you're an immigrant. You know, you're an immigrant that's just lucky to be here because you're coming from a shithole country. But we help build this country. America, black people in America help build this country. Yeah, we have a right to complain, say shit. You know, you don't. White guy told me to buy a house in a neighborhood that the trash gets picked up on Monday. Make all the sense. Yeah, there was no trash pickup today, man, because of Juneteenth. Juneteenth. Everybody's celebrating Juneteenth. And Juneteenth. Speaking of Juneteenth, man, there was this incident. I can find this online. No, it was on Twitter. They basically merged Juneteenth with Pride, the gay Pride shit. So we're gonna have one holiday for the marginalized, and black people basically almost rioted in Chicago. It was some black lesbian chick did that shit. So I'm gonna find that. I'm gonna find that for y'all. I'm gonna play it. Let's see. We'll play that. Y'all gonna be shocked, man. That lady said, "I ain't." Sister Gal, man, was like, "Hell no." You know, Sister Gal's like, hell no, hell no, hell no, hell no. She was like, hell no. Hold on, let me find this. Oh Lord, Steve. Steve, where the white women at? Oh.
Man, I'm not coming over here to talk about white women. I was as far as the topic, no, I don't feel like these are the last days. I mean, that's how I feel. But I was coming here to ask you a question. Do you think that Juneteenth should be a federal holiday? Hello, can you hear me? Oh, you're
Should
muted
I,
on.
let me think about that. Should it be a federal holiday? That means a federal holiday means somebody in Idaho, right? Don't have any connection with black people whatsoever. Got to observe something that they don't care. Just like, Christopher Columbus. I don't think Christopher Columbus Day is celebrated all throughout the country. Italian Americans got Christopher. That's like Yom Kippur. You think that's celebrated in Mississippi?
I don't even know what that holiday is.
That's a Jewish holiday, So
Oh,
we
okay.
gotta give. It's like we gotta give everybody a damn holiday. Mexican got Cinco de Mayo, whatever like that, And so I'm like this: why the hell should I have to basically have a holiday? Like, I mean, I see how white people feel about that. What the hell do I have to do with Juneteenth, right? If the states where there's large numbers of black people, yeah, states where there's no black people at, why should the federal government? That's why it should be a state specific laws, because not every
I,
state's the same thing,
I'm
But
gonna ask.
Kyla, yeah, good evening, panel. How y'all doing? How y'all doing?
What's
What's up,
going
Dave?
on?
Good evening, man. Good evening. But Kyla, we get back to what you said before. We didn't ask for this.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
We
we
didn't
didn't ask
ask
for
for
this.
this. We didn't ask
The
for it.
thing is, my whole thing is, I think what it does is it smacks of black. I think. Let me. I'm gonna say this the right way. I don't want to
Just say
offend
it, Kyla.
somebody.
Just say it, Kyla. Just
you
say it.
know, I think
Just say
black
it.
people get off on making like black people just remember when they saw a video of Joe Biden celebrating Juneteenth with Bill Porter and
Yeah.
whatnot. Black people get off on forcing white people to love them and accept them
But the
whatnot.
thing about it is, most black people never even heard of Juneteenth.
Yeah,
Yeah,
nobody did. I forgot all
nobody,
about it today. Came
bro.
up with it.
That's why I said we get back to what Kyla said. We didn't ask for this.
Yeah,
Just
they
like
gave it
Kyla,
to us.
just like you always said, we didn't ask them for this situation in America. We didn't
We didn't
ask
ask to
them
be
this.
brought here, and
Yeah,
we
we
didn't
didn't
ask
ask
for a damn holiday. The
we
bottom
didn't
line
ask
is this: like I
for
said,
this shit.
a few people advocate on our fucking behalf, right?
Yeah.
We did not freaking ask for none. We didn't ask for civil rights. We didn't ask for none of this shit.
Yeah.
People always say, "Y'all got civil rights. Y'all got this," but nobody ever asked for it. All we wanted to do was, if we're gonna live in this land, can we have a decent standard of living? Can we get jobs? Everything like that. All this other stuff we don't care about. And so, Dave, did you see that meeting in Chicago where the gays lined
Did not
themselves?
see that. And
So,
Colin, it's crazy you said that, right? Let me tell you what it's crazy you said that. Let me tell you an incident that just happened to me this week, right? So I go to a spot like on my lunch break to go buy a smoothie, right? So it's Pride Month, so there's diversity and everything. I'm working in
yeah,
New York. They got the Pride, the Pride. What's the name? The cup holders. Like when you got like a coffee or something, it's hot,
yeah,
or
Yeah, they doing too
they
much.
got the Pride one, right? Okay. A day before Juneteenth, they put out the Juneteenth cup holders. Then they switch it back, and then today now I went there, they put it back to the Pride cup holders.
yeah. That's what they're
So
doing.
it's crazy that you bringing up this story.
Yeah.
It's
So
so
watch this.
ironic that you bringing up
Let
that
me
story.
find it.
They
Let me
blended
find.
in.
Let me find this video. Like I said, black people are
So
tired.
crazy.
We're tired. What you're saying is you're telling me that a trans person, his movement is the same thing as me, who was a victim of chattel slavery, racism against my will. When this guy's
You
lifestyle
you
that he
right,
was,
Carla. That lifestyle is a choice.
that's a choice. You chose to do that. I seen a kid today, right? When I had my medical transport. Remember I told you I had a medical transport business, right? I used to pick this kid up and take him to day support, right? Day support. I saw him today. Guess what he is now? The kid, he was had mental. He's now a woman.
He's a Decepticon. Dang.
Yeah, he's now a woman and whatnot. You know, I'm like, what the hell, man? This is crazy.
It's crazy, like you said that, Colin. They blended they blended a holiday in with the Pride Month, and it's just
So the whole thing is now
know,
in Chicago, Pride Month and Juneteenth will go hand to hand. Black people up there weren't having it. Let me play. Oh, let me find this video and play. Y'all gotta talk. I'm gonna find this video.
Hold on. Somebody said something. What is it? 1776. I agree with you. It should have just been a state holiday in Texas because it really didn't. I mean, it was
well,
a
I think
Texas
it
thing.
always
Juneteenth.
was though, Steve. I thought it always was.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like he's saying it was a Texas state holiday, which it should have stayed at. I mean,
Yeah, let it just stay there.
I didn't have any idea about Juneteenth. I'm in North Carolina.
I never heard my great grandmother from Rocky Mount, North Carolina, talk about Juneteenth.
Nope.
I never heard them talk about it. I never heard my grandmother from Greenville, North Carolina, talk about Juneteenth.
Nope.
Never.
So it should have just stayed a state holiday in Texas, in my opinion.
So I don't know what the fuck I don't know what it is.
It was just another one of those, what do they
Like,
call it?
no, but I
Oh,
know how it started though. It started during the pandemic. I think Trump wanted to reopen the country, right? And
yeah.
he wanted to open it, I think, on Easter. Then they pushed it back. He wanted to open it up on Memorial Day. Then they pushed it back. Then I think he said June 19th he's gonna try to open up the country. And I think they politicized it, like, oh, he trying to open it up the day black people was free. He trying to, he trying to do this.
Yeah,
I think it.
let me play this video.
Go ahead.
This. Come on, video play.
Oh, you ain't got the video yet?
Well, hold on, I'm trying to play this video. It's not playing. Hold up. What the hell?
And so, they just politicized it, Biden like, oh, I'm gonna make Juneteenth a holiday. Trump talking, I'm gonna make Juneteenth. That's it. It just we didn't ask for this shit,
I
man.
feel like it was just something to make the black Democrats happy.
To try to get votes,
Right. That's all I think it was about.
I know, that's all it was, man. It was just chaotic,
Kwame, I don't like. No, I'm not attacking Juneteenth. I don't think nothing wrong with the holiday. I just don't think it should be a federal holiday. Because I mean, we got so many holidays by different ethnic groups, and they don't have federal holidays. So
I had somebody talk about it. Hold up. Some of my volume is off of my phone. Hold up. Something's wrong with my phone. I don't know. Nothing's working today. I had to redo his show. I don't know what the hell's going on with my friggin' everything technology, man. Like I said, man, I tell people all the time, man, I could care less about technology. If I can get rid of it, I would, Nothing ever works. The StreamYard sucks, Now, no, look at Kwame taking a sheet. Now we're bashing. Nobody's bashing Juneteenth, but Kwame is the type of person who worships sacred cows. Sacred cows are beliefs, ideologies, culture events, everything that we hold on.
People love Juneteenth now, Colin. You see the merchandise and everything now.
Yeah,
They
so I'm saying to
got the
myself,
Juneteenth
it's really
cup.
corny, man. It's corny.
Yeah, but it's a trend now. Got the Juneteenth cup.
It's like, okay, we got Juneteenth, but it was something else specific to Texas.
Yeah,
that means basically
you got the Juneteenth. You got the Juneteenth sales at the supermarket now.
it's all
Juneteenth cookout.
commercialized and everything like
Yeah,
that.
I agree with you, and one get rid of Columbus Day as well.
Yeah, but Columbus Day, I don't think is as a national holiday. I think Columbus
Texas is federal. It was made federal on the 13th of what? Let me look. The 13th of October.
Yeah, so like I said, if you're Native American, right? There was a big controversy a few years ago. The Native Americans wanted Columbus Day gone, And I'm saying like this. I'm like this. If black people in certain areas, it should be like localized, localized and regionalized, like state. But have a federal holiday.
I agree with you.
if it's like me, somebody said we're gonna have. I'm not trying to compare Juneteenth with the Confederacy, right? But in Virginia, they're trying to pass in some states they have Confederate Day. You know that?
I didn't
I
know
did
that,
not know
Tyler.
that.
I didn't know
I didn't
that,
know that.
Oh
Tyler.
yeah,
I did
yeah, we
not
have
know.
Confederate.
Yeah,
Look,
but I will figure that. Like states like Mississippi and
yeah,
places
so
like
yeah,
that.
what you
Yeah,
call
I will
Virginia?
figure
We have
that. Yeah,
Confederate.
And it shouldn't be a federal holiday.
Yeah, but
yeah.
if it became a federal holiday, that's what the problem is. They're like, okay, this is Virginia, this is their history. Like Juneteenth should be a Texas thing, and somebody else want to adopt it for a state, yeah, but it should be a federal holiday because like Yom Kippur is. I think Yom Kippur is a regional New York holiday. Yom Kippur is a freaking Jew, whatever. Like I don't have no idea what's a Jewish holiday, whatever.
You
Yom
said it's
Kippur,
a federal holiday?
Yom Kippur, no, it's a state holiday. It's New York.
Okay, yeah. All that stuff should be state holidays. It shouldn't be.
Yeah, because nobody in Texas wanted to know about Yom Kippur. Nobody wanted in Mississippi want to know about Yom.
Exactly. Nobody.
But there's Jews in New York, and also in New York's the type of place that now you got Jews in New York. You have a lot of people who know Jews. The black community knows the Jewish community. The Italian community knows the Jewish community. So you did with St. Patty's Day. I don't think St. Patty's Day is celebrated every place. I know it's celebrated in New York. St. Patty's Day.
It's a big thing in New York. You got a
It's
lot of
real big
Irish.
in New York. St. Patty's Day
Got a
is
lot
real
of
big in New York.
Irish.
I mean, when we used to go to school, they used to make us wear. I mean, they told us to wear green.
Oh
But
man, look, is Kwame being ridiculous? He said you're comparing Yahweh to the Mafia is crazy. Look, shut up. Yo. So you think we should have a Mafia holiday? You think that's gonna federal holiday, Kwame? You being realistic?
absolutely not. We would have to start having holidays for everybody that went through something, and
Yeah, that's what I'm
every
saying.
ethnic group,
Stop,
all different types of ideologies. That's the
And
point
you
why I
lose
don't think
respect.
it should. We don't need like federal holidays like that. Let that be regional, state
Yeah,
things.
one more day for people to get off work and whatnot. So let it be state and regional holiday. When you make a holiday, you're like imposing. Like soon you're gonna have gay pride holidays. And I'm like, no, okay.
Kwame want the leak, Carla. He want the
Oh
leak.
Lord, man. I was having a good night, man. Should I let Kwame up just to annoy me and shit?
Now go ahead. He gonna be respectful tonight.
I ain't about respect, but his stuff he says is just friggin' hotepish and pseudo and whatnot. You know.
Come on, Kyler.
Here's
Come
my
on,
brother David
Kyler.
Hit. Let's see what brother Hit has to say.
Come on, Kyler.
Yo,
What's going on, brother?
hey, brother, how you guys doing?
Good evening, Captain.
Listening to what you're saying.
Cap. Good evening, Cap.
Yeah, I was talking about the end days, and we
Yes, I saw the. Yes, I saw the title of it. Yeah, the end days. Yeah, end days for them. I mean, if we work on getting ourselves out of here, that's gonna. I was thinking, and I was actually thinking about that the other day. Something happened. They're going to launch their nukes amongst each other. Maybe you guys would know. What African nations, if any African nations, do you think on the continent would they send a nuclear weapon to if it's Armageddon? I think everything's going to be focused on America, Europe, the Middle East, and Asia.
Well, I will say this.
I agree with you.
I will say this, right? The Sahel region is in proximity to Western Europe, and they fear like somebody like somewhere, whatever activity goes on, it has to be checked by the West because they don't want somebody like North Korea or something like that sneaking weapons that can hit Europe from that area.
No, but I'm saying, I get you, but I'm saying that if it was Armageddon, everybody says launching nukes. I think the places not to be are America, Europe, Middle East, China, pretty much some other places in Asia. I don't see like the Philippines getting wiped out. I don't see many places in Africa getting wiped out. I mean, there's.
But they say these nuclear weapons, right? These weapons are capable of wiping out human civilization. Like
no. I get that. I understand that. But I don't see that. I don't think that America would be targeting every single African nation in Africa, or I think that they'd be targeting Russia. I don't see nations targeting Chile in South America, in Argentina. I don't see it's. I mean, maybe they will. Maybe the United States or maybe whoever, if it is Armageddon, they may say, okay, well, we need to send a missile to every single population center on the planet. I don't think so. I think that if it's going to happen, it's just going to be amongst themselves.
Yeah, well, hopefully. Let
Well,
me
that
get Kwame up here. All right, Kwame, you got some beef, man. You want to rumble, man? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand why you against the Ma'afa not being a federal holiday. If I
Because
Because
the why?
go ahead.
I
Kwame,
look,
Kwame,
Kwame, man. Come on, look this. Let me tell
come
you something,
on,
right?
bro.
Do you really? Do you? Let me say this. Let me say it the right way. Let me calm down. Say it the right way, right?
Relax, Colin, relax, man.
Hold up. Do you believe, like I believe, that America doesn't give two shits about us, me, you, whatever like that?
yeah, I believe,
All right.
yeah.
See, I see.
I wouldn't say I
Unlike
believe I
you,
know
right?
that.
Unlike you, I really believe that. You know. So if I believe that, why are we playing tippy toes with people I know don't give a damn about it? What is them recognizing our pain? So they clearly don't care about our pain and suffering. What happened to us, right? They're unapologetically about it. So why even give us some token gesture of a friggin' holiday? You know, it's insulting. That's
And
why.
another thing is, if they did it for us, they would have to do it for every group who went through some type of traumatic event, or and
Yeah,
that's
well,
just
Nah,
this is
not,
going.
the
not,
Irish would say, "Man, we suffered the potato famine. Give us a holiday for just for that."
And
You
then
know.
you're gonna the Japanese people, and then you're gonna get every
Oh,
group
the
of people
Japanese
would.
say, "Look, we got interned in World War II. We got
Yeah,
damn nuked on us. We're not give us a holiday." You know, when
right.
does it stop? You
I
know.
mean, I think you being a little unfair comparing the Ma'afa that happened in America to those people Trump situation because
I'm just saying, if you do it
Hold
for
up.
one, you gotta do it for all.
Japan was wiped out by by the United States. What if the Japanese Americans say, you know something, our homeland was bombed by America, which we thought the world was unfair. We want a holiday.
I mean that happened in Japan. That didn't happen in America.
Yeah, but happened America caused it though. You know.
That's true. America caused a lot of things, but the Ma'afa happened in America. So
Okay, hold up. The transatlantic slave trade. You know, when Africans came over to slave trade, it wasn't necessarily America. It was the Dutch, the Portuguese, the Danish, the French, all the people that brought slave Spanish.
Good point, Carlos.
America did not exist. You know, when the
yeah,
slave Africans came over here.
but after 1776, they were still transporting slaves
No,
from
yeah, but
Africa.
only for like another 40 years. That's it. Then died. You know.
So those 40 years should be recognized for the horrors that America did to the African American community.
Yeah, I can't. Okay, I would say like this. Okay, it should be a thing, but what does that get? What does that gain us?
I mean it kind of put the onus on the African American community to learn about the history
We
and the
know
trauma.
about the history, man. We were the most learned motherfuckers for ever. That is
Kwame, can
Kyle,
I ask you a question?
you speaking for yourself. The vast majority of people
oh,
don't.
they know. They know. Everybody knows, it, except for these illiterate ones who never read a book, who believe they're Native Americans. These fools like that. You know, those are the only
But
ones. You
but that's
know.
what I'm saying. It could enlighten the people that don't subscribe to the
Yeah, but
transatlantic.
there's a whole movement of people saying they're not Africans. They never came from Africa. They have nothing to do with Africa and whatnot. You know, how do you do that and basically say what happened to us in the mafia, where there's a growing number of black people in America saying that they love America. I was never a slave. I didn't come from Africa and all stuff like that. You know, how do you reconcile that?
I mean that give that
Well, that's all. That's where you hold. Instead of arguing me, that's where your biggest challenge is going to be. You know, them people like.
But the thing about the Aboriginals, people be pointing to them the facts all the time. They don't care. So I mean,
that's true. See, you got a point. You definitely got a point. But all I'm saying is I think it should be recognized on a federal level to teach even the white people that don't want to learn about slavery.
Yeah,
They
but
should.
hold on. You can't force people to learn about your history. You know, like me personally. I'll be honest with you. The one group of people I've never really studied what happened to is the Native American. I never studied Native Americans, right? It's unfortunate, right? So I'm not an expert on Native American, right? But one day I might study them. I studied the Japanese, Chinese, and everybody else. I never studied the Native American, right? But that's on me. That's unfortunate and whatever like that. But if somebody said you must That's where the problem comes in. Just like Jews do, you must learn about the Holocaust. They got propaganda all over the place about what happened to them. It's tragic what they happened to them in the Holocaust. But when you start telling people they must recognize your pain and whatnot, instead of them seeking it for themselves, whatever like that, that's what the problem has.
But Kala, if Columbus Day is a federal holiday, I think the Ma'afa should be a federal celebrated holiday, when it ended.
Okay, you understand this majority white country, right?
You're right. You're right. But African Americans have a large stake in this country too, though.
Well, yeah, but still,
Kwame, we are a permanent minority. We are only 1 out of 10 people. So if you have 10 people in a room and we say, hey, listen, put the temperature up at 75 degrees, and everybody says, no, we want it at 62, then let's take a vote. That's how they do it. It's democracy rules. They're gonna continue to outgun us because of the fact that they have the majority.
check this
Now,
out.
in our own nation, yeah, Kwame, we can celebrate all those holidays. Put it to the table.
Nah,
That's what I'd rather see. I'd rather have see us have our own land with our own
Yeah, absolutely.
museum and holiday museum, National Day of Mourning
Yeah,
for the Mafia. That's what you do.
yeah,
But
yeah,
playing this
exactly.
American game is over with, man. Kwame, it's done.
Yeah,
I'm
they're
done
not
with
gonna.
it.
They don't care about that. They wouldn't like we don't care about hillbilly stuff and like we don't care about that.
I don't care about December 7th, Pearl Harbor Day. I don't give two shits about that. That doesn't bother me.
nah, I agree with you, but still, no, African American is an important group in America.
Yeah,
So
well,
they should they should
we're
they should.
trying to basically part ways with America.
Yeah,
So
but the Latinos are more important. They've already surpassed us. They're 18%. They're going to be even higher because they're having more babies. So we're still going to be we're the second largest minority now. We're well behind the Latinos right now. But the
Yeah,
Latinos, there is a division amongst them because of the fact that each Latino, the Cubans are different than the Puerto Ricans and the Dominicans. They're not a monolith like we are.
yeah,
How we can be.
and to your point, Dave, before I got up here, if nuclear war broke out, the whole world would be wiped out. Africa too would be infected.
You think so?
Yeah, by the
You think
debris
so?
by the debris of the
yeah,
nuclear.
they told me
Well,
the
Yeah.
weapons they have right now is not like it's like 100 times more destructive than Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
One nuclear bomb could probably wipe out California alone. Well, a city wipe out Los Angeles.
no, a city, yeah. hmm No, in the United States, the Ohio class submarines, our ballistic submarines, have 24 D5 ballistic missiles. Each D5 has multiple independent reentry vehicles, or some of them have 10. They used to have 10, they went down to 8, but say if it was 10, simple math. So one boomer, as we call it, has 240 warheads on that one boat. 240, and each of those warheads is 1 megaton. So that ICBM launches, hits space, it breaks open into 10 different vehicles, and each of those vehicles can maneuver on their own to whatever destination. It's incredible. So 240 on one boomer, and we got a bunch of those Ohio class submarines that are
And when
just
you
out there
got
in the middle of the ocean.
two war hard countries like Russia and America with 10,000 nuclear weapons combined, you
Mhm.
you I understand why Kyler, you think we in the last days of Armageddon.
Well, yeah,
Mhm.
like I said, are these the last days? And I'm saying to myself, not in this world. I just believe the geopolitical order is last. These are the last days for them. Something new is going to emerge out of all this.
And as far as the Iran and Iraq, I mean Iran and Israel situation, I highly doubt China and Russia will let Iran go under when they got a lot of investments in there. I mean, Russia came out, I think today or yesterday, they got over 200 nuclear scientists in Iran. So
Yeah, yeah.
I don't really see Russia and China letting America, you know, do what they did what they let happen to
No, they can't.
Syria.
No,
Yeah, they
no,
can't
they
let
can't.
that happen.
No, I mean, I tell you this though, man. With Iranian hypersonic missiles, I don't know if you guys have been seeing what's happening. They've been destroying Tel Aviv. They can't. Them Jews over there, those Zionist rats. They can't believe what the Iron Dome. Oh, the Iron Dome, this Iron Dome, that. All of those
Yeah,
hypersonic missiles are
I haven't seen any footage
they,
of
they
like
said its
them.
success
yeah.
rate went
You
from
won't.
90% down to 60% as of
They
now.
saying that
So
Israel is hiding footage of what's going on.
Yeah, of course they are. No, no. If you go, if you hit like Instagram, you'll see like the personal footage that's set up there. I can't. I mean, I can't believe it myself. I mean, they hit the stock exchange. They hit their stock exchange. Blew that. I mean,
they
bro,
blew up
these places ain't.
they blew up an intelligence agency building,
Yeah, they sure
Mossad.
did.
Yeah, I seen the missile on
They
some
hit.
Indian news channel. It was talking
Yeah,
about it.
that's right. They hit their the equivalent of our Pentagon. They had a direct hit on their Pentagon.
And to keep it real, Israel can't really defeat Iran by itself. So
No, there's no way. No, what they do is they're like a child, and the child and knows that daddy's behind, and the child thinks he's arrogant enough to go ahead and poke and prod, and then so they're like, okay, now we're going to launch against them, but now we're going to wait for daddy to come, back us up, and
it,
and a lot of people are not going for it. I don't know if you saw the Tucker Carlson interview with with Ted Cruz. He eviscerated him. He
yeah,
asked Ted Cruz, yeah,
he
he,
made him
he
look
said to
like
Ted Cruz, do you know what the
made him like a
population
kindergarten.
yeah. Oh, he destroyed him. He asked Ted Cruz, what's the population of Iran? He's like, I don't know. He's like, what? You're a senator that's getting ready to promote going to war with Iran, and you don't have a clue of what the population of the country is? And he was
Yeah,
trying to
that
say,
was
oh,
kind
well,
of
that's not.
cool. I
I
will
mean,
say
it's like,
I will say this
uh,
though. If
of course it
America
is.
if America do drop the bunker bombs on the nuclear sites, it's gonna cause a chain reaction for the other countries to step in and kind of
But
defend
the,
Oh, of
Iran.
those
course.
bunker bombs are not like, oh my God, this is the bunker bomb that could. They can't go 300 feet in the ground.
Yeah,
These bunker
it
bombs are
can't
no,
they in order for realistically in order for the West to really um get rid of those nuclear sites, they'll have to put boots on the ground in Iran.
Yeah, yeah.
that's impossible.
And so
Impossible.
that's why a lot of people don't want America to get involved because y'all have to put boots on the ground. And Iran ain't Iraq or Syria or Afghanistan. So
No, this is
it's a different ball game.
the amount of people. Just so people understand, Iran has the amount of people of Iraq and Afghanistan combined. There's
Yeah.
90 plus million people. Now you have that. Then the next problem is it is total mountainous territory. So if you even if you said, okay, let's take an airborne unit, you take troops and you got to jump in there because you can't sit there and land. And even if you came from the land, you're going to be concentrated on roads that have been around for thousands of years in that region. Through those
Yeah.
mountains, whatever trails and roads. That's it. It's a tiny road. There ain't no highways going across those mountains.
And
And
these
if there
ain't
was a highway,
and
you're stuck.
these ain't sandal wearing Talibans with no military
No, absolutely not.
expertise.
No, Iranians are guys don't understand, man. Iranians are very intelligent people, man. They're smart people. They control 20% of like the economy, like in Dubai, in UAE, they control 20% of the economy. If you look at even in America, you find Iranians in all of these top tech companies and all these
Yeah.
companies. They're very smart people. They're not dummies, man.
And to keep
They
it
have
real,
that pride, that Persian pride.
and
Yeah.
if keep it real, if America spent 20 years in Afghanistan versus sandal wearing Talibans, you could just imagine how hard it would be to
Oh yeah, come on, man.
topple Iran.
Come on, man. Come on. You know what the GDP in Afghanistan is? The annual GDP, because I was looking at countries of the GDP, Afghanistan is $416. That's the annual GDP per person. $416.
Yeah,
That's nothing, man.
and Iran is very proud for their country. They
Of
not just
course they
going
are.
They're not just gonna be defeated so easy.
No. It ain't gonna go down like that, brother. It's not gonna go down. It's a very, mountains. Like I said, if you're fighting people in mountains, you are funneled into a particular road, and if you mind that road, you get stuck. That's what was happening in Afghanistan with a lot of the guys
That
that were over
that's
there that were
that's
in.
why
They
that's
had
why
bases.
America and the
Yeah.
West is having so much problem with the Houthis because they in a mountainous
Yeah.
range.
Yes, exactly. It's tough. And that
And
bunker buster bomb, the max depth, I was just looking it up. The maximum depth that it can go is 200 feet. That's nothing, man. These
yeah,
people,
it can't.
you put some.
As much as Fox News and these other right wing media try to push that we got bombs that could get to it'll have to be a
No,
ground invasion.
yeah, no, and you can't. You got 90 million people over there. Imagine like America. Imagine people invading America. We got 300 million people, and we have more guns than people. How are you going to take over America? How can China take over? How can any country in the world land on the shores of America? They won't last. We have too many guns ourselves. So when you give if you give millions and millions of people weapons and ability and that type of terrain, you ain't going nowhere, man. You're not going nowhere. That's why we left Iraq and Afghanistan. And Biden, he just left $85 billion worth of equipment over there.
Yeah, they just gave up, and
Everything.
we really didn't even achieve nothing because we came to the top with the Taliban and they just stayed in power. So
Absolutely.
Somebody was in it earlier talking about Kala. When these bitter Kamala boys in the chat room earlier. His name was something Twitter, Adolf Twitter, whatever, like Adolf Hitler, whatever like that. So I'm saying, look, the bottom line is this: I am all you Kamala people that sit there. I told you so. Look, nobody. Look, bad as Trump is, we know Armageddon would have been here already if Kamala would have got elected.
Oh yeah. Oh
This
yeah.
country
It
would
would
have
have
been
been.
Armageddon.
you think so?
Yeah. Bottom line is this: look, if these days of time, the only thing stopping them is at least they know this guy Trump is not playing. You imagine getting that woman in, they ain't gonna respect her.
I would say if Kamala was in power, it would have been definitely boots on the ground in Ukraine.
Look, all you have to do is look, the pull out in Afghanistan, that was her. She said, I was the last person in the room, right? That pull out in
she
Afghanistan
was.
showed you a complete
She was the last person
of intelligence and military strategy, everything. They left the country with almost $100 billion worth of military equipment, right? And they abandoned their loyalists, this Afghan loyalists, whatnot. You have people trying to fly out on a plane and whatnot, and left Americans there. You had people hanging on the wings of the plane, dropping from the sky and whatnot, trying to get out of there. That's how bad it was, That was Kamala.
But to keep it real, Kamala, I don't think if Kamala was in power, she'll be pushing for a war with Iran.
Hold on. First of all, I think Iran would be preemptive and start the war.
Yeah. No, her husband was a Jew. He was a Jew. Her husband,
she come out of the Obama spares.
You talking about Obama, Benghazi Obama?
Nah, but he definitely
Arab Spring. Obama caused a lot of wars around the world. What are you talking about, man?
But Trump pulled out the JCPOA agreement with Iran, and I think Kamala would have probably.
Well, it's like this. The main thing is, I don't know about the exact policies and whatnot, like this, but all I know is the Obama basically instigated a lot of this with his presidency, winking and nodding at dissident groups and countries and whatnot. You don't do that, Egypt, man, that was completely unnecessary. Beautiful country, Egypt, had an uprising, because Obama.
Oh, you talking about the Arab Spring?
Yeah. And then hold up, and then something what shocked me was the Arab Spring was just in Tunisia, it was in Egypt, and I think it was Algeria, wherever like that.
Syria and Libya too.
Syria, I had no idea. Hold up, leave it out, right? I had no idea. No one did that. It would go to Libya. It had no reason, to go to Libya, right? Libya had actually made peace with the United States. Condoleezza Rice brokered peace, right? And Libya gave up its nukes, everything. It cooperated with the West, and because of that, all these countries said, "Look what we get for cooperating with the West." You know,
That's why I'm gonna keep it real. If I was Iran, I would have just said, you know what, I'm getting nuclear weapons. I just seen what
oh yeah.
happened to
So
Muammar
hold on.
Gaddafi.
Well, I know. Hold on. Look, that's why I say, and you can't. Only person, Hillary Clinton. I was playing a video. So we came. We what she said. He died. Something like that. You know, laughed about it. You know. So
And
it's just
they turned that country upside down.
yeah. Libya. Like I said, let me tell you how American foreign policy works. Right. Saigon was a pearl of Southeast Asia, beautiful city. It was a modern city that was Southeast Asia. You know, it's a beautiful example of a modern Asian country. Saigon rivaled Hong Kong in beauty. You know, man. After the United States got a hold of the Vietnam War, you see the movie Full Metal Jacket. All those buildings burned down, whatnot. In the 50s, Saigon had a nightlife like Las Vegas or something. It was real nice, you know. Look at what the United States did with Iran. They overthrew a democratically elected Iran in the 70s was beautiful. People driving cars, people doing things, going to college and whatnot. It was on its way. Same thing. The United States installed the Ba'athist Party in Iraq, right? Iraq was a modern society, you know, modern society. Everybody wanted to be in this modern world. Okay, the whole world was right. But America goes in there and they basically said Rumsfeld told Saddam, do what you want to do, whatever like that, you know, because they feared like Arab unity and fundamentalism. Saddam was a secularist, right? He went in there and started. Remember he did that purge. Remember that? And basically he that was the United States.
Holla,
Everywhere the United States
I'm,
goes.
America don't fear no Islamic jihadists. They
Oh
putting
yeah,
them in
but hold on. But
power.
American interest in the region does. You know, American interest. You got oil interest, oil installation and whatnot. Yeah, that could cost them billions of
Kyler,
dollars.
do you see the guy they just installed in Syria?
Yeah, I mean he was a warlord before. Now they put him back in power. Look, bottom line is it's just a mess because I don't know what Donald Trump and Barack Obama are just the same. You know, it's all window dressing. You know, they don't know.
Yeah,
Look, they
man.
like I said with George W. Bush when that Iraq war was going on, right? I lost friends over that. I said, you guys don't know anything about these cultures, these people, and everything. You know what they were telling me? Man, once we get rid of Saddam, I know we'll bring Disney World over there. We'll bring this KFC. Oh, they're gonna love our way of life. I had fucking people saying, you know,
Nah, man.
I said to friends of mine that I lost, right? I said, as soon as you get rid of Saddam, the whole place is gonna fall apart, right? Because he's the only thing holding together. They enlisted me, right? Also, when the U.S. Marines went into Baghdad, say, what do you mean? See about that? You know, remember they was going around, David. They was like, bad Saddam, good Bush. Remember that? And the media took it and ran with it. Remember that? A couple months later, man, that's when the insurgents happened. You know, and people were like, man, I thought they were greeting us as liberated. Remember that Ahmed Chalbi Iraqi National Congress. And then it spun out of control like that. Soldiers were getting killed. When we had Fallujah. Fallujah happened. Fallujah was everybody's wake up call, you know. And my guy Marcus, he was in Fallujah, you know. He got right now to this day because he was in Fallujah.
And so
There's some
sometimes
distracting music in the background. I don't know what it is. It sounds like
I think
elevator
that's
music.
Kwame.
nah, that's not me. Sometimes you just gotta respect people' way of life. If they want to practice their Islamic way of life, you just gotta respect it.
I agree.
Well, I have no problem with people. Look, I'm like this. I always say, whatever you want to pray to, you want to pray to a head of lettuce. I can care less, right? As long as what you're doing does not infringe on what somebody else is doing or what I'm doing, you know, I can tell that's what you do and everything like that, you know. I do say the fact that the West should stay out of the Middle East. We're stop trying thinking that your Western democracy is the answer to everything. That's so freaking annoying, you know. Western democracy, you know, Western way of life, you know. But how do you know those people don't like living under Sharia law? You know, they like the order. Some people like order over anything else.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. if they want to practice their Sharia law, you can't force them to be a secular country.
Yeah, so whatever it is,
Yeah. Remember, people forget that America had during its Civil War. This country was completely divided. America wasn't all that. America killed 5 million of its own people. People forget that every country develops on their own. Some people right now, you have countries that are under dictatorships. You have countries that are Sharia law. You have countries who are maybe a constitutional, a democracy, a republic, parliamentary type of democracy. Everybody in the world changes differently. Then you
right,
got
check this
people
out.
that
Like
are
South
tribal.
Korea, right? South Korea
Yeah, try it.
after World
Try,
War
try
II, South Korea too was taken over by a military government. But that military government is the reason why Hyundai Corporation was formed. And also they had a strong, authoritarian
Yeah, look
state.
at like you're saying, Burkina Faso is under a military regime right now. I
Yeah.
mean, right as of right this second, it's not.
Sometimes you have
He's
to have that for a while. Then naturally, when the country develops, like when in the late '80s, remember Dave, when South Korea reached a certain level, right, and they
hmm
start having like Samsung and whatnot. They're like, oh, we're ready. Now they were ready for democracy, because they, but when this first started in the 1940s, when everyone was poor, starving, like that, yeah, you need a strong military regime to just say, hey, this, that, thing. But after a while, when the country develops, whatnot, and people know when that's a problem in Africa is you got people with populations that 90% people are illiterate, whatnot, and they're hungry, and so they're gonna basically keep vote like Liberia is a perfect example. They keep voting in people that are illiterate, right, Dave? You see the
yeah,
friggin' if you ever see Liberian legislature, man, it's like
My God, some of the hungriest and poorest guys in the world.
yeah, so dudes that should be on a trade vocational program are fucking legislature. It's a joke, Yeah, so
You
I
know,
say,
you know
like I
this.
said, I want to mess with Liberia, but obviously I tell them, man, I don't know what to do. It's say you got these freaking legislatures, right? You said one guy they caught, right? He was in another country, helped burn
Oh,
the Capitol down. The guy, one of the CDC guys,
As,
They,
as
they-
long as as long as APAC got so much power in America, I don't think the war is gonna stop. A lot of
I
this stuff is
agree.
like a lot of this stuff is like is basically geared from APAC and these Israeli cronies.
yeah.
I,
Well,
I
this
agree
is our
with
chance
that.
to stop it.
Oh, I'm
This is our
sorry. I
chance to
just
stop it. Like a lot, yeah, a lot of Americans are not like a lot of the America First people, like Tucker Carlson, all these other guys, Taylor Green, all these people. Like, no, no, no. Israel, you want to fight your war, you do it on your own. That's it.
But do
Man, as
you
long as
But
we got
actually believe
Jared
these
Kushner,
people? Like, do you? The thing about, okay, I just want to say this before I forget, and then I'm gonna hop off because I'm kind of exhausted. But I put a video, I put like a short in the back of in the chat on the comments section, whatever the chat. If you guys
yeah,
wanna check out that video, but in like 2001, General Langley, it's like a very famous video where he said that there was a plan to take down 7 countries in 5 years.
yes, yeah, I saw that. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the thing is, this they didn't actually take down the countries in 5 years, but they actually they're almost complete. They've almost completed it. The 5 countries that and this is on behalf of Israel. Let's be honest, like
hmm
I'm a tinfoil hat person. I don't believe the news. In reality, we are living in a matrix. They feed us this news to make us think that they're giving us pertinent information, but really all of it is a lie.
check it out.
Propaganda.
Everything is
By the way,
scripted.
has anybody seen that manifesto of the minister? He said he had a manifesto. Why is the media not talking about it? What's in
I
that
want to
manifesto?
finish what I'm saying before
Yeah,
I
yeah.
forget, please. So the countries that they were planning to take down. Give me 1 second. I had pulled up the information. Iraq, which they've completed. That's the first country. Syria, the second country completed. Lebanon, I'm not too sure. Libya completed. Somalia, we already know that's messed up. Sudan is the sixth, and the seventh is Iran. It's all a part of the plan that was.
95, they don't need to invade Sudan. I'm not gonna lie.
It's already they already messed it up. Like all of these countries have already been subdued. They've been taken over. They've been planning these wars before we were ever born.
Honestly,
This music is annoying. What is going on? I'm sorry,
like
but
somebody in a barbershop.
I'm sorry, but it's just too much. And so, like, yeah, they're gonna attack Iran. In my opinion, this is my conspiracy theory. I believe that all of these wars, obviously, is for Israel. They own whoever owns the banks pretty much controls the world, and all wars are banker wars. That's a famous quote. If you look back at every single war, it was just a money making mechanism. It is also they create these wars to also take resources and make more money. That's all these wars are ever about. It has nothing to do with America, patriotism, all this other stuff. They feed you it as propaganda. All
Man,
wars are for the banks
to keep it real,
and for the
Absolutely.
resources.
America is a
It's a corporation.
evangelical white Christian country. So whatever
And
Israel
it is
want,
not.
no,
And
I'm
the
saying
last thing I want to
majority.
say to wrap it up, after you play, well, you'll play this video or whatever, but I believe all of these wars are obviously, like I said, banker wars. They're for Israel, and I believe it's part of the Greater Israel Project. They have
Oh,
this
most
project that
definitely.
they created called the Greater Israel Project, where Israel will pretty much take over all the Middle Eastern countries and
That
rule
ain't gonna
there.
happen.
They,
That's not
And
gonna
if
happen.
you
These
go
guys are
into
getting.
religions,
That's
they
not gonna
already in
happen.
the goal.
I
They
just want
already
to
in the
finish,
Golan
guys.
Heights in Lebanon.
I
They
just want to
already
finish
annexed the
this point.
Golan Heights.
I
They
just want
don't
to
have
finish
the
this point.
population. They don't
They
I
have.
just
don't
want to
need.
finish this point. If you go into all religions, I'm not saying they're correct or whatever, but most of the Abrahamic faiths talk about this antichrist or whatever, and then the Jews are waiting for their Messiah to come and to establish their kingdom. So, in order for them to establish this new Jerusalem or their new uh, kingdom and to expand it and to um, take the lands that they need, they're gonna have to go to war. That's just how,
Dave.
that's the matrix script that they've written since the beginning. If you read all these religions, if you go back into history, all of this was planned out. All
Yeah,
of
Dave. They
Yeah,
already
I
in the
understand.
Golan. They already in the Golan
Yeah,
Heights.
the Golan. Yeah, the Golan. No, they have. They're not living up in the Golan Heights. They took that from Syria. They're only 9 million people. They don't have the people to occupy the entire that whole greater Israel, Middle East, Mesopotamia, whatever they want to call it. They don't have that. And with the technology, people don't realize they are getting hammered in Tel Aviv right now. You guys don't understand. These guys are getting smoked out.
Yeah,
Buildings collapsing.
until
These
America
people,
step
they're
in.
fleeing. Yeah, these people America's not. Well, he's letting them go out of themselves right now. I mean, they're stopping. I mean, the U.S. ships are off the
Yo,
coast. They're trying to
they already moving warplanes
It
already
doesn't, but brother,
in warships.
listen, but we have those munitions, but you're talking they're using hypersonic missiles. You ain't going to stop a hypersonic missile. This is new technology that's out there. These missiles are getting into Tel Aviv is getting smoked. I'm telling you, man. These
You
guys are
honestly
running
think
like rats. They're
you think
running
you
like rats, and they're all on ships leaving. Guess what? They're doing an exodus right now. They're leaving. They're going to Egypt. The
in
Jews
Cyprus
leaving Egypt,
too.
and they're going over to Cyprus. And guys are flying to New York. They're like, yo, they're getting the chosen people. You know, I don't. They claim that they call themselves the chosen people. They're not chosen by God. They're chosen by the devil
We the
himself.
real chosen people.
Absolutely, they're chosen by the devil. And these people, what are they doing? They're
I
sitting
hear
there
you, Hebrew
fleeing like
Israelite Steve.
rats.
I hear you.
I don't understand this chosen thing. I don't think that anyone's
It's
chosen.
them. They made that up. They made
Well,
that up.
the
It's
chose
made up on their own.
it's in the Quran
Everybody
too
says
that they chosen.
chosen. No,
That
I
that,
don't believe in
that
all
is
that
what they
chosen.
I was
said.
just joking
That's
when
what
I
I
they
said
mean,
that. I
claim.
was
well,
just playing.
I know you were.
They
I
nobody's
know you
claim
were.
to
chosen.
be.
Nobody
They're not
damn
chosen
chosen.
by
You know.
I
God.
definitely
They're
don't
chosen
think
by
the black race is chosen for sure. Not in this matrix. Maybe in
If
Hey,
their
anybody chosen
delusional
this, us.
fantasies. Maybe in their delusional fantasies.
But
I don't know.
realistically,
I kind of
realistically,
agree. I
oh,
kind of
go
agree.
ahead.
They might be the chosen people, man. They good with banking. They go with business.
That don't mean nothing, bro.
They go with
Well, let me
technology.
play. Let me play his video for Kwame gets his pseudo on. Let me go play his video.
What does it mean? Wesley Clark, the general who headed NATO.
Yes.
Went to the Pentagon just after 9/11, and famously he was showed a piece of paper that said we're going to have 7 wars in 5 years, and he was completely dumbfounded. He said, "What does this have to do with anything?"
This is a memo that describes how we're going to take out 7 countries in 5 years, starting with Iraq and then Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and finishing off Iran.
He was told that the neocons and the Israelis are going to remake the Middle East. 7 countries. We've been at war in 6 of them now. And I mean, we, the United States, on behalf of Israel, including in Syria. And so what happened in Syria last week was the culmination of a long-term effort by Israel to reshape the Middle East in its image.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember that.
Plan. Just grab your popcorn.
It's delusional. It's total delusion. It's delusional. It can't happen. Just purely based on boots on the ground. Like I said, we were in Iraq and Afghanistan for 20 years, and now we're gone. The United States has 0 presence in those countries now. 0. We have nothing over
Even if it's delusional, they're not.
You see Anna Caspian going off on Piers Morgan's show. She was talking to the Zionist guy, said, "Whatever you guys do, leave us the fuck out of it. You know, fight your own wars." When Israel has
exactly.
This thing where they always try to drag America into their friggin' wars, man. I'm like, shit.
That's right.
I have enough fighting for America. Like, I'll be damned.
People are not going for it.
As long as AIPAC exists, we going to war for Israel. Know that.
And they
Hold
run
on. The whole thing is this. This is what I'm talking about, right? And dude, crowning achievement, what I talk about in the show. What people have to get rid of is this. Understand when back in the days we had this term called they're soft soaping you. You know, they're what they call they're soft soaping you. They beguiling you. You know, they're tricking you, they're hoodwinking you, right? They use that. They do that by virtual signaling, right? And the biggest virtual signal is protecting one who you consider a victim. Jews have mastered this science of convincing the world that they're victims.
Yeah, man. There's a bunch of you cannot believe, and you cannot. I tell people on here right now.
Me, Jews ain't never been no victims
anything that they say. Nothing. You cannot believe anything they say. Like I said, in Tel Aviv, you're not seeing anything about Tel Aviv. They convinced the people in the world we have this Iron Dome, all this and that. And everything is there. They're getting hit every single day, day and night. And you're not seeing anything. These people are liars. And what they do is because they control the media, ABC, CBS, NBC, and because of social media, like right now, all of us are bringing our own opinions, and nobody can stop our own opinions from going across the internet. They have lost control. They've lost control.
Says, Israeli forces have decapitated Iranian military leadership. Iran shooting. Donald Trump has threatened. My whole thing is this: why would you threaten nuclear weapons on a country that's on the behest of a third country? You know, why is that?
Yes.
Is that? You know, that's insane.
And they're the chosen people
fighting the Palestinians. No one. They genocided them, and now they're taking over their land and pushing them out. And they have a plan to kick them out of the.
Yeah, they're taking because that's how they are. They operate.
As long as AIPAC and Kufi exists in America, we will always go to war for Israel.
Hey, listen, right now you've got a lot of people on this America First bandwagon who are telling AIPAC and telling these Jews, no, we are not fighting your wars anymore. You go fight yourself. And even Steve Bannon went to Trump and the White House, and he told him, he says, you go to war, you're going to divide this country will be completely divided.
Dave, Steve Bannon and Tucker Carlson does not trump.
They're all against this.
Yeah, they may be against it, but at the end of the day, as long as Jared Kushner and these top Israeli warheads,
if they think that they're all that, then let them do. Like I said, right now Tel Aviv is getting hit, and nobody can do nothing about it. I don't know if you guys. I don't know. They hit their Pentagon. So the Israeli equivalent of their Pentagon was hit by Iran.
They hit a lot of things. They hit their oil
smashed.
they hit their
But
oil refining.
that's right. They hit the Haifa oil refineries. Now you got these Israelis that are fighting each other. You have Israelis that are preventing each other from getting into bunkers. You have Israelis talking to black people, Chinese people, Filipino, and they say, nope, you guys can't get in this bunker because you guys are not Israelis.
I
You're
feel
not a
bad.
Jew.
I feel
That's
bad
messed
for
up.
the.
That's right.
I feel bad for the.
That's exactly right.
I feel bad for the black people in Demona, the people from
They should have never went
Chicago.
over there.
Yo,
What are they doing over
All
there?
right.
Exactly.
the Hebrew
The whole
Israelites, you're a fucking joke, you know.
And
They
you
only
know,
went over. They only went over there because Israel got a good safety net and welfare program, you know.
your
Yeah,
college,
that's
you know,
it.
it's
They
crazy.
do have a
You know, it's crazy though. They literally put them by Demona. They know that's the first place people go strike first in a
exactly.
military
Exactly.
operation. And these people really went by Demona. I would have left because I know if war
But
break
I
out in
seen this
Israel,
one dude look like he's straight of black Nigerian descent, African American. So forget Africa. He was in the Middle East. I said, dude, he was in Israel, right? Dude, you look like you're from fucking the Congo, Tanzania. When you in Israel, your black ass is in Israel, talking about this is the motherland.
Elvis. We got a
Elvis, are you
supporter of
going to defend
Zionism there.
Israel?
Elvis about to tell us why we need to
and check
strike
this out, guys.
Iran.
Let me throw out some facts for you. Hey guys, let me throw a couple facts facts for you on this bunker buster bomb. Like I said, this bunker buster bomb can only go down to maybe 200 feet. It maybe there's only one aircraft that can carry that and deploy that bomb, and that's a B-2 bomber. It's 30,000 pounds. There's only one aircraft. And so, and you know how many B-2s that the United States has? We only have 19 of those birds. That's it. 19 of them. So one bird can only fly one bomb and fly and drop. And if they miss a little bit, then it's only going to go 200 feet. It's a bunch of bullshit. It's worthless to use it because
you gotta have
That
boots on
is,
the
it
ground to
is
get
not
that.
worthless. It's worth it. We gotta take out the head of the snake, bomb him back into the old Persian Empire.
Elvis, so
Colin,
you support boots on the
Elvis, what's
ground?
up?
Okay.
Yeah, for sure. I
It's
mean, look, these are Islamic fundamentalists. They are shouting death to America. They're supporting terrorism and destabilizing the Middle East. They need to be taken out. If you
So
can take out the
America,
likes of
and
Muammar
what
Gaddafi, you can take out Saddam Hussein. You can take them out. They're not untouchable.
Elvis,
you were saying
Iran
the
and
same thing.
Syria,
You're saying the same thing. You're saying death to
Iran and
Iran. You're
Syria,
saying the
He's one
same
Iran
of
and
thing.
those
Iraq.
evangelists who's waiting for
Yeah,
Jesus to come
Yeah.
back and the
Take them
rapture and
out.
all
Take
that
them out.
That's
Take
shit.
them
right.
out.
but
If you're threatening
that's
the
why I
United States
told
and threatening our
You
ally and
Jesus is not gonna come back
our foreign religions
and get you guys
interests,
yeah.
on a
we're
cloud
gonna
or
take
No.
them
whatever
out.
y'all believe in.
this is
The
why
Jews
I
hate you.
say
The
this is why I
Jews,
say
they
They're
want
waiting
you
for
to
the
be
rapture
destroyed.
and shit.
this
The
Apocalypse.
is
Jews want you to be
Yeah,
eliminated.
the Muslim hates me too, so I want to take them out.
this is
I'm
why
not
I
hating
We
on
don't
say
have any.
anybody,
these
so I
We don't
don't.
have
Abrahamic
anything
religions are
I'm
in our
not
religion.
dangerous.
No,
delusional.
the Jews do. Yeah, the
Okay,
Jews
one
think
person at a time.
the
One
Jews
person at a
think
time.
that you need to be
Take the fundamentalist Shia Muslim out. Knock him
This is
over the head with
We're talking about.
that bomb.
this is why I
There's
say
only
the
there's only
Abrahamic
there's
religion
only
is
one
Yo, Kwame, it's too
dangerous.
late for
there's
that,
only
bro.
one religion.
You can
No,
just
Kwame is
There's
right in this.
there's only
His
one religion.
Kwame is right because
There's
the
Abraham
only
is
Abrahamic
what it
states
is,
are
bro.
leading to
yeah,
World War III. They're gonna
yeah.
exterminate
The
all of
Islam is not
mankind.
Abrahamic.
They're gonna
no, there's only
exterminate
It's
one
all of
it's the
religion
mankind
that
prophecy.
for
The
their
prophecies
there's
have
only
to.
one
for
The
their
religion
prophecy.
prophecy.
Yeah, I
calls
mean,
for
what are these guys? These are Christians, and what are you afraid of? The Bible already talked about this. We're going to die in the
yeah, the
tribulation that it comes. Let it happen. We die once. It's
corrupted.
That's what
Y'all
it,
been
that's what it
it's
saying
says in
that
ordained
for
for
how
a man to
many
Revelation.
live once
thousands
and
of
die once.
years?
If we die, we die. What we going to do?
Everybody can't talk at
Listen,
the same time.
Yes.
Elvis, go
Colin,
ahead.
can you look at?
Go
Oh,
ahead,
my
and
fault.
then Dave, you respond to Elvis. Go ahead.
Look,
Go
let
ahead,
me
Yeah.
tell
Elvis.
you
I
this,
was
right?
no,
Kyla,
no, I was going to say, yeah, Elvis. There's only one religion that calls for the extermination of Christians, and that's the
Kyla
Jews.
wanted me to go first, Captain here. I'll let you go after.
Yep.
Look,
Actually, you answer
Go ahead.
that. Jews do
I'm done.
call for
The
the conversion
extermination.
of Christians, goyim. They call them goyims. You know.
yeah,
Yeah.
but you know the thing about it, Kyla, that's not written in their book in the Torah
I
in the
know what
first 5 books of
Follow,
the Bible.
follow?
Those are fringe groups that are hateful, right? But in the Quran, it tells you can't be friends with a Christian unless you become one of them, right?
No, you misinterpret that one.
It said, don't say I misinterpreted, but I mean, you guys think that because it's written in Arabic, Christians won't be able to understand it and read it and know what it's about. The reality is, Islam is a hateful religion that hates Jews and Christians,
So
and they want everybody to be subjugated to under the sword of Muhammad. And we're not going to stand for that shit. Look, first of all, let me just finish my point, Captain Hit. First of all, look. Usually, I'm a leftist, so I don't like unnecessary aggression. But when you saw what happened on October 6th, when these guys went into Israel, took women and children,
False flag.
I mean, Kyla, I'm just trying to make my statement here.
Israel always does false flags.
Honey,
Kyla,
let
I'm trying to make a
him
statement.
All right. Let
They're
everybody.
false
Let Elvis.
flags, just like
Hold
9/11
on.
was
Honey,
an
that duly
inside
noted.
job
Let
done
Elvis
by
finish.
the United States
Honey
and
flower,
Israel.
sister. Let Elvis finish talking. You know, he has the floor.
Right, we all saw what happened, right? Now I get it. I'm always going to be in favor of the underdog. If somebody is bullying somebody, I'm going to be in favor of the person that's being bullied and stand up for it. Israel has a outmatched military power when it comes to Hamas and Gaza and the West Bank. We know that they've been separated through fence, through some kind of buffer zone or whatever the case may be. But you go in after women. We saw videos, bro, gruesome videos of people dropping grenades in the little bunkers where people got killed. We saw that it was crazy violent. And then people say that Israel should have gone in there amongst all of those people and try to go pinpoint those guys and kill them without killing civilians. It's almost an impossible task to ask Israel to do. So I don't support the war with kids dying. But when you have Hamas, who is the governmental arm in Gaza, you take as a government, as people who are responsible for your people, you take a military action, and then you hide behind your people, and then you cry to the world that your people are being killed. That's cowardice. You can't expect us to be on your side when you go and attack a country that's bigger than you, that can kick your ass. You attack them, and then they start kicking your ass, and you start crying behind your people. That's one. The second thing is
true, though. That is true. You don't provoke a war and then think you're gonna get the world's sympathy. You gotta.
They had no choice.
If Hamas, what you gotta do is they had to wait. If they want to fight Israel, they should have waited until they was ready for them. And then they could have that war that they want so badly. But you don't fight nobody. You don't. What's the world saying? Oh yeah, in the Art of War, they said, if a battle can't be won, what? Don't fight it. That's one of the first rules of the Art of War. If you know you cannot win a war, don't fight it. No one ever told Hamas that. You didn't have the means to fight this country called Israel and whatnot. So you gotta wait. They couldn't wait.
So Yahya Sinwar, the leader of Hamas, who was getting funded by Iran through Qatar, was always talking shit, thinking that he had the full backing of Iran. If they started kicking their ass, Iran was going to step in.
Israel was fun. You can't tell me that with Israel, with 25 miles of border, that's all they had, and with all of the technology, infrared, night vision, they have acoustic sensors for digging, that they did not know that these people were amassing across the border and were coming across. No, that was completely done by Netanyahu, and even the former prime ministers of Israel have said that Netanyahu planned that. He made sure the money was funneled in Bahrain to these people in Hamas. That's where the money was.
So Israel's fault that their people got killed.
So, you don't think that the Jews will sacrifice themselves for?
No, you're blaming the victims. Forget about Netanyahu. Those innocent people at that party, that festival, right? It was their fault that Hamas came in there and killed them.
Yeah. So what about the innocent people in the West Bank?
No. Let me hear what he got to say about that.
What about the people? Okay, so now they went over that once again. They let them in.
I'm not talking about the fun. I'm talking about the people who got killed. It was their fault that they got killed.
Well, who let them in?
Elvis, did the people in the West Bank start?
What did you think? Be quiet. I'm asking him a question. Was it their fault that they got killed?
My question is this: who let them across the border? There's no way that they could have gotten across the border without them knowing. They don't have 1,200 miles of border like we in America. They have 25 miles. That's it. and they have.
I mean, you're not answering my question. You're blaming the people. If somebody coming to your house and take,
okay.
I'm going to avenge them. If you have the ability to avenge your family members,
somehow Hamas with rifles somehow defeated the triple canopy wall of Israel with all.
Okay, that's what I see. That's what I keep saying. It was their fault that they got killed.
Yeah, so
it was the people's fault that Hamas came in and killed them.
What do you think Israel? What do you think Israel says?
Zionist.
Honey pot, I'm not talking to you. I'm going to avoid you because Kyla wants to protect you. I'm not going to engage. Kyla, I'm not going to engage with her because I don't want you to get sensitive. I'm just going to talk to the men because you think we pick on her, so I'm just going to leave her alone. But Captain Head,
you guys do pick on
Captain Head, I'm saying that those people who died shouldn't have died.
Elvis, let me ask you this: when you ask an Israeli Jew about the killing children in Gaza, what do they say about killing children? What do they say about killing children right now? Okay, they went over there, they killed 1,000 people. Okay, now Israel has killed about 40,000. But what do they say about killing children? Have you seen what they say about killing children?
You know, Captain Hill, I like your passion. I like your fact that you worry about killing children. I want you to focus on northern Nigeria, where they're killing babies, where they're capturing girls, teenage girls, and keeping them as sex slaves. I want you to transfer some of that anger to Africa that you care about so much. In the northern Nigeria, where the Muslim dominate and they're killing African children all the time, bombing them to smithereens. Do you care about that, or you don't care about that because they're not Muslims?
I don't. No.
Where do they
don't
get the
care.
weapons?
No, that doesn't have relevance right now.
It doesn't have relevance. Okay. So you want to cry about children when it's Arab Muslims, but you don't care about the children who are African children that are being killed by jihadists in northern Nigeria. Okay.
Elvis, these Jews want you to be eliminated.
Forget about the Jews. Focus on Africa right now. What's happening in northern Nigeria? What's happening in Burkina Faso? What's happening there with the jihadists in Mali?
Once again, what's happening is that you're defending a people that want to see you exterminated.
Who are you defending? You're defending the Arabs who wants to see Christians and enslave black people just as well as the Jews so-called hate black people. Come on, man.
The Arabs.
The only thing that got you in common with those Palestinians are they're Muslims. So you go out there and you cape for them. You're not caping for the non-Muslim in Nigeria who are being killed. You're not caping for the people in Osun State who jihadists went into a church and killed them. Are you caping for them?
Are there churches in Palestine? Are there churches in
Elvis,
Palestine?
I'm not a Muslim.
Kwame, I don't care. I'm not worried about you, bro.
No, nobody can. There are churches in
Kwame, you got a fact.
Gaza Strip. There's Christians in the Gaza Strip that are being killed. There are doctors that went in there that have no religion. No, this is just people.
Kyla already agreed, and we're both men. We understand. Look, you're a military man. If you are a military man, somebody knock you outside of your mouth unprovoked, you think you're not going to respond in kind, especially if you have the upper hand militarily? You're going to.
Of course, we're going to respond. We're going to respond with a tremendous amount of force.
Exactly.
Now, what Israel is doing is Israel thinks they're trying. Now, when you look at the size of Iran compared to Israel, I don't think people realize how big Iran is.
We realize how big Iran is. We have some intellect.
It's so vast, it's ridiculous. And what Israel is doing, because once again, they're provoking them. They attacked them first, and now they want America to come defend it. I mean, once again, we did this for them for Iraq.
Look, there's a parable in Africa. There's a parable in Africa, Captain Hitt. I'm gonna share it with you, right? It's a bit funny and it's a bit crass. It says that a dog measures his asshole before it swallows a bone, right? And what that means is you don't take on things that you can't handle. So if Israel started this war, I'm not in favor of the United States going in there and joining them and fighting the war.
Yeah, we shouldn't be fighting.
I'm in favor of that. I'm saying if Israel measure their asshole and they swallow that bone to bomb Iran, let them deal with it. They know what they're doing.
Let's get back now. Let's talk about what's happening in Nigeria. Okay, so now in Nigeria,
so Albert, you support boots on the ground in Iran?
I just said I don't support it.
Okay.
No, man, there's no way. That's a disaster. You don't. There's no. We cannot.
It doesn't matter. They're gonna do whatever they want either way. However you feel about it, you have no power.
Your boy Trump is there. So if Trump thinks he wants to go to war, hey, that's who you got to support it.
It's going to be okay. If you were Iran, what would you do now? How could you hurt America if you're Iran? What's the first thing that you would do if America sits there and bombs you? What do you think that you would do? What's the first thing that you would do?
I don't know. I'll bomb America, and then it'll be the enemy.
Israel and America are the biggest supporters of terrorists.
What do you say? What do you say, Kwame?
Israel and America.
What would you do if you were Iran?
Everybody knows Wahhabism was created by
look who
British.
they support.
I mean, she is retarded. She is retarded. She got that maggot from those raw meat to be eating her brains right now.
They supported Al Qaeda.
Are you out of your mind? You know who Ibn Wahhab is? You know who he is? He was one of the person that helped.
They created a militant form of
the Republic of Saudi Arabia. That was not even before the United States even got involved in Saudi Arabia. What are you talking about? You don't even understand the ideology of Wahhabism. What is this female talking about? So uninformed.
What are you talking?
But look, if Iran,
you're cutting up. I didn't hear you.
I know.
Yeah, Elvis, your mic keep going in and out.
Hey, Elvis, who supported the men in power right now in Syria?
You said who supported the men in power? Are you getting me? Is my mic cutting off? Maybe I need to close some apps behind here.
I said who supported the men right now in power in Syria?
I mean, you want to say it was the U.S., it was Israel, whatever you say, brother. They want a regime change. If you want somebody going, the enemy of your enemy is your friend. You have to understand. You have to understand how warfare works, Kwame. Don't be idealistic. This is war. No, you have to work with your enemies.
No, but you put the onus on Iran supporting terrorism. I said, so what about Israel and America supporting all the terrorists?
You know what the octopus is in that region? The octopus in that region was Syria, Iraq, Iran, Lebanon. Right? The only one friend that Israel has in there is Jordan. Jordan is even helping with their Iron Dome also to help put down some of those rockets.
Well, they're not doing a good job.
Elvis,
but they're helping.
Who's wanted by the ICC?
Not doing a good job.
Who's wanted by the International Court for War Crime? Is it Iran or Israel?
I mean, you can say Netanyahu because they're trying to put some kind of case on him. But I'm telling you,
you can't just say Netanyahu. No, he is convicted and is a war criminal in by the ICJ. So it's not. You can't say it. He is. He is.
Okay, fine. You gotta go. You gotta go there and get him.
Who's regularly condemned for war crimes at the United Nations?
I don't care, bro. If you go in there and you attack Israel, they're going to hit you back 10 times harder. That's what
has to defend
but
Israel.
If Iran is such a big supporter of terrorism, why they not indicted by the International Court or United Nations?
Bro, Kwame, you're not this dense. That's why sometimes I get frustrated talking to you when you ask these simple questions, brother. The entire world knows, right, that Iran is supporting these movement. They support Hezbollah. They support Hamas. They support the Houthis. They're supporting these militia movements that is helping to destabilize the region.
So why not the Ayatollah is not indicted by the international courts or condemned by the United Nations?
I mean, go ask that international court, brother. Go ask them.
They have the right to defend themselves. They can defend themselves without being called terrorists.
Hey, caller.
Probably watching news on the other side. You worry about this conversation.
But right,
you there or you outside?
It's probably at the gas station.
Yeah, Elvis. Right now, I don't know what you've been seeing, Elvis, but let me tell you something. It's estimated right now Israel has suffered $500 billion worth of damage, and you're not going to see it. They're hiding that. They're getting.
I mean, are you saying that Israel is losing the war right now?
Israel can't. Their people are leaving. The exodus, the reverse exodus is happening.
I mean, come on, Captain. You're a military man. If one faction can touch your top generals, can touch a lot of people in your top scientists, and you kill about 25 of them, and you bomb a few buildings, you think you're winning the war?
The people in Israel are fleeing like rats to Cyprus right now. They're fleeing right now.
They killed 9 scientists, not 25.
Yeah.
Who said 25?
You said 25.
Did I say 25?
You just said 20. You just said if they could touch 25 of they top.
No, I said they can touch your top military leaders. I didn't say 25. I didn't
Yeah,
say
okay,
number.
but once again, you got to understand that that's why we have a chain of command. Next man up. So even as a platoon commander, I get killed. Boom, the platoon sergeant takes over. Next man up.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, Israel has the intelligence, sophistication to get these guys anywhere they try to hide in the rank.
It doesn't make it. It's
They
not
got Mossad on the ground that's killing them like flies.
Why not? Why don't you take? Why don't you? How about this? Why don't you take a trip to put a ticket?
Why are you
They bring
saying
out that
killing them
Fahad
like flies?
until they
They're
start
human
bringing out
Israel
those
beings.
Fahad hypersonic
So
missiles.
should people ever feel
Yeah, I'm
bad when
I'm
they're
never
in
going to a
Israel
Muslim
and
country,
something
brother.
happens to Africans? Should
No,
people
that's
feel
so.
bad?
You go to
You're calling
Israel.
them
Google
flies. They're
flights.
human beings. That's because you follow this ideology where you think that that country is holy. Those people are holy. Meanwhile, they're behind the porn industry. They're behind the banking industry. They're behind all these industries.
Who's talking about holy immorality?
You worship
this is
the Jews. They are
this is
the
amoral. It's
Jews
not
are
moral
your
or
God.
immoral.
But
The
It's
Elvis, why
Jews
you
are
amoral.
your
starting from
God.
October 7th? Why you don't
Bow
go
down
start
to
from
the
the
Jews.
Aliyah
They're your God.
or that time?
Yeah.
You said what?
Didn't the Jews kill
You
Jesus? I
said
don't
that
understand why they worship them like that.
Palestinian attacked them first.
Exactly.
But what about the Aliyah and what about the West Bank? They who from the West Bank attacked Israel for them to be annexing them right now?
Kwame, what about KFC? What about McDonald's? What about Burger King? Stop with this whataboutism, man. I don't care about that nonsense. What about? I'm telling you, there's been scrimmages between Hamas and the IDF. Over time, they have a peace agreement, and there's peace between them for years.
But
And then, so what happened on October 7th?
Yeah.
They came into the land of Israel that separated them by that war, and killed people, took hostages, and ran back into Gaza.
And what did Israel do?
What should Israel have done, Kwame? Just let it be.
What Israel did was just start bombing children and killing
Just let it be,
little
Kwame. Is that what they should have done?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what
Nah.
they did.
I,
They
I,
Okay,
ended
then.
up
I'm not
bombing
really speaking
babies.
about
That's what they
Hamas
did.
and Gaza. I'm talking about the West Bank, really.
Yeah, the West Bank is a different case. Right now,
Israel from the West Bank?
Let me ask you this, Elvis, since you want to talk military terms and being tactical.
I'm not a military guy, so I can't compete with you on that in that realm.
If Hamas killed 1,300 people, what do you think is the proportional response that Israel should have killed on the other side? Tell me, what's the proportion?
You know that's not how war works, brother. Captain Hit. It's not about proportional. If you're going after targets, right?
Let me ask you this: if we kill, like right now, IDF, and I've seen the videos, the IDF are killing people, kids, shooting kids in the heads with snipers, shooting kids, and the reason why they're killing kids is because they say, oh, that kid's going to grow up to be a Hamas guy. So they have no idea. They just make a decision on that.
Captain, hey, you can't be that naive. All due respect, in Iran there were innocent women who will go up to soldiers and blow them up. Innocent kids who you think are going for water across the street will blow themselves up.
Bro.
You know how these Islamic jihad.
Yeah. So
Elvis, is there evidence for that?
Elvis, you're talking about.
They want to get their virgins in heaven and their endless penises. They want to get their houris from hell that they can see through the bone marrow. They want to see all of these things so they will kill themselves in a heartbeat to go to Jannah and see Allah.
Armageddon for a man to come on a cloud and rescue. You guys want to end the whole world for one man to come back. So you're no better. America, the West, Christian evangelists, Christian terrorism is the reason why we have all these wars.
Right. That's right. All Christian.
Imagine an Islamic fundamentalist terrorist telling us that we Christians, we are terrorism. Imagine the hypocrisy.
Yes, you are terrorism because
these are the people who are blowing themselves up to go get 72 virgins in heaven.
You're scared of somebody bombing themselves when
these are the people who are going on buses in Nigeria and bombing themselves and killing innocent Africans. And these are the people who are not terrorists.
And who was it? And who was it? The Christian named Leopold.
They have
how many people, Africans?
I will agree with you.
He didn't do it in the name of religion.
Did Jesus say?
I will agree with you there.
They don't say Jesus. They say democracy. Demonocracy is what they. White supremacy and white Jesus massacred millions and millions and millions and millions.
Was Louisville a real Christian?
But I'm not gonna
Get the
lie.
hell
I'm
out
not
of
gonna
here.
lie though. Fundamental
I
Islam
wasn't hearing
versus
anything. I guess my internet was breaking
Fundamental
down.
Islam, yes, they use it as a weapon, but behind the Arab is always a greedy Jew rubbing their hands together, the chosen
but
ones,
but
the people that you guys worship on that
but honey
holy
flower
land that
ain't
you're
no
waiting
Jew ain't
for.
no Jew in northern Nigeria or the Sahel right now.
No, they fund it. Are you
They
serious?
fund that. They
Where do
fund
these
that.
okay? Where do these shithole Africans get the
They
advanced
fund it.
machinery? Where are
They
they
fund
getting the
it.
tanks? Where are they
More
Honey,
than
getting
honey,
more
the
than
honey
likely
pot say they fund it, Kwame. They fund
Yeah,
it.
they do fund it. I don't know
more
why
than
you're
likely
talking.
Saudi
My English is
Arabia.
better than yours.
Hey
More than
Elvis, come on.
They fund it.
Okay, Elvis.
Hey,
We can have a debate. You
Okay,
got
honey
your
King,
pot.
you
no,
don't mind.
because he's an African Zionist evangelist
They're
Christian
gonna
who
they're
thinks
gonna
that
kill
he has
all
a
those Muslims and
Zionist.
drop bombs on their head. The next bit they're going back to Somalia and drop bombs on their head.
And
And
then
then go to
okay,
Sudan and
and
drop
when they do
bombs
that
on
to
their
any
head. Just
African
what they did to the
country,
Somalis when the
don't
U.S.
try.
government supported the Kenyan government, and they went out
Don't
there and
cry
they
when they
kicked and
start
hit.
doing that to
They
African countries,
come
because
on,
guess
come
what?
on.
Don't cry.
We're not crying. We're against Islamist
What's
terrorists.
next?
We're against
What's
jihadists.
next?
They're killing them and
I
they're killing them like
no,
flies and
they're
they're
not.
crying. Nobody's listening to their cries because they're violent, they're extremists, they're fundamentalists, and they deserve to
And
get what they're
Jesus is
getting.
listening to your
Elvis,
shithole cries.
Leopold
Why
the
is your
second.
country the shithole when you
I ain't
pray
saying
to
nothing about
Jesus?
Jesus. I ain't saying nothing
Okay,
about Jesus.
who's listening to all these
I ain't saying
African
nothing about
shithole
Hold
countries that are
Jesus.
praying to
on,
Jesus
Muta,
every single
buddy.
day?
Muta
Who's
practitioner.
listening?
Yo,
I ain't saying
Who's
nothing about Jesus.
listening to
Muta
the
practitioner.
African Christians whose
everybody
countries are
chill.
shitholes?
Yo, take
Is
us out.
Jesus
Everybody
listening to
chill.
your black ass?
Captain
No.
Hit has a
Where
question for
was Jesus
Elvis
for 400
about King
years
Lear. Honeyflower.
during
Yeah.
slavery? Nowhere to be
Honeyflower.
seen.
Honeyflower. Come on, kid.
No, like
I
I
know.
just don't
We
You're
get
gonna
understand.
start crying, Carla. That's why I didn't want to engage with her. She
Where
kept trying
was
to engage
hold
with me.
Jesus for
on, we
400
get you, but
years during
I want
No,
slavery?
David
Nowhere to
Honeyflower's
Hit
be
got a
to
point.
seen.
No,
I
Honeyflower,
want
I'm with
David
you,
Hit. Why he
Honeyflower.
got it on his mind? What are you saying about King Leopold?
Yeah,
Was he
I was
Christian?
going to say. So Elvis, so tell me about King Leopold. What religion was he, and what did he do to the Africans?
Thank you, thank you. Great question. And Captain, here you're a smart guy. I want to know that you're smart. I know that you're
Oh,
smart.
you're smart. You're a smart person too, and we know
King
we all.
Leopold, King Leopold was not doing that in the name of Christianity. He was not doing that to conquer the Congo for the kingdom of Jesus Christ.
Okay, so what
Elvis, let me
was
say this. I got to ask this question. I got to always ask, right? Why is it that when it comes like to and I could call myself a Christian, right? But every time Christians they could get away with, we know when people go to countries, right? They the real goal is to get the land, get the resource, and everything like that. But they mask it as the Kenyans would have a saying. When the white man came to Africa, he had the Bible, we had the land. When it was all over said and done, he had the land and we had the Bible. So what I'm saying is this: could it be that Christians are doing the same thing? Look, let me tell you something. This is my opinion, right? Don't come for me, whatever like that. And I'm studying this. Whether it's Christian crusades or the Islamic jihad and all that, it's all about young men, right? Wanting land, wanting power, recognition, and some sort of order that they can live under, and with respect, and they impose their will and project power onto somebody else. Whether it's Christians, whether it's Zionists, whether it's Islam, that's all it is. Young men that basically have the most dangerous thing in the world is idle young men with ambition. And you get these jihadists, people sitting around, the modern world's coming around them, right? And the bottom, they see their women that were promised to them by the time they were 21. Don't have a wife virgin waiting for them. They don't have a wife or virgin waiting for them. They see women with hair out, going to college, getting education and whatnot. So they're drawn to the idea of fundamental. And what it really comes down to, just like Christianity is, you want to control your women. You want her to be the vessel, all that stuff like that to suit you. Now you cloak it in Christianity, you cloak it in Zionism, you cloak it in Hinduism, you cloak it in Islam, but it's all the same thing. That answers the question right there. All of them the same thing.
Guys, can
Right.
I
And
make this
the
point
point
real
here is
quick?
that when you're talking about fundamentalists, right? Whose book talk about them going through a struggle, a jihad, going through that and telling them that if they do certain actions and they kill themselves, they go to heaven and they get 72 virgins. When your book tell you that, and you can indoctrinate kids with that mentality to go out there and kill themselves on your behalf because they are promised virgins in Jenna, that's a bad religion. Christianity never advocated for people to kill themselves in the name of Jesus Christ. Never.
Kyler, can I make this point real quick?
Hold up, that's a very fringe part of Islam. Come on, let's be honest.
No, Kyler, have you read the Quran? It's in the Quran. This is not a French. This is in the Quran.
And
go ahead, open up the Quran right now. Let's go to the verse. Let's go.
It's not in the Quran. It's in the Hadith. Can I make this point real quick?
Hadiths are totally different.
We can't.
Hadith are the actions and the saying of Muhammad.
Yeah,
Hold on.
They're not different.
Can I just make this one point real quick?
Time. Come on.
We can't forget the edicts from the Catholic Church and the papal bulls that got us, that transported nearly 20 million Africans. And
yeah, that was
in the name.
Elvis. You got to name.
First of all, I'm not a Catholic. I'm a Protestant Baptist. I'm not a Catholic.
You're a Christian.
They're Christians.
No, Catholics are Christians like you.
No, we're different. We're different. We're different. Catholics and Protestants are not the same.
Well, why don't you separate Shia and Sunni Islam?
You know,
they both Islam.
We do. I like the Shia. I like the Sunnis a little better because the Shia are almost like a mystical people.
Okay, let me
ask you all kind of nonsense.
Elvis, you've heard of the conquistadors, correct? You've heard of them?
Yeah. Yeah, the Spanish conquerors.
Yeah, the Spanish conquerors, and you know they came with of course to spread the religion of Christ. How many people do you think were killed by them?
I don't know. They went there to conquer.
Oh, I'll tell you. 55 million. That's okay. That's how. So the indigenous population was probably 90% of the.
I hear all of that. What does the Bible say about going and conquering people? What does the Bible say about that?
Which part? The New Testament or the Old Testament?
What does the Bible say about going there and killing people and conquering them in the name of Jesus Christ? What does the Bible say about that?
What does it say? Tell me.
It doesn't say anything about conquering people in the name of Jesus Christ. Don't forget, we are Christians. We're not Jews. We're going after we're in the likeness of Jesus Christ, not after the Jews.
But you believe in the Bible, though.
Yeah, but we are Christians. We're after Jesus Christ. When Jesus Christ never told us Christians to go out there and kill people in His name. Matter of fact, something that the Muslims laugh at us for is because we said turn the other cheek. So Muslims think we're coward because we turn the other cheek, and they think they're violent. But when Christians, when the crusade went in the Middle East and kicked their ass, they never forgot it. They always go, well, you guys did the crusade. You guys did the crusade. Christians, we don't like to be violent, but when we're pushed against the wall, we'll kick some Muslim ass. And that's what we're doing right now.
I mean, Elvis,
you're African. You're not a white person. We're talking about we.
Yeah, Elvis, you're
Muta practitioner. Don't talk to me, please. Go ahead, Captain.
And Honey Flower, in Islam, we always will respect women, and I understand we'll give you the respect because a woman has rights in Islam. Those rights are protected in Islam.
Yeah, the women have rights to not be seen in public. Those are big rights. The women can only be. It takes 3 women to witness in court for a man.
Okay, my thing is this:
women can't inherit their father property in Islam. Women sure do have a lot of rights.
Why can't it be?
Yeah, they do have rights.
So, Elvis, sure. What did Paul say about women in the church?
Yeah, women have a lot of rights in Islam.
Why can't it be?
What did Paul say about women?
I don't know, Kwame. That's why she asked me on this question. I don't know. Tell me what Paul said about women.
Elvis, I can't understand. Elvis, how come you don't know your Bible? Because there's so many.
I don't answer stupid questions. That's why I don't answer Kwame.
Women should be quiet according to Paul.
Yeah, and what does the Bible say? Husband, love your wife, just like Christ loved the church.
I'm sure that say that in the Quran.
No. Islam say you can take a little twig and whip your wife with it if she doesn't do what you want her to do. Bible never says anything about beating your wife.
I think it's confusing a hadith with the Quran.
It says you can beat your wife in Islam. It says your wife. It says that it's hard for women to go to. It says there's no women. It's hard for women to go to heaven.
What ayat is that?
What are you saying, Carla?
Why does it always have to be?
No, I'm gonna play this video. Hold up. I'll play a video. I didn't think it was on. About the conquistador. We talked about the conquistadors. Let's find something out.
No, the key point here, Carla, it's not that individuals doing bad things, right? It's what does the book say about the action that they're doing. If your book is telling you that you should do these actions,
Elvis, don't do respect. Like I said, I'm Christian, but Elvis. The whole thing is this. Black people in America were enslaved for 300 something years under the name of the fact that they believed that the God ordained, whatever, exactly. No matter whether that was wrong or not. So why can't, even though you will say now that we're wrong, they manipulated the Bible and everything like that, could it be, Elvis, that maybe Islam, some people are misinterpreting the Quran, stuff like that, but Islam fundamentally means good? Why can't
No, it doesn't. It doesn't, Carla.
Of course it does.
It doesn't.
There's like a billion Muslims on the earth. How many people are blowing? How many people are blowing shit up in the Muslim world, Elvis? Out of the billion Muslims on the earth.
Yeah.
You said how many people are blowing shit up, Kyler?
Yeah,
have you heard about the suicide? Have you heard about the suicide bomber? Have you heard about the people that blew up the World Trade Towers?
Does he represent Does he represent a billion Muslims? Do the Ku Klux Klan represent a billion Christians? Come on.
We're talking about ideology. We're not just talking about individual actions. If an ideology tells you that it's okay to go on a struggle and kill people and bring terror to them, even Muhammad said that people heard him.
Isn't that what happened to us in America?
Elvis, you are safer in a Muslim country than you are here. Right here,
hell no.
Christian nation.
Hell no.
Murdered, more.
I ain't going to no damn filthy Muslim country.
More pedophiles. How many pedophiles are in that?
Bro, Muhammad married Aisha at 6 years old. Abu Bakr gave him his daughter at 6 years old, and he consummated that marriage when she was 9. That's disgusting. That's pedophilia, man.
All right, movies on. Movies playing. Quiet theater. Movies on.
Greatest Islamic
The
scholars.
Aztecs were a dominant military force of a rich culture.
The
empire's capital, Tenochtitlan, was amongst the 3 largest cities on Earth, and its emperor, Moctezuma II, was a wise and intelligent leader. Fast forward just 2.5 years, and somehow, this most mighty of empires had been utterly defeated. The sheer speed of this demise is nothing short of stunning. But even more remarkable is how that demise came about. Because the great and powerful Aztecs weren't toppled by a vast invading army or obliterated in an apocalypse-class natural disaster.
42, I know this guy. I follow him.
Defeated by just 500 men. And not just any men. Their conquerors were a ragtag group of Spanish mutineers who didn't even have permission to be there in the first place. Now, I know what you're thinking. How the hell
they didn't have permission to be there?
Conquer an empire of 6 million souls in just 2.5 years? Well, pour yourself a steaming mug of chocolat and prepare the nearest human for ritual sacrifice, because this is a story of politics, pestilence, puppet kings, and polyglots. This is the story of the fall of the Aztec Empire.
Hala, how long is this documentary?
Did you know that having a job you don't enjoy or you find stressful negatively affects your physical health? This 2021 research paper found that stress spills out from the workplace and reduces quality of life and life expectancy. But what? Newly installed Spanish governor of Cuba, a man called Diego Velázquez, it became clear that this was no island. It was a brand new continent, North America. A shiny new continent to explore, colonize, was exciting news. But even more encouraging were reports that the natives of this brave new world possessed large quantities of the one thing the Spanish valued above all else: sleep. Gold. By 1519, Governor Velázquez had decided it was high time he figured out where all that gold was coming from, and so he put together a third, significantly larger expedition to further explore the mainland. He hired his brother-in-law to lead the mission, a man by the name of Hernán Cortés, known to his mates as Big Hearn, probably. Cortés was a Spaniard, but he'd lived in the Caribbean for most of his adult life, and he had been heavily involved in the Spanish conquest of Hispaniola. On paper, he was the perfect candidate for the job. He was experienced, charismatic, and capable. But for all his virtues, Cortés was an extremely ambitious man, and several of Velázquez's closest allies were concerned that he couldn't be trusted. And it turns out they were absolutely right, because Cortés had no intention of letting Velázquez take all the glory for delivering the Americas to the Spanish crown. No, he planned to go rogue and claim that glory for himself.
Hey everybody, it's Tony Robbins. Listen, I've spent the past 43 years now.
It was a Christian conquest of the New World. You know, let me get Jonathan Miller on. Somebody that feedback in the background. Come on.
What's up, Kyle? I was just listening to the show. Elvis, you can't be supporting the U.S. like that, brother. That's a stretch, brother.
He's a Zionist.
My
Like
whole thing
most
is my whole
African
problem with that
Christians are
is
Zionists.
the fact that America, Elvis, let me ask Elvis a question. Elvis, do you think America is a Christian country?
Nope, America is a secular country.
Okay, yeah. So what we'll talk about is America's a secular country, but does it have Christian principles, whatever?
Nope.
No.
Because Christianity just is based on good, right? It's supposed to be good, that see a fellow man, stuff like that, And so I don't basically, understand why is it that, okay, when we look at the Middle East, right? If we don't believe America is a Christian country and everything like that, why are we upholding these values, defending America against Iran, and all these other countries that?
One question. Well, hold on. On the dollar bill, though, I see the words "In God We Trust." What God are they talking about?
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Elvis? What God? Who's God?
Is what's written on the dollar bill in the Constitution?
Yeah. No, it says "In God We Trust."
Is that a policy? Is that a policy point?
Currency,
it's just a model. It's a model. It's not a policy that affects your life. The Constitution said this country. They will hold on. You can't discriminate based on religion, based on creed.
I understand that, but it's
so why are you bringing that up? It's irrelevant. It doesn't have any bearing on anybody to practice their religion. You have a freedom of religion.
Which God are they talking about? Which God?
You have a freedom of religion.
Okay, so
it means that in God we trust. If you trust in your God, if it's Allah, the moon God, if it's Jehovah, if it's whatever, Krishna, if it's one of those African gods, Shango, whatever God you trust in, fine. It doesn't specify and it doesn't respect, it doesn't hold one religion over another.
So for you, so your God is then Jesus, right? So in your mind, your God is Jesus?
Who is your God?
My God is the God of Jesus, the God that Jesus prayed to.
Jesus never prayed to no God called Allah. Jesus is not even mentioned in the Quran.
Who?
Jesus is not even mentioned in the Quran.
Of course, he's mentioned in the Quran.
When is Jesus mentioned in the Quran?
Oh my God! You wait, Elvis. You're joking with me right this second.
Isa is not Jesus.
Oh, so the word Isa. So the word it is.
Where does the word Isa come from?
Isa is the Arabic word for Jesus.
It's not an Arabic word. It's a transliteration of the word of the Greek name for Jesus, Isus.
Oh, so it's
a transliteration of that name. And in the Bible, name have meaning. You can't change a person's name; it loses its meaning.
Elvis, you actually just said, when you said that, you just admitted that Jesus is mentioned in the Bible or mentioned in the Quran.
No. When I say Jesus, the name Jesus, they call him Isa, which is a transliteration of. I'm sure, Captain, here you know about Walaka Al-Naf, right?
But to be fair, Elvis, Jesus' name ain't Jesus. That's a translation.
They talking about Jesus is mentioned in the Quran, right? And they're using the Arabic name to mean Jesus, but it's not even who Jesus is. All of the names that they got.
That's a translation of his name translated to another language. So even when you say Jesus, you're not actually saying the right name. So if you can't translate the name
when I say
in Arabic,
Jesus not mentioned in the Quran, it's not Jesus.
The name in another language.
Of course it is. Well, okay. In the Quran, Surah 575, it says the Christ, Son of Mary. It says that's the translation.
Who is the Messiah in your Quran? Is Isa the Messiah?
Isa is the Messiah.
Okay.
But it's let me read from the Quran, and you tell me who they're talking about. It says here in Surah 575, the Christ, Son of Mary, was but an apostle. All other apostles have passed away before him, and his mother was one who never deviated from the truth, and they both ate food like other mortals.
And that's a damn lie too, because did Jesus die in the Quran? Did he die?
Did he eat?
Did he die? I'm asking you a question. You said he was just an apostle. He was just a man, right? Did he die in the Quran?
Apostle. He does.
I'm asking you a question. Just answer me. Yes or no? Did he die?
He was not killed. Like
did he commit any sin in the Quran?
Did he commit sin? He doesn't say that he committed any.
He didn't commit sin. Was he sired by a man in the Quran?
No, he came from a woman. But wait, Adam
was he sired by a man? Did his father and his mother have sex to procreate him?
Technically, Elvis, we don't have evidence of. I mean, that's.
It says that Jesus is a spirit proceeding from Allah. In your Quran, it says that he's a spirit proceeding from Allah. It said he's the word of Allah. He's the Messiah. He's going to come back at judgment and judge every Muslim. That's what your Quran said. It says Jesus is God in your Quran.
That's right, and he's coming back in the name of Allah.
So nah.
Can you prove?
The Bible already said it, and that's what we believe the Bible said. Every knee shall bow, every tongue shall confess that Jesus Christ is Lord. And Muhammad was confessing that Jesus Christ is Lord without even realizing it.
Wait a minute.
How can you
Elvis, how many Bibles exist?
Yeah.
It's like over 30 of them. Which one do you believe in?
How do you prove to me that?
My standard is usually the King James Version is the closest to the original Hebrew. Nothing is 100% translated. But I lean on the King James Bible more so than the other translations.
My father was the only person he read. He knew the Greek translation.
That's right. All your Bible came from the Greeks, from the translation, and nobody knows who Greek and John are. Nobody knows
who compiled your Quran. Was it Hafs?
It was the Muslims. It came from.
It was Hafs. It was Hafs. The Quran you have right now is compiled by Hafs. When Uthman, the Caliphate Uthman, burned most of the other versions of the Quran, and Hafs, compiled this one that you guys are reading right now was Hafs. There was many verses in the Quran that was missing.
The Quran, and there's only one Quran, and it's memorized by millions of people. Millions.
I mean, what does that mean?
Wait, what does that mean? Let me ask you this: what Bible is the correct Bible? Because there's so many versions. Which one do you read?
My father read the Gates.
I read a King James Bible because it's the closest translation that we have. There's other translation that try to make it easier in terms of the language.
King James, you mean?
Hold on. I'm speaking, Captain Hit. Okay. There are other versions of the Bible that try to make it easier and more simplistic so that people can understand it. Because the King James Version was written in Old English, and most people can't really understand it in simple English. So there's been a variety of different Bibles that's been translated and kind of broken down in terms of the English, so that's not so complex that people can't understand.
How do you know that's correct? You just take it.
Look, Muhammad said that he confirmed what is in the hands of the Christians and the Jews in the Quran. Did he not say that? Did he not say that?
Yeah, he did say that. But
then. So what are you talking about?
But what we do know is this: that it has been your Bible has been manipulated throughout.
Oh, okay, all right.
Jesus is. Wait, do you think does Jesus? Do you think that he's all knowing?
Yes, the Quran said that Jesus knows what you have in your house, what you hide in your house. Did it not say that?
No. It does not say that. Jesus is not God. So wait, is Jesus?
It doesn't say that Jesus knows what you hide in your house.
Is he all knowing?
No. I ask you a question. Does it not say that Jesus knows what you hide in your house?
No, it doesn't say that. Now,
what does it say? What does it say?
It doesn't say. It says Jesus. He was nothing. He was a man who was a prophet.
He was a man that wasn't born by another man. He was a man that didn't die. Allah made it look like he died on the cross, but instead it took him to heaven. He never died. He never committed sin. He was able to create a bird from the mud and make it into a living being.
So let me.
But he was just a man. Muhammad died. Muhammad died. He got poisoned.
He was a man.
He died, and his body started to stink, and they had to bury him. Jesus never died.
Is Jesus all knowing? Does he know everything?
Yes, of course.
He was reciting what was in your books.
So how come he said? So if Jesus is all knowing, so he communicates with God, correct?
Yeah, he said he doesn't know the hour. That's only the Father that decided.
Okay, so wait. So is Jesus all knowing or not?
Yeah, he's all knowing. He gave you the signs. He said when the tribulations happen. When the man of perdition goes into the holy place, he gave you all the signs that let you know that the time is near. So he knows.
You can prove that you have the correct. If God is all knowing and Jesus is all knowing, God is the correct God. Just leave it. Just believe what you.
If you think that God is all knowing and Jesus is all knowing,
bro, Muhammad was a sinner in his book. Muhammad married his son's wife.
Cannot prove Jesus.
He took his adopted son's wife and married her.
You know,
You
and
cannot
how do you?
Jesus is God. It's just belief. It's just that's all it is.
He's not God.
He married Zainab, right? Zainab ben Josh. How did he get her? Whose wife were her before Muhammad married her?
No. Stop. Wait. Hold on. Let's focus on. I want you to.
No. I'm just telling you the character of your prophet. Who was Zainab ben Josh in the Quran?
No, you didn't finish my question. If Jesus,
this is a guy who is like a
Elvis, man. We can't.
Elvis.
All right, then go ahead. I'll be quiet. I'll pause.
If Jesus is all knowing and God is all knowing, then what do they say to each other?
The Trinity is contradicting. It will never make sense.
The Trinity came.
Jesus is the Word of God.
Just leave make it logical. Religion and logic.
Does the Quran say that Jesus is the Word of God?
No, it doesn't say that he was the Word of God. No.
It doesn't say that he's the Word of God?
No, he is not the Word of God. No. He came with a message. Go ahead, break out the Quran. And
it says the Word of God, bro. That's what I'm saying. Some of these things, when I say you agree with me, I know that you're being honest. Well, all the ones that you're not being honest is either your only form of being dishonest.
Let's break out your scripture. See, the thing what you Christians can't do.
Quran said that Jesus is a spirit proceeding from Allah. Said that he's the word of Allah. Says he's the Messiah. Said that he would come back and give judgment to all Muslims. Is Muhammad coming back to give judgment to the Muslims?
No.
Was Muhammad sinless?
No.
Did Muhammad go up to heaven without dying? Was Muhammad born without a father like Jesus? Of course not.
How do you know he wasn't born without a father? Where is the proof?
What does the Quran say about Jesus' birth?
Elvis, no. Don't worry about the Quran. No, because if you don't believe the Quran,
I'll use your book to disprove your point.
Somebody said a long time ago that wait a second. So Elvis, you need the Quran to confirm that Jesus was. You need the Quran you need the Quran to confirm Jesus was miraculously born. How do you prove that Jesus was miraculously born in your Bible? How do you prove that? Where are the witnesses?
Some people try to say that God slept.
Unless you don't believe in your book, then you can disprove my book because your book confirmed what was in my book.
No.
My book came before your book.
How do you prove who was there? How do you know?
Did your Quran say that Jesus had a father, an earthly father?
Wait a second. So you need my Quran to confirm what your Bible is?
No, because my book came before your Quran, and it copies what is in my book.
And did Jesus say that he came for the children of Israel? Did he say?
Now you're jumping to another point. You didn't disprove my last point.
No.
I'm gonna eat my tangerine and let you guys squabble for a little bit.
Yeah, no. Did Jesus say? See that? Go ahead. You need to run away because Jesus did not come for the world. He only came. He said who he came for. He said he. Did
Muhammad come for the world?
Well, Muhammad, yeah, of course he did. Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is the only prophet who talked about the race issue and the cultural issue. In his last sermon,
didn't Muhammad say anybody that called him black they could be killed? Didn't Muhammad say that?
No, he said that black has no superiority over white.
Didn't he say that they should kill all the black dogs because the black dog is the devil?
Those are very terrible hadith.
Didn't he say that they should kill the black dog? Those are Sahih hadith. They're not Da'if hadith. They're not weak hadith. They're authentic hadith.
No. There's no.
No, give me the facts. See, that's the thing with the Christians.
You guys are just liars, bro.
You guys can't. I can give you your scripture. I can go into your scripture and tell you exactly what your scripture is. I can tell you exactly. Like Luke 24.
Didn't Muhammad say that the Dajjal is a black man? The Dajjal is a black man, the Antichrist? Didn't he say that? He's black and short?
No, the Antichrist. No, he did not say that.
He said he was dark skinned with one good eye.
I'll give you your scripture and you give me, and I'll give you your scripture. Give me mine and I want to give you.
There's too many contradictions. You guys will not come to a logical point.
Our Bible does not. Our Bible does not constitute for prostitution.
Okay.
Our Bible does not tell women to prostitute themselves for a day, for 3 days. Our Bible doesn't say that.
Hold on, can I talk? Your book says
go ahead,
pray to God, and then says Jesus is God. The Trinity is zero logic.
Exactly, doesn't make no sense.
In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word is God.
I'm sorry, it's not logical. It's not logical.
And that's what the author of the gospel wrote. That did not come from Jesus's mouth. Numbers 23:19. Numbers 23:19 from your King James version. It says, "God is not a man that he should lie,
Is he the son of man? That he should repent.
And he should repent. But has he?
By the council.
So tell me, why does it say that God is not a man and that he should lie, neither the son of man
They took it from
that he should repent.
They took it from Isis, a star, and the sun. The Trinity existed before Christianity. Even the Hindus had it. So
you have a Trinity in Islam called Allat, Manat, and Auza, the three queen daughters of Allah.
There's no Trinity in Islam.
Does Allah have three queen daughters called Allat, Manat, and Auza?
Wrong. Absolutely wrong.
Did Muhammad bow to them?
I know.
And pray for their intercession? Did he not pray for the intercession of those three queen daughters of Allah?
I don't know.
There's no intercession at all.
Except he did. He did. He prayed. He bowed before them and prayed and asked for their intercession. He did.
No, he did not.
He did. He did.
No, it's not.
There's no logic.
Yeah, he did.
There's no logic.
No, it's not. So give me the from the Quran. I gave you from my Quran. I told you 5. I already gave you a verse from the Quran.
Bro, all I'm telling you is number one.
God,
your Bible, your Quran confirmed that Jesus is God, brother.
Okay, but
Jesus wasn't. Listen. You've talked. I've been quiet. You talk. Let me speak.
No.
Jesus was not born by a man. Muhammad was born by a man. Jesus never committed sin. Muhammad was a sinner. Jesus created life from mud. Muhammad never performed any miracles. Jesus didn't die. He went up to heaven to be with Allah.
Yeah.
Muhammad died and was buried.
Okay, so
he's not just a regular prophet.
I don't believe
he certainly is divine by those descriptions.
Without the Quran, prove to me that Mary was a virgin. That Mary was a virgin when she gave birth. How do you prove that to me?
Did your Quran say that she was a virgin?
No.
No. Don't try to ask me something that you don't believe in, because you believe that Mary was a virgin, because your Quran says she was a virgin. Is your Quran lying?
Wait, you need my no.
Is your Quran lying?
You need my Quran to confirm.
No, because I'm going to use your book. I'm not even going to go to my book. I'm going to use your book to break up your argument. Your book said that she was a virgin. Your book said that she was impregnated by a spirit proceeding from Allah.
So now, but I'm asking you, how do you scientifically prove to me that?
Go ask Allah how he can scientifically prove that Mary was a virgin. Go ask your God who wrote it in his book.
I mean, Allah in Islam, Allah can do anything. But how do you prove to me that Mary didn't?
So was Jesus a miracle?
No, I'm asking you, how do you prove?
Was he the miracle? That's what makes it a miracle. It's something that you can't explain. It's divine intervention that can't be explained from an earthly view.
Was that? How do we know that second of conception that it was divine? You know who was there?
I don't know.
Tell me, prove it to me.
Go ask Allah. He's the one that told you that she was a virgin and she got impregnated by a spirit proceeding from him. She said that in your Quran. Do you not believe it? Come on, man. Carla, let's change the topic. These guys can't hang with me, man.
What you call? We're never gonna agree on religion. Like I said, man, I don't get into religion because, like I said, we'll never. It's just a waste of time. I want
Christ is king. That's all I gotta say.
There you go. Christ is king. Jesus is Lord.
All right, whatever. It's not gonna like it to you. Check us out. What you call?
He's on the cross. My God.
I want to talk about Juneteenth, right? And we'll talk about earlier.
That's my birthday, Carla. You guys got a happy belated birthday, man. Have a good time.
Happy birthday.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah, happy birthday, brother. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Next month.
I'm like this now.
July 3rd.
Now everybody was celebrating Juneteenth, right? Now that it's over, now they're rushing to put Juneteenth with Pride Month, and some people ain't having it. Some black people are saying, "Hell no, hell to the no,"
Black people complain that we got February for Black History Month because it was the shortest month of the year.
Hold up, right? That's one thing. I don't care. February is a great Black History Month, and I take every time to post all the Black history on my Facebook timeline. Where people love it. I always have Black History Month continue, right?
But
so anyway,
Black History Month should be every month. That's just my opinion.
My whole thing is
every day.
Special month. I don't care. Hold up. Let me say this. Now, the whole thing about the LGBTQ have hijacked Juneteenth, and put it with them. Like I said all the time, right? Nobody listened to me years ago. I said this movement, the LGBTQ, was so insignificant, right? But black people, always looking for damn allies, right? Anybody that comes on, I say I'm an ally. I'm a this, and they sound convincing because in the age of this mean Donald Trump, when white people take advantage of saying, "See, you got all these MAGA people, blah 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 blah," and black people are like, "Oh, helps us, so when we need allies," and this is what you have. You have all these people. Like, one thing I do like about black people right now is we're starting to delineate from all these people right here. We're saying we don't care about allies. We don't care about inviting you to the cookout. We're saying we're just going alone, all that stuff like that. But still, these people won't let up because the bottom line is this: you cannot get any of these things. You cannot win an election. If I get elected, I'm gonna friggin' put grown men into little girls' bathrooms, with little girls, right? You can say, hey, look, black people are being discriminated against. So instead of focus on what happens to black people, say, yeah, we got to look out for all marginalized groups. And guess what? They get to decide who's a marginalized group. If you're handicapped, you're a marginalized group. You're retarded, you're a marginalized group. You're LGBT, you're a marginalized group. So our struggle gets lumped into these marginalized groups when that just basically because they know we have the energy to push the agenda forward, and they come riding in. But this is the end result of this. Let me play this.
I want to hear what Jonathan think about that.
Well, to be fair though, Tyler, the person that actually lumped all of those things together was a black person.
Who was it?
Fred Hampton did it when he tried to do the whole coalition of
you're right about
all
that.
of us are oppressed.
It was. Well, check this out. There's this lady going around on YouTube talking about Fred Hampton, right? She goes, "I'm gonna tell you about how Fred Hampton was, right? He looked around, he saw black people, white people. Our problem is not about being poor. It's not about economics. Our problem in America is about race. And Fred Hampton was only a 21-year-old kid. He didn't know any better. He was basically influenced by Bernardine Doran, Jeffrey, what's his name, of the Weather Underground, people like that. Yeah, if you got these white people that's college educated inviting you in, and he's only 20. Fred Hampton was only a 21. He didn't have a life experience to understand. Wait a minute, our struggle is not about being poor. Our struggle is about race. It's a society that marginalizes by race. But he said, yeah, it's not about a black thing. All power to all the people. Wait a minute, white people at any time can gain power by just accepting the status quo. So we get caught up in that. It's all power to all the people. No, we're trying to get black power, our people. And then by the time this mid-70s came around, black people were like, wait a minute here. We're alone. Black people were like, what happened to all these allies we had? The people that got us on the streets protesting the Vietnam War and all stuff like that, they all went back into white society. Once the Vietnam War was over, all those white people, just like this whole thing about the Black Lives Matter, right? It was mostly white people out there rioting and burning, stuff like that. But once they got Trump out of office, they all did. Now we're sitting out looking like jerks. Now everybody's mad at us, but those white kids that were out there making this country hell because they want Donald Trump out of office, they're not gone now. They're not out there anymore with you. We're not. So now black people are saying, you know something, man, we got played. That's what black people are saying. We got played. Let me play this this little clip. This is really sad. This is at a meeting in Chicago, I believe.
No, no, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's
representation of intersectional identities. I am interested.
She said, and it's a black woman talking about intersectional identity. They right now we're so sad. You think if we had our own nation, this would go down? No. You think somebody would
it just so happened that there are some black people, very few of them by percentage. Listen, it just happened that there's some black people, very few of them by percentage, who are gay and who does struggle with their sexuality and who does struggle with their sexual identity.
I don't care about their struggle. I don't care about their
That's
struggle.
the thing. That's the difference. There are people unlike you who struggle with their sexualities and they want to be recognized and they don't want to be discriminated against.
I would say something right now, but you guys hate me, and so I'm not going to say it.
Wait, how are they still being discriminated against?
They got everything.
Kala, can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead,
I noticed like a lot of this intersexual, whatever, gender and binary stuff is coming out of like feminism. That's where you see a lot of writing, and that's
Feminism was
where you see.
created. They said one of the things that Margaret saying, no, what's that? I forgot the name. That was start feminist. She said we want to encourage to protect women. They thought women giving birth was oppressive. You know, women are fact baby making factories. They said they want to encourage homosexuality among men to basically for the urges. So rather than thing, these people are Malthusians. Thomas
Wait, so
Malthus.
she actually said that? Is
Yeah.
that why they
One of the
support
ladies
this
that founded
gender stuff and
feminism said, yes, that's
feminism?
one of our goals, was particularly in the black community, you know? Francis Quest Walton talked about that, you know? Promote homosexuality as an alternative to natural people having sex. Because they thought women getting pregnant and having to stay home and all that stuff like that, not seeking their careers and whatnot, you know, was oppressive. So if they want women to running around, like the whole Sex in the City thing, that was a culminating feminist group. Women are pushing their 40s, no kids, no nothing, having sexual romps
Yeah,
around the
all
city.
this sexual revolution, sexuality
Yeah,
is
that's what
all
I'm saying. All
pushed
this
in
stuff like that
feminism.
destroyed the
Gender
American family.
ideology, it's all
Really
pushed
destroyed
in
the
that.
American family.
It's all under the umbrella of feminism. I noticed that.
Yeah, that's all it is. Well, let me finish playing this video. Let me play this video. Okay, look. It says,
I am too. Oh yeah, Chicago is such a wonderful city. We will keep each other together. We will keep our city together. We will be united.
no one said, see how they impose themselves. We're going to keep our city together. And it's a black woman. She's a lesbian, you know? These people infiltrate our groups, organizations, whatnot, you know? And they put that stuff on. They don't give a damn about what we think, you know? Anyway, watch
I
this.
think that's the theme, right? I think for the Pride March this year, it was the theme for our Father's Day Artists of the Wall Festival at Royal Park this year. It was all together. And I think that as we face division, as we stare down hatred, bigotry, people moved by their hatred and bigotry to the point of assassination. Assassinating political leaders.
But that might happen.
Standing up for our rights.
Keep it up.
Who can't figure out how to act within the.
We just got Juneteenth in 21 and y'all gonna make it Juneteenth and Pride together? Pride Month is okay, but to put Juneteenth with Pride Month, that's disrespectful to every
That's very disrespectful. That's right. That's right. That's right.
I believe, but y'all cannot do that. That's not right.
That's right. That's right.
Y'all cannot do that. That's disrespectful to every slave. That's disrespectful to every.
The hell is
Tyler, to be fair, and I hate to be honest about it, I think this is where Sim Police comes out right. You really can't let black women, represent the group. If that woman had a brain, she know Pride Month is instead of June, likely long before any of us was even born.
What she's saying, what's happening is this. They basically have funding for March. They're going to put the Juneteenth March with the Pride at the same festival. They're going to have them together.
Man.
That's disrespectful,
Yeah, that is. That's totally disrespectful.
That's disrespectful,
Hey, I'm sorry, real quick, Elvis. I asked ChatGPT if they had to pick one religion. ChatGPT said he would move. Yeah, I just want to let him know.
They're more Christian than Muslim. Muslim are leaving Islam every day and converting to Christianity.
ChatGPT smarter than you, sir. So he said he wants to be a Muslim.
Okay, you want to be a Muslim? Let me be a Muslim and go practice Muta. Let's stop it.
All right. Anyway, so they put in the Juneteenth parade with the gay pride parade.
It's one. Yeah, that's what they're mad about. They're like Juneteenth. He said, "Look, she said, 2021, we just got Juneteenth now because what happens is nobody really messes with Pride Parade. It has no real support. So they said they want to ride it in with the Juneteenth so people would show up and whatnot, because nobody's doing the parade.
But where is this parade taking place? Where is
Chicago.
this happening?
Mayor Brandon
Wow.
Johnson.
That governor, whatever mayor, he's
mayor.
terrible.
He's a joke, man. He's a joke. He's completely people. They should have kept that last. What's her name? Lightfoot. They should have kept her in power.
was no good
they need to get
too.
somebody else.
Nah, neither
Tyler,
one of them.
okay, let me get my take on it, right? I disagree with it, right? I think Juneteenth is an important holiday, not only because it's my birthday, but it's an important holiday that Black people need to celebrate. Apart from Black History Month, it's the liberation, and it's a triumphant day for Black folks. Now, Pride Month, as I remember,
It's
in
like
20,
somebody say,
well,
hold up.
one second,
Let's say,
Tyler.
let's say,
In
let's say,
2020, right? Pride Month has been going on, right? And I think Biden or Trump was the one that signed it into law in 2020, and then it became official in 2021. So Juneteenth is just been recently recognized as a national holiday. I think Pride Month has been a month or thing of festivity for gay people for the last 4 or 5 years that I can remember.
But hold
So
on,
my point here is,
imagine basically like in the South. Let me give you an example. In Virginia, when we had Martin Luther King holiday, right? You know what the white people did? They had a day called Lee King Jackson holiday. Stonewall Jackson, General Lee, and King. You know, Lee. So in other words, basically, instead of Martin Luther King having a holiday, right? They said we can't have that happen. It was a federal holiday, so they made a state holiday where they said Lee King and Jackson Day. You know, on January 18th. You know.
yeah, but I agree with you on this, Carl. I say that Juneteenth is only one day out of the month. They can have the Juneteenth on the 19th, and they can do the rest of their gay pride thing on another
The
day.
whole thing is they wanted to make it
I
the
agree
whole
with that.
month where Juneteenth. They want to celebrate Juneteenth. Everywhere you see a Juneteenth, you're going to see the pride thing. You know, they're going to because of the symbol of
I'm not with that.
marginalized groups.
Yeah, I disagree with that. The two things are not coinciding with each other. It's completely different.
Absolutely not. Totally.
Yeah, but that's not the issue that's really hurting Black America, Tyler. I think you always like to
It
do this
doesn't
whole
matter.
thing with
It doesn't matter.
the social war issue.
Hold on, Elvis. That's what I hate when people say that. You know, hey, look, the bottom line is Black people, even when we were down in the press, we had values. You know, are you telling
How
me?
many Black people you know in your life that's gay, Colin, or transgender?
Elvis, everybody in the world has values, right? They have values, things they believe in, and stuff like that they protect. Some things people are worth dying for, some things are worth killing. All Black people are the only people that basically somebody could shit on their values and we're just supposed to just go along with it. No.
What I'm saying, Colin, you're acting like it's an issue in the Black community. Where I live, ain't none of my friends Black who are Black or gay or anything like that. Black people are not just becoming gay and transgender left and right. It's not happening.
But me as a culture critic, right? I'm saying because a lot of times people just go along to get along, whatever like that. I'm saying that this is out of line, whatever like that, and it's more and more people that's culture critics.
Yeah, it's disrespectful. It's a mockery.
It's a mockery. They're making a mockery of our fucking people. You know.
Yeah.
That's just so disrespectful. So,
are you letting this honey pot girl tell you what to say? You don't have your own thought when she says mockery. Then you gotta echo what she's saying.
Understand what he's saying. I don't argue with him. You come on and argue. I don't do that. I try to understand.
Yeah, honey pot.
Look, I'm a man. I can have a conversation with another man. I don't come and kiss collar ass like you try to do. That's why you're a honey pot.
I'm not saying
I'm not kissing his ass. I'm understanding his perspective. And if I want to kiss his ass, I can. Are you gonna stop me? I can kiss his ass if I want.
Yeah, kiss his ass. That's what you do. Muta petitioner.
I don't think she kisses my ass. You know.
Yes, I'm an ass.
I don't agree with her about the Muslim Islam, all that, or that. You know, but we have disagreements.
I believe this is what I believe. There's only one God. I don't believe in trinities. I don't believe in contradictions. And at the end of the day, I feel like when we die, we're gonna face God, and that's when we'll know the truth.
Yeah, you're gonna be one of the Horis for the guys in Jannah. Will be one of the 72 virgins. No, that's what the Quran said. I'm only saying what the Quran said. They're gonna bring the women from hell and make them one of their whores in heaven. Captain Head know this. You know this, Captain Head.
Elvis, that's not necessary.
Okay. All right,
the thing is, Christians believe that they have the true God. That's how they think. That's how they think. You can. It's a supremacist mindset that they have. You can't. They're gonna see the truth once they die. They're gonna realize that they just believed in nonsense. The truth
Elvis, Jesus prayed to God, the one God. That's it. He prayed to one God.
Back on this religion.
He was a Muslim.
Come on, man.
Yeah, I mean they're going to religion. When I start talking, you're gonna get mad, Carlos. So tell them to drop it.
Did they have the parade with the gay people?
I'm saying when we die, we'll know the truth. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, we'll find out. Did they have the parade with the gay people?
Well, they're going to. You know, they're going to.
The
whole thing is that the gays wanted their pride parade, that with the celebrate alongside Juneteenth. As basically what they're trying to do is next thing you know, you're going to have illegal aliens with their day or not. So in other words, basically all this black people in America are not just a people who've been enslaved, who will come or not. We're being pushed into our new identity is a marginalized, oppressed group, right? Along with transgenders, along with people who are retarded. So basically, they basically took the agency that we had also. Okay, like that's why I said none of this. Anytime the white man gives you something, right? Be prepared because he's gonna find a way how to gladly take it back from you, right? You have a holiday, everybody's so happy. We got a holiday, Juneteenth, just like Martin Luther King Day. And Virginia, they were smart in the South, all throughout the South. They basically made Confederate Day or Lee King Day and whatnot to take the wind out of it, So now the gays have done the same thing. You had Juneteenth, it was your special day, whatever like that.
Tyler, you think the gays that have the whole month of June to celebrate their gayness,
Hold on.
they're crying over one day in a month?
Is gays would not go out there and basically went real hard to basically. I see it all the time, right? They every time you hear look at the LGBTQ whatnot, they always compare their struggle with the black struggle, And I'm like, no, and black people tell them, no, it's not the same thing. Yes, it is. Now gays have now saying they're a minority group now. You're not a minority group.
Tyler, did you have a gay person in your family?
Huh?
Did you ever had a gay relative?
My sister was gay,
Was she discriminated against when she was younger? People make fun of her because of her sexuality.
No, most gay people are not discriminated against.
No, I'm asking Tyler.
I found out after she passed away that the reason why she went like that, right? Because she was molested by a family friend, a close friend.
I hear the Tyler. That's unfortunate. I'm sorry about that. What I'm saying, was she discriminated against?
Bottom line is this. These people in our community, I'm not trying to say whatever lifestyle, whatever. These people are hurting. These people are hurting and they're like this. But the whole thing is this: it's mostly, if you really look at it, right, the gay movement, right. Now we got gay brothers and sisters in our community. Whatnot, they always been around.
It's taken over.
Little Leon, he's a little sweet in the community. We all know we got those type of people.
Yeah, people like that, Tyler, get bullied, right? If they're in school and gals, they get bullied most of the time.
They don't really get bullied.
Maybe back in the day, but not so much now.
Yeah, when I was in high school, gay kids stopped bullying.
Elvis, in our community, we know who's gay, and we tolerate that, right? But what's happening is this: when people say your values are equal to my values, that's where the problem comes in, and that's only done through white people. Let me tell you something, right? It's done through white gays, whatnot, because they figure that white supremacy trumps anything else. You got white people, middle America, white upper middle class, saying, "I got a gay son and whatnot," and so therefore they're the main ones behind this gay right because they want their.
You think Magic Johnson wanted his son to be gay? You think Dwayne Wade wanted his son to be gay? All of these top-notch athletes, you think they wanted their kids to be gay?
I have no idea.
Black people are not immune for having gay people in their family.
Dwayne
Wade and Gabrielle Union, they messed their son up and turned him into a girl.
That's not even their son. That's his son from a previous relationship.
Anyway, they took a child and turned him into a little girl.
That's the point that I'm saying. You think that these guys do it? You think Magic Johnson didn't want his 6'8" son to become a basketball superstar?
I don't get the argument. What's the argument?
The argument is that some black people just happen to be gay, regardless of their social economic situation. Some of them just come out to be gay. That's what it is.
Elvis, you're
That's not the point.
You're a bit naive, Elvis. You're not understanding that there's an indoctrination going on.
That's what we're talking about,
bro. If somebody can indoctrinate you to be gay, I'm sorry for you, bro. If somebody can propagate you into being a gay man, I'm sorry for you, brother. Ain't nobody can propagate me to be anything I am.
Hold on.
Well, technically that's true though, Elvis, because the kid indoctrinates you.
Let me say this. Let me speak. George Wallace, comedian George Wallace, got a skit out, right? That's pretty funny, right? It said his trans. He goes out to the door one night, and this young lady at the door says, "Yeah, I'm waiting for my son to come home." And whatever he saw, he goes, "Dad." She goes, "Who the hell are you calling Dad?" I was saying, he goes, he goes, "Oh my God, you turned into a girl." That's all the part I saw of it, but The main thing is I'm saying is this. It used to be a time in black culture, the movies we saw and everything was Shaft, Three the Hard Way, and stuff like that that talked about blackness, black culture, whatnot. Why is it that they're superimposing this nonsense on Black America, right? Why is that?
Because, Carla, black people are part of American culture. Everything that touches any facet of American culture touches black culture too.
What's the point of us having to deal with this issue? I don't want to discuss this issue.
Color, can I
Yeah.
say something real quick?
Yeah.
This is what I'm interpreting about what you're saying. So basically, okay, Juneteenth is to celebrate African Americans being free, while the LGBT gay month, whatever Pride Month is for gay people to celebrate being gay. Kala has said multiple times on his show that gay culture that they're promoting is anti-black family and black people. That's why it's
Exactly.
problematic for them to put something that is anti a black family union, man and woman, child, and basically a stable community together with this LGBT stuff and lump it together.
And that's where
It's
Carla is wrong.
problematic
That's where
because
you're wrong,
people.
Carla. It's not anti-black nothing.
No, it
Every ethnicity,
no.
every race, every country has gay people in them.
Hold up.
It's just a fact of reality.
Hold up, Elvis. Elvis,
But it
like
has
this.
nothing to do with
Everybody
Juneteenth.
else, every other group of people, right? 99% of the people are the family structure is there. They got generational wealth, all stuff like that. People come to Black America. Why is Black America in such chaos? Whatnot. Then when people say, you know something, well, we should basically get back to, and I consider myself too. It's not just a gay issue or not. It's the Black people choosing to do this party, hypersexuality and stuff like that. And I'm guilty of that. I'm guilty of that because I spent my 20s and my early 30s just partying when I had no intention to settle down, which I should have been making a family as a young man. And I'm saying to myself, the most important thing to the Black community is a family. That's how you're gonna pass away, pass generational wealth and all stuff like that to build a community. So people ain't sitting around talking about why is Black community so dysfunctional, because we stopped building families.
Carla, I got a question for you.
Ask him,
Do you think there are more gay people who are black than gay people who are white?
No, I think there's
okay
more
with
actually more white people
Liberia
that are gay.
Independence Day
Okay.
and
Not just by numbers, but by percentage.
Would you be okay with
I
that?
think there's more white people that are gay. I believe.
Okay, so it's more of an issue in the white community than it is in the black community.
Hold on, let me say this. The problem is, and like I heard this, I saw this debate between gay person, white person, whatnot. The white person was coming to the Black gay community, and the Black gay people said, "Well, where there's racism in the gay community, right?" And a lot of the stuff that the white communities with gays, they don't agree with, right? Because a lot of Black gays like, yeah, my family's Christian, this, that, and the other thing, and they make sure that don't cross certain lines. Where the gay white people are telling the Black people, go into your churches, go into your places of worship, infiltrate them, your colleges and stuff like that, like they did in their community. And unfortunately, some Black people have fallen for that. Like you got more and more gay people joining church choir and stuff like that, and suing Black churches if they out of them, saying you got to repent. You can't tell a gay to repent anymore, because that's discrimination.
I agree with Ja.
They're altering our religion, and pretty soon they got Islam. Every last single Black religion is going to be perverted by this stuff. That's what I believe.
I mean, imagine Liberian Independence Day and Trans Visibility Day together doing a parade. Liberians would lose their mind, wouldn't they?
No, they're already trying to. They're already trying to push that stuff in Liberia already. With your boy Darius Lamb, Jabari, whatever his name is, they're already people trying.
Is Jabari trying to push it, Colin?
Yeah, he is. Of course, that's why he's in there.
The thing you heard about is not even something that has to do with Liberia.
Liberia is gonna be a safe haven for gays and whatnot, but I say over my dead body. over my.
Tyler, do you know that it was gay people in Liberia when I was a
I
kid?
don't give a damn. You know,
Did you know that one of the Tubman, the
yeah,
president's son, Tubman, was gay? Did you know that, Tyler?
I don't believe that because that's what Jabari and Kyle.
No. He literally was a gay man. Everybody knew in Liberia that his son was a gay man. The former president of Liberia, William B. Tubman's son, was gay.
Was acceptable? No. Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you. So that gay people even in Africa and here.
We know that's gay.
So what are we going to do about it? We're going to kill them? We're going to discriminate against them? What are we going to do?
Hey, Colin, let me ask you a question.
To the people. You know, don't belong to gays.
Colin,
imagine a whole president of a country. No, 1 second before you ask your question, brother. One of the things with Tubman was that he was a womanizer, he was a playboy, and then imagine one of his son is gay. He just died a couple years ago. But his son was gay. Imagine that, Colin. You think he was indoctrinated by the white men to be gay?
Elvis, society's gonna have gay people. I'm not about to
there we go.
But hold up. But the society, the culture, the media, and all the stuff like that belongs to us, the people, not the gays. That's what you understand.
I get it, I'm just saying, don't discriminate against them.
Equality. I don't believe in equality. You know, I don't.
Go ahead, brother. You had a question for me.
You know, so.
Who had a question?
Oh, it's me. What does the Bible say about gay people, right? You're Christian, right?
Yeah, the Bible says that being a man lying with another woman, man is an abomination unto the Lord. Yes. The Bible said that they should be killed. The Bible said that a man having sex before marriage should also be a man or woman having sex before marriage should also be stoned and killed. A woman having sex with another man.
I do remember.
Yes.
I never read.
Fornication is a death sentence.
A man laying with a man is an abomination.
Yeah. Also, adultery is a death sentence.
Yeah. Hold on. No, not necessarily.
It is, Tyler.
That was in the Old Testament.
When the New Testament, you can ask for forgiveness from Jesus.
You ask for forgiveness for fornication and adultery.
And you 7 times 7. So you want to twist the Bible for your own needs.
What are you talking about, Colin?
Elvis, you're twisting the damn Bible, man. At least.
What are you talking about? I'm telling you all the sins that we commit. Yes, you may not commit the sin of being gay, but you also commit the sin of being a fornicator, an adulteress.
Hold up. When you go, hold up. You could ask God for forgiveness. Jesus in His name. In Jesus' name, I ask forgiveness.
Does that mean you can keep doing the same thing over and over again if you asking for forgiveness?
Basically, switch around when it suits your needs. You know.
Oh, this is the thing, right? People are sinning. They know they're living and sinning their own lives.
I know that. Hold on.
But they want to use the moral equivalency of our sin is not that bad.
Elvis, hold up. You're a smart person, right? The difference is this: if I go and steal something, right, and I sin or I lie, if I ask for forgiveness and make amends for the lie and say don't do it again and atone for it and don't do it again, that's one thing. But it's one thing to sin; it's one thing to live in sin. You know, when you say your lifestyle is above the word of God, like the gays do, they're saying screw God. Or not. I mean, I'm gonna tell you one time I said this. I'll never forget this, right? But 10 years ago, I was driving for Uber, Lyft, whatever like that. I picked up a couple of gay guys from a club, right? They're sitting in the back, white guy sitting in the back of my car. I'm like sitting there like, oh, that was the longest trip, right? Anyway, they were back there in the back of the thing saying, fuck Jesus, I'll bend him over, F him in the ass, or something like that. You know, fuck the Bible.
God, don't be saying that. Don't be.
No, I'm telling you what they said. Well, I'm gonna tell you the reason why I said this. And then basically, I just told him, please don't say that in my presence, man. You know, that's offensive to me, whatever like that. Oh, well, sorry, sir. So anyway, basically, they're back in the back talking, and one of them touched my head. I stopped the car. I said, you ever touch me, I will fucking kill you, right? The motherfuckers were scared, man. I was like, you ever put your hands on me? I said, whatever you do, that's you. But you touch me, I will fucking kill you. I'll kill all 3 of you right now, you know? And the motherfuckers were scared, but I said, okay. And all of a sudden, the next day, I got an incoming lift. It was them. I refused to take it. You know, I was like, they requested me because they were, I guess they wanted to apologize and see everything's okay. And I didn't take them. I just pass it on, you know. But the bottom line is this: these people are mad disrespectful, they're hateful, and they're dangerous. Remember a couple of years ago, the transgenders shot up a school, you know, and the one girl went into a school and shot up a school when that, you know, her manifesto.
Colin, can I say something once you're done?
Yeah, go ahead.
So you see how he's arguing about gay rights and gay people and stuff. you are expressing how this is something concerning to your community, your black community, and the uptake in the homosexuality, right? How this is destructive to your people. But if it was happening to his people, he would not be saying what he's saying. You see, this is the thing about Africans. It's like I know
Alice,
that
she's doing it. You got to catch her while the iron is hot.
Hold on, every look.
Kala.
Unless she's talking about somebody personally, if you could talk about, like people could talk about Black America.
Yeah, like they
Africa,
want you to
Africa is no
accept it.
sacred cow here. We could talk
Yeah,
about
they want
Africa.
you to
That's her
accept it.
observation.
Your people, but then they would not accept the same stuff. And I don't understand why he's arguing with you because if it was his own,
Africa in a million years would never
probably
accept
talking
this shit.
about,
No.
oh,
You see what the
let
president
me
of Uganda said?
are.
He said no.
He just said the Bible says kill them and stone them and all this stuff like that. Then he's telling you to accept this homosexuality.
I mean, this lady is she's really dense. The thing about it is you have a dual system in this country, right? I'm a Christian. My Christian faith is against homosexuality. That's one
No,
thing.
you're a hypocrite.
We live in a secular country that protects your sexuality. You should understand that.
Yeah,
Why can't people compartmentalize these things?
Elvis,
No, don't be
I'm
a
like this.
hypocrite.
Hold on, let me say this, Honey Flower. I get that, and I'm not gonna say you personally can't do whatever you. I tell people all the time on the show, right? Whatever the hell you do in the privacy of your home with two consenting adults is on you. However, get you off, whatever like that. But I'm saying like this: that doesn't entitle you to a woman's bathroom. That does not entitle you to have representation in little leagues, right? They remember a couple of years ago they had hockey players, the National Hockey League, wearing pink and wearing heels. They had U.S. Marines wearing fucking heels.
Yeah, that was to support breast cancer. Kind of saying that.
I don't give a damn. You have the men that's supposed to project fear to the world. The strongest you have. Why would you pick the strongest thing you have in your country, right, and put high heels on them? This is what I'm talking about.
Emasculate. That was done to
They're saying they're putting themselves in the shoes of a woman who dealing with breast cancer.
Nah, we don't. They don't need to do that.
What the heck it was all about?
It's a symbolic action. It's not promoting anything. It's just saying that they're fighting for it. If you think they did it the wrong way, fine. It's just, we can't be this hyperbolic about little things,
They
man.
were required to do that, and I'm saying to myself, what the hell is going on in our culture? That this stuff
Another thing, we're not supposed to wear. Men and women are not supposed to wear each other's garments. That's what the Bible says as well. Right?
That's what I'm saying. If you live in a theocracy, it's one thing. But our faith is a personal faith with Christ. It's not a faith that you should subject the entire world to. That's the thing that you don't understand. I think it's deep. We can't subjugate the word to our faith. It's a personal faith with Christ. You live your personal truth with.
They have the right to.
We're not a theocracy. Our government is not ruled by by atheists. People are free to believe in God, to not believe in God, to believe in a different God. People are free to do those things. People are free to be sinners.
But let me ask you this question, Elvis. In Christianity, I got a question to ask you. But see, in Christianity, so you believe that Elvis? No, I just got to ask this one question because it ties into what you're saying. So if you are a homosexual, as long as according to Christianity, as long as you believe in Jesus, you're saved no matter what. It doesn't make a difference.
No, that's not what it says.
That's not what it says. I mean, what are you talking about according to Christianity? Is that what it says?
How can you repent and still go back to sinning?
Right.
Sleep with a man is sin. So how can you go to heaven or be a Christian if you sin? That's a problem.
No, but you said that Jesus died for your sins, correct?
He's evolved on homosexuality. Mark Lemon's so happy. T.D. Jakes was like, it's just they basically infiltrated and pressured.
Is Mark Lemon gay?
I have no idea. Why was he so happy about T.D. Jakes?
The way you said it, like you're insinuating, because I don't think he's gay, man. I think he's married.
Or basically, a lot of these people are put up there by the gays, like Michael Eric Dyson. He was the first one that came out and talked about, now we got to fight for our gay brothers and sisters. I'm like, well, who said this? Because somebody gay probably saw him in a lecture and said, Mike, we're going to get you on television. You say just what you just said.
But why are we fighting for them? Like I had never seen a black person get discriminated for being gay.
Gays got money. That's why.
I mean, if you ask Jonathan, right? Jonathan probably know a few more gay people than I do, or maybe in college because of the place that he lived in, right? The community of that area. But on a daily basis, most of us don't even interact, but gay people don't even hinder our life in any kind of way. So it's not impacting us. In my black community, my African community, gay situation is not an issue here.
He's not talking about
that
individual
people and people have the right to basically have their value.
Color.
Go ahead, Ola.
You see, the introduction of gayness into the black community have been there for so very long time. You have to understand when the white people started bringing the gayness into the black community for them to accept some of these musicians were already gay people already. People like Teddy Pendergrass was the gay guy. He was
I didn't hear that. I never heard that. Where you get that from, Ola?
Hold up.
I heard that as well.
How did Teddy Pendergrass have an accident? It was with a drag queen man. You understand me? Marvin Gaye was dabbling into that things too. It's just that at that time the black community never really accept them at all, and they don't want nothing to do with them.
Right, but still like that.
And later, when the gay people started having more power from the 90s and upwards, you see the gay people start very, bringing themselves out until Obama came to power. That the one we thought was like the son of the soil, Obama was the real one that really pushed gayness deep into the sub-Saharan Africans. And the sub-Saharan Africans say, we don't want nothing to do with this. Take your team, go.
Dola, quick question. Before Obama became president, did you know anybody in Nigeria who were gay?
No, not at all.
So there's no gay people in Nigeria? Dola, is that what you're saying?
No. They might be gay there, but maybe they were hiding it.
Okay. Why do you think they were hiding it?
Oh no, Jonathan, the president of Nigeria was being overthrown by Obama and that damn British what's his name again, Camera, because he refused to sign gayness or gay rights into the constitution. He said no, the Christians, the traditional worshippers, the Muslims, they're not going to accept this. I'm not the owner of Nigeria. I cannot control Nigeria. Nigeria belongs to everybody. So they thought, because they start wearing the hip hop boys, the people like the Puffy, some of these secret black Americans guys who were already
the only thing I don't like is when we act as if gayness was not in Africa. It's only the white man that started to bring it in Africa.
Just for them to bring it out, for them to be able to let those people.
No, the point is that our tradition in Africa is if you find a gay man, you kill them, right? You burn him with a tire, you kill them. The white man is saying, let's give him human rights. Let him exist while killing him. Is that a bad thing?
You cannot introduce something, you cannot bring in something that cannot give life. Why they're men and women together?
Dola, there was gay people in the Bible. Sodom and Gomorrah. There were gay people there. There's been gay people throughout the history of our world. It's going to be like 1 or 2% of the population that's going to be gay. There's nothing we can do about it. Should we kill all of them? Can we? No. The question is, can we eradicate gayness? Can we kill gays out of everybody and never have a gay person again?
But it don't mean we have to embrace it either.
It's not about embracing. It's about protecting their lives. There are people in Uganda who are being killed simply because they're gay. That's not right. You shouldn't have people getting killed based on their sexuality. You know that.
You say the pride is basically equal to Juneteenth, right?
Is that what I said, Colin?
No, I'm saying that's what they're saying.
Okay, I disagree with that.
They say pride. If they say pride in gay LGBTQ is the same as Juneteenth, that is blatant disrespect.
Kala, the truth of the matter is, when they thought they can use, because they thought if they can conquer some of these black Americans, their big cousins in Africa, they can do something about it too. Because they start wearing some of these sport guys scared. I don't know what they're calling it, open-minded. They start putting high heels in their leg. I don't know, for commercials, some of these comedians, basketball players, hip-hop boys. Hey, you can wear that high heel shoe.
Richard Pryor was a bisexual man. Luther Vandross was bisexual. Quincy Jones was a bisexual. James Avery Jones, the dad on Fresh Prince, was a bisexual.
Yeah, so what?
So I'm saying that there's been gay people in the black community for many years.
Gay, but
what do you do with them? Do you kill them? Do you take away their rights?
Ain't nobody saying that's what you guys bring it to. Nobody's talking about killing anybody.
But there are people. That's what I'm saying, Colin. In Uganda, they're killing the gay people. Do you advocate that their lives should be protected?
I remember
Elvis, they don't kill them there. They don't kill them in Uganda. Nobody's doing them anything there. I think the black people have free mind to say what they want. If they don't want gay, they don't want gay. If that what they are, that would So I don't think
there's a guy in Uganda called Chris Mobilo. He was a former footballer, and I guess he was a bisexual guy, and they got a videotape of him, and they went and attacked him and almost killed him.
If you,
they're scars of gay people. I'm not advocating for people being gay. Personally, on my religion, I don't agree with it, but I'm saying it's a human rights. If somebody can be killed for their sexuality, you got to say that again.
Was he killed for being gay?
He wasn't killed. He was attacked. He was brutally beaten for being gay
because he was gay.
Yeah, because there was a sex tape of him out.
I thought it was because it involved a minor. Well, I could be wrong.
They said it was a minor, but it wasn't a minor. It was two consenting adults.
Oh,
but it's a widespread thing in East Africa. That's why you see some of these white pastors that go out there and they're trying to keep them from
It's a widespread
allowing.
thing in America.
Yeah,
it's a widespread thing globally.
Let me tell you something. If you're not used to it, if you see a man and a woman kissing, it's not going to irritate your stomach. You will like it. Because there's something in there that you know.
I get it, Cadora. You start to tingle at your nether region. We get it. You know you're man.
You see a man and a man kissing, that will be your worst nightmare. Your body will be pinching you. You'll be having nerves breakdown.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You're in Nigeria. I'm in Minnesota, bro. When I watch TV shows, I barely see it. In my daily life, I barely see it, and I'm sure you don't see it in Nigeria like that. So it's not even an issue for us.
The first time I come across these people, there was a very tall white guy with like a wedding dress gown, long.
Where did you see this? In Amsterdam, in Europe, or in Nigeria?
No, I think I saw that first in Germany.
Oh yeah, I mean you're in Europe. You got to know you're in Europe, bro.
In Germany, this guy was tall, white man with the other guy was wearing like a wedding dress suit. This tall white guy with the high heel. I was just coming out of a hip hop club at that time. I'm like, whoa, what is this? The guy that was me saying, man, this guy is here. Whoa, I was shocked, really shocked. So if you're not used to it, you're not used to it. It can be very disgusting sometimes.
That's what I'm saying. You got to separate the two things, right, Cadola? Like I said, I personally don't agree with the lifestyle, right? I'm a straight man. I'm a Christian. I don't agree with it. But when it goes to the point where people are being prosecuted or persecuted for that, it's wrong. And we as Africans, we must speak up against it.
Hold on. When it seems like gays nowadays are persecuting straight people,
Oh, Carla. A gay person that can tell me a damn thing about persecuting me or anything.
Yes, they are. They're forcing us to believe that anyone can be a woman.
And we don't believe it.
That's persecution. It's not even forcing you to do anything.
Hey, look, there's people that lost their jobs because they said a couple of Trump got in office. People missed out their
people can't discriminate against you for being a gay man or a straight man.
Hold on, Elvis.
That's against federal laws. You know that.
Elvis, if somebody sits there and says, like, I told you, I bumped into a kid. I used to, it was funny.
Tyler, your heterosexuality is protected just as well as the homosexuality. Sexuality is protected.
Right. They can't.
You can't discriminate anybody based on their sexuality. You know that, Carla, don't you?
He's annoying, Carla. My God.
Yo, check this out. This is what I'm saying. Let me finish my point I'm trying to make. I bumped into a kid that when I had my medical transport business, he had mental issues, right? I obviously worse now. He had mental issues, so I should pick him up from his house, and on my route, he went to day support. Day support is the state pays for adult activities for people to get out of the house, whatever day support, whatever like that. Anyway, I saw him tonight, right, and he didn't recognize me, man. He's transitioned, and I basically he transitioned to a girl, And said, anyway, check this out. I accidentally said, I bumped into him. I said, hey, what's up? Okay, bro. And I was like, so look at me like, don't you recognize I'm a freaking female?
You gotta be kidding.
Exactly.
You do the holy water from Carla.
My thing is the people that I don't like I don't care about gay people. I don't like the people that try to say like, oh, I'm a woman and I identify as a woman when they're men.
That's going too far.
And then if you say if you go against them, it's like you're hating them. It's transphobia. Like, no, you're
okay.
not
I'm gonna play a video. You remember that one guy, Vietnam veteran? he wasn't having it. Somebody on the city council was a transgender, and he came in his freaking store, and he was like, "You're gonna call me a female?" Y'all see that video?
Yeah, I saw it, Colin. It's a dude in a GameStop. Said, sorry,
Oh yeah, I
sorry,
seen the
man.
dude, the
I'm
guy
not a
GameStop
man.
too. That was funny.
That white guy was not
And then
that.
he
I don't know if it was a skit or it was a real thing, but that was outrageous.
No, that was real. That was
That
real.
was real. Yeah,
Yeah,
that
that
guy
was
was
crazy.
not playing. He wasn't backing down either.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I agree. There's two genders, male and females.
Yeah, so the bottom line, it's just not about being gay. They want no bounds.
Truth. They don't
My
want
thing is,
reality.
they have no tangible impact on us as black
Hold
folks.
on.
It's not
So,
Of
stifling
course
our
they do.
progress. It's
No,
not stifling us.
of course they do. Of course, there's a tangible impact because what
How?
they've done is how they're doing it. They're
trying to
taking
alter the
resources
natural
away
order.
from us.
They're taking what?
There are resources being taken away from us.
What resources they're taking?
Resources? I mean, you've got resources. Say Medicaid. How much does it cost? Do you think to transition a person? You know what the bill is to give to transition somebody?
And also
College is a healthcare guy. College is there a healthcare thing that covers people transitioning?
The bottom line,
it's a degradation.
Hold up, David. Had Joe Biden won, Kamala won, they were going to make friggin' transitioning part of Medicaid and stuff like this, and we would have to pay that. The cost would go up. Let me tell you something.
Tyler, do you sell healthcare plans that allow people to transition?
Let me say this. Right. One of the goals we have in healthcare is keeping people out of surgery and out of hospital. That's why we keep them big. So in other words, basically, every time somebody goes to the hospital, the healthcare system hurts. That's why we can have preventative care, stuff like that. That's why we give people plans with preventative care. We do health risk assessment, all stuff like that. The gay movement, right? It's like the problems that occur, right, will bankrupt the healthcare system in this country. The transition,
Yes, it will. Of course it
will bankrupt the healthcare system. It's fragile right now. But you guys are willing to do that because
Tyler, how many people you think have transitioned from a man to a woman?
Look, they will
sheer numbers.
transition the U.S. military.
How many people you think? You think it's been 500,000 people that transitioned?
Tyler, can I say something?
Kamala Harris got prisoners in jail. Transition, it's insane.
Kala, can I say something? How about the fact that Trump had to literally sign into law that there are only two genders?
That's insane.
That's how bad that this stuff had gotten. Like we had to put it in law.
You guys, this female is retarded. It's not a law. A law can be passed through Congress.
He signed an executive
order. Is it a law?
Or whatever, executive
okay,
order.
then. I mean,
I'm retarded. He did have to sign it in that there's only
it's not a law.
It is a law. Executive order is law because the
president. Is that how laws are made? Are laws made through executive order?
Hold on. No, it's covered under presidential powers. He could.
Yeah, but it's not a law. A law is different.
It's presidential powers.
Yeah, but it's not a law. That's what I'm saying.
It's not legislative. It's not a legislative.
There you go. Laws are legislative.
It's not a legislative law, but it's covered under the fact that presidents can do executive orders.
Not a law. Executive order is not a law.
Yeah, it is law.
It is a law.
Laws are legislative. Laws are legislative.
So in other words, if you took his argument to the Supreme Court, what would the Supreme Court say?
Did he take it to the Supreme Court?
And don't call me
if somebody challenged the Supreme Court,
Supreme Court precedents can be. Supreme Court precedents can be.
What he wants within the law. He has certain powers.
For gay men.
I mean, look,
for gay men.
Kyla, if she tried to attack me, I'm going to attack her. So if you want me to get her,
you dumbass. All I said was, I never attacked you. I just made a point and you got triggered.
Where she going, Kyla? This is a lady who practiced prostitution and is trying to talk shit to me.
She's not talking truth, but you keep saying you keep insulting our intelligence, man.
Feminine ass man.
This is a lady who practiced prostitution and she's trying to talk shit to me.
That's going too far. Let me.
No, it's true, Kyla. She does.
He called me retarded. He's a bitch.
She called African men retarded. Why don't you get it mad when I call her retarded?
Like I said, no more free for all. That's
okay.
Have a piece there you go. I only got like an hour left, man. So let's just get through this without everybody killing each other. I'm enjoying the conversation. But my whole thing, Elvis, is this: the fact that a president has to take the initiative to remind everybody that Yeah, there's a man and there's a woman. That's period. That's how
exactly. That's
crazy this country has gotten. That's insane.
totally.
Really insane.
Yes.
I mean, Colin, that's the thing I'm saying. You guys are so myopic. You're so freaking myopic.
Elvis.
Don't stop calling my name, Colin. Let me speak, bro. In your daily life, no gay person is hindering your life in any way. Nobody. You live your life on a regular basis. You don't even interact with gay people on a regular basis. The same thing with me. Same thing with most people on the panel. Why are you making it like it's a big issue in your life? It's not.
Elvis, this is what I'm saying.
It is
what I'm saying? I know you
for
just saw
society.
No one is saying anything about gays, right? But what does gays have to do with us altering the definition of marriage and gender? What the hell's gays have to do with that?
I mean, Colin, I don't even understand.
No, what I'm saying is this. If somebody comes up and says that I gotta recognize, if he decides to self-identify as a woman, right? I could go to jail or get sued because I'm saying no. You're a female, you're a man, and whatnot. I'm not gonna let you in my female restroom, and you're now your right to go into.
Colin, is it a law that you have to let a person who identifies as a woman into your restroom?
Well, now it's not no more.
It's not a law.
Well, when Joe Biden was in office, it was.
It's not a law, Colin.
They say no. But the whole thing is this: you had gays pushing this thing where, you have a friggin' congresswoman, right? Who there's a transgender congresswoman in our government, right? She was basically
who's a transgender congresswoman?
Hold up, they had to pass a resolution, right, in the Congress because thank God the Republican majority barring this transgender male from going into a female's bathroom. That's insane. That's insane.
Who's a transgender person in the legislature?
Surgeon General. We had a Surgeon General who
Surgeon General.
was a
Okay, Dave, let's have some fun. Let's say Biden Surgeon General. Let's have some fun. Let's just show Elvis what we're talking about. Because he don't get it.
That's what I'm saying. It has no impact on your life, Carla.
It does have an impact because
this is America, bro. If I walk down the street and somebody identifies as a woman or a man, it has no impact on my life.
In this country, we give a damn. We care, and so how we feel is what's going to happen. We give a damn.
It has no impact on your life, Colin.
This ain't a third world country where people sitting about do whatever they want to do. And
this is America. One of the things about America is stay out of people's business.
And most of us said we don't want this shit. That's why Donald Trump won the election.
That's right. That's exactly why he won.
That's exactly why he won.
Yep.
Yeah, and I don't want men to claim they're women. I don't like that at all because they have.
Bottom line, that's why
they're trying to eliminate.
They're not X chromosome. I don't want that.
No, they're not.
You gotta. What's that girl that won California Olympics? Whatnot, like running and whatnot, friggin' transgender last week.
What about Bruce? Yeah, what about Bruce Jenner when he won Woman of the Athlete of the Year? Woman of the Year. Give me a break, Bruce Jenner.
Okay, so I'm saying, man, it's just so good. I used to worship him, man. Triumph, Wheaties. Remember that day back in the days?
Come on, I remember that day. That Wheaties.
Bruce Jenner is one of you guys. He's a Republican.
He ain't over there. What does that mean? Political party?
No, because you guys don't say what does that mean. You keep trying to push it like it's a leftist thing. The gays who are Republicans, they're transgender Republicans.
Most of them are on your side, Elvis. Most of them are liberals.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, most of them are liberals.
Yeah, you know why? Because Democrats don't care about people identifying a certain way. Doesn't have an impact on their life.
Because they don't have any.
They're not going to want people to be prosecuted because of their sexuality.
Misery loves company, and these people are depressed, Elvis. They're very depressed people.
Do you have any gay people in your family, Captain Head?
I have plenty of friends. Yes, I do. Yes,
okay, so they're depressed because they're gay. You feel sorry for them? You have pity for them?
And they are depressed people, and growing up in New York, they're depressed people. They are anti-family. They don't want. So these are people who have problems. They have.
So how are you friends with them if they're anti-family? How are you friends with them?
How am I friends with them? I can have I don't go hanging out. I mean, no, Elvis, don't get it twisted. I am never going out to have dinner or anything with with a.
Well, you say you have friends who are gay. That's what I'm saying. How do you have friends who are gay?
Those are not people. Friends meaning are.
I don't even know anybody personally who's gay.
Okay,
I mean, that's what I'm saying. I live in Minnesota, man. Maybe Minneapolis is more gay people there, but don't get in my area.
How do you define a friend? I have a difference between I have a definition of a friend. What is your definition of a friend?
I don't know, somebody that I have friendly affection for, that I would help when they need my help. I can console them when they're grieving. We can hang out and have fun.
Well, I have no gay friends in that category. In your definition, I have no gay friends. Okay. None at all. Yeah.
Well, you have family members who are gay?
Say again?
Yeah, family members who are gay.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
I do. I have a brother. Yes, I do. I have one. Yes.
You have a gay brother?
Yeah, I do. As a brother, and I don't. And he and I.
Why do you think he became gay? You think it was on purpose, or you think it just happened?
We don't communicate. It's a different world. I mean, I don't communicate. There's nothing there's nothing for me and him, unfortunately, that we don't have any commonality. It's something that he went down that path a long time ago. And when you go down that path, especially up in New York, if they can grab you in, like all these DL guys up in Atlanta, I'm afraid. I tell women tell me they're afraid to go up to Atlanta because you got these guys who are trying their best to get these men to be bi or do DL stuff. So
this is a whole ass.
That world is a very Elvis. It's a very deviant world.
Hold up, Dave.
It's a very deviant world.
I guess you think this is normal, right? A fucking man, right, with a wig on. Secretary of fucking Surgeon General. This is
is he qualified, Carla?
No.
Why is he not qualified?
If you don't know the difference between a male or female, you ain't qualified.
Okay, Carla.
For that, she was a longtime pediatrician and leader of Pennsylvania's health department. Admiral Levine has attracted global attention, not just because she's dedicated so much of her time to helping others.
What's the world going to say
about it? I don't know, Carl. I want to hear this. I want to hear what he's talking about.
This guy's supposed to be a doctor.
Man, this is disgusting. You can't say
absolutely.
Yeah, we get to the point where we start hating this stuff.
I'm not hearing it, Carl. I want to hear what it says. I don't know his
voice. If everybody be quiet, then we could probably hear it. It's up as high as it can go. I want to teach black people in the world how to make hate beautiful again. I do. I want to teach hate, and I want to be the number one hate monger because hate is going to keep us alive and survive in the future. We start hating people like this, they'll disappear.
Let's not say that. Let's not get your channel.
No, I am saying that. I really do believe there's a season to everything. There's a season. This is a season to hate. This is abomination. We need to hate this shit, really.
First openly transgender 4-star officer.
I am proud to follow in my father's footsteps and two of my uncle's footsteps in serving this great nation.
Aside from her role protecting the public's health, Admiral Levine says she has another duty that's just as critical, protecting those who are transgender and encouraging other leaders to do the same.
I am speaking out publicly, vocally, frequently.
That's what she's there for. He's there for transgender.
Our president.
It ain't about no Surgeon General. That's all they are. They know how to infiltrate every
advocacy, but also demanding action.
Gain access to the highest level of government.
Here's Admiral Levine standing by Pennsylvania Governor Tom Wolf as he signed an executive order.
Assistant Secretary of Health. He wasn't the Surgeon General.
All state employees.
He was the Surgeon General.
No, he was. He was.
That's
why I want to hear it. I'm not hearing it. I see on the title it says from medical doctor to Assistant Secretary of Health.
When he was in Pennsylvania, Biden appointed him as Surgeon General.
Order.
Oh, that's what I want to hear. I ain't seen it.
Sexual orientation discrimination for all state employees and contractors.
I am very grateful to be celebrating Transgender Day of Visibility here at the White House.
For Admiral Levine, this is clearly personal. She's consistently attacked and mocked online, even during her confirmation hearing, all because she's transgender.
Well, what I worry about with the the challenges that I've faced in my confirmation and other
And
challenges
he's a Jew.
is not that it affects me personally. I am very able to compartmentalize those issues and then to sublimate those challenges into my work. What I worry about is what it means for.
What does that have to do that this person is a Jew? Are there black people who are gay?
Admiral Levine says her role is a reminder of what's possible, but it's complicated by politics. More than a dozen states are attempting to pass laws targeting those who are transgender, from participation in sports to limiting health care.
What do you say to the people who don't share your views when it comes to gender?
I want to educate them that LGBTQI+ people, transgender people are like everyone else. That's what I'm trying to do in my role as my body for health. We're not like the same. Just trying to help people, and hopefully with that education, they will fear less. And I think if they fear the unknown less, then that will help them on their role towards tolerance, acceptance, and really developing a welcoming environment. We are making strides towards improvement.
Even with the mounting issues, Admiral Levine says she remains hopeful it will be better for those who transgender.
Continue to face challenges, and we will continue to face and rise up to meet those challenges.
I'm Lorenzo Hall, WUSA 9.
Yeah, let's get a black
We're proud
guy
to share with you that
interview.
WUSA 9 is a media sponsor of this year's Capitol Pride. So come on
See,
out, see us at the
the
parade
big
and the festival.
problem,
You
the
can
big
find all
problem
of
is
the
with the LGBT indoctrination in schools. That's where
That's what I'm saying. They
TK, you think somebody can indoctrinate you into start liking men?
It's not me,
No,
it's the
leave the kids
kids,
alone.
it's children.
Yes, they can
Yeah.
indoctrinate children to be trans.
Yeah, leave the children alone.
There's nothing about kids that
You take everything personal, man. It's about the children, the vulnerable. It's not about me. It's not about you.
If any of you have kids, I want to know what your kids' curriculum says. If anything in the curriculum is teaching them about transgenderism.
They'll leave the fucking children alone. You know.
That's what I'm saying, Colin. If you do you read your kids' curriculum for the year? Do you see their rubric and all of those things and see if they're being taught those things in school? They're not being taught any of that nonsense in school. What are you talking about?
They are doing that. They go into.
Have you seen any of your niece's curriculum and see what they're being taught in school, Colin?
I'm gonna show you right now.
Yes,
trans in school.
there are people. I mean, Elvis. I don't
If
know
you're going to go to some little place in California that doesn't affect you, it's not the same thing. In Minnesota, kids are not being taught about transgender in school. In Virginia, they're not being taught about it in school.
Hey, yo, they got it. They got it in school books and everything. There's multiple genders and all that stuff like that. You know, this is crazy. We know what we're talking about, Elvis.
No, you see little anecdotal things that Republicans show you. It's not happening in your daily life. It's not.
No.
Here we go.
Do you remember when parents were being called? Not when parents were being called.
Here we go.
America.
Here we go. Here's the truth right here. Elvis loves getting burned, man. Stop
trans young people in Greater Manchester in 2024.
Yes, exactly.
That's what I'm saying, Colin. How does it affect you? Whenever you're saying your family members being taught this in school.
I care about the country and the world I live in. I don't care about me personally. I care about the world I live in. That's why.
How to treat other people. So if you feel
we're not gonna Elvis. We're not gonna roll over.
Is this a British kid talking, Colin?
Hold on. This is America. I got plenty of them. I got a dozen of them. You know. Look, we're not gonna roll over for you freaks. You know, you psychopaths, you weirdos. We're gonna.
Colin, let's not go to ad hominems because the reality is most people who are doing these things are usually undercover gay people. Are people who are running away from their own sexuality. So don't go there, Colin.
And we'll keep elected people like Donald Trump as long as
we know it's not just the students. We know that some of the teachers wish we weren't even there.
Why do you keep saying this is American? It sounds like a British person.
For their comfort.
Everyone has a good evening. It's a pleasure talking to everyone here.
This is global. This is global.
Things like
all right, brother.
Guys, have a good one. All right, Colin.
All right, brother.
I'll holler at you tomorrow.
It's not the
Okay,
teacher
brother.
letting them. It's actually the teacher
Good
getting
night,
them
good
to
night,
do
honey. Honey Flower. Good job, Honey Flower. Good night.
My form tutor tries. She does. But she always stumbles on, good morning, girls. Oh, sorry.
Is this American again, Carla?
People look at me like I'm the
It doesn't matter if they're American.
Okay, then. So this is British, bro. This is not even American.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Okay, well, I'll find an American for it. So you're gonna be stupid about it when you know.
Fine. I'm just telling you, the curriculum in this country does not do anything about gay teaching.
These things,
It doesn't.
The point I'm trying to make is this is taught globally. You know.
Oh, okay. Now it's globally. Colin, man, come on.
It is global. It is global. They put you all over the world. You know. Okay. Ends in okay. Here's the power. This is happening in Roanoke, Virginia, right? Virginia
AI moves fast.
You know?
Your
That's
billing
what it
should
says.
too. With ChargeGate, you can move beyond payments to better billing. Monetize at the speed of
Why
AI.
do you like you need to prove
Tonight, a Roanoke County school board meeting.
I don't get that.
Well, Elvis is in denial
He's
because
a-
he'll sit up on a platform and lie like he always does. Lie. I have to prove it to him. You know, you got.
What do you mean lie, Colin?
Bottom line is, people, it's going to turn violent too in this country.
Ending in chaos. It started out with discussions over two controversial policies. One has to do with classroom displays and decorations following concerns over pride decor at Glen Cove Elementary. The new policy, unanimously approved by the board, says it's inappropriate for teachers to use decorations in a classroom that display any political, socio-political, or religious belief. Hidden Valley High School teacher Kimberly Irvin says the board is saying one thing, but acting in a different way.
Your proposed policies state the removal of politically motivated items, and yet all you do is push your political agenda on our schools.
These people have infiltrated our schools.
How you can have it
They
both
want
ways.
they want to teach our children this nonsense and whatnot. This is what we're talking. This is what people are angry about. You know, they want to put. You got teachers out there. They go in there and they know what they're going to college.
They didn't say anything about teaching anybody anything. It just said it was they were displaying gay pride flags.
Hold up. If I went in there at school, right, and I was a substitute teacher, and I got Nation of Islam paraphernalia or RBG and all stuff like this, people are gonna say something about it, right? You're gonna say, "Well, geez, if I tell people we're not gonna display the American flag."
Tyler, you're inferring right there. You're making this inference.
No, I'm not saying I'm saying the fact of the matter is everybody else has their political views regulated except for the gays. You know, everybody is saying that if somebody came in there and said we want to teach neo-Nazi stuff or Klan stuff, whatever like that, it would be roundly condemned and rightfully so. But when somebody does this, they want to make an argument. Oh yeah, like this. No, you keep your.
They're not teaching anything. They're only putting the flag up there, and I don't agree. I don't even agree that they should put the flag up there.
Flag and your beliefs away from the children. You know, that's what all people are saying. Stay away from the damn children.
Yeah, but again, that's a minor thing. It doesn't have a big impact on my life or your life, Colin.
Transgender student model policies from the Virginia Department of Education. The policies require teachers to use names and pronouns of students based on their official records.
I never seen somebody
it
go so
also
hard
requires students to use bathrooms based on the sex.
No, because I'm a fair guy.
Unless their parents opt them out.
I'm a fair guy, Colin. I don't like people to be discriminated against.
Naturally strong biased opinion towards these people, and that's really
no, because I don't want people to be discriminated against.
Okay,
when the Constitution protects them,
it ain't being discriminated against. That's the lifestyle they chose.
Does God discriminate against them?
I guess family members chose to be gay.
Yeah, well, bottom line, hey, that's them. That don't mean we gotta accept it. So we're not entitled to accept this bullshit,
No, you don't gotta accept it, Carla.
While going over the policy,
that's why we don't want to school
and
it's the reason why President Donald Trump won this last election, because we're just tired of this shit. Pretty soon it's gonna be nationwide, statewide. These people are gonna crawl back into the fucking closet where they belong,
So you prefer that? You want people to be in the closet?
Right? It's better than us killing them,
You want people to be in the closet and not to live their life freely and openly.
So what? I could care less. I care less. There's always suicide.
Don't.
You hear what Colin said? There's always suicide. This is why I keep saying. This is why I push back.
Suicide is always an option, man.
This is why I push back, because people in your family have struggled with this lifestyle, and you're saying that they should kill themselves because they struggle with it.
Some people struggle with their weight, their identity, whatever like that. But gayness, life is a struggle. Get used to it.
The one good thing Bill Clinton did was don't ask, don't tell. Keep it to yourself.
Yeah, don't ask. They would have kept going ask so there, but idiot Obama overturned that. That's where all this come from.
But I don't understand. What do they want? What more do they want?
They want all they want is normalization, acceptance. You know why? Because they figured this is how racist this country is. a gay person thinks their rights is on the same level of black. That's how I showed you that they have no respect for black people. Instead of saying, wait a minute, I have a lifestyle I chose. Those people were brought here as slaves. They didn't ask to be black. They didn't ask to be brought here. But they don't have any respect for black people. They'll equate their struggle with ours. That's what this is all about. You know
what it is, Colin? They want to keep pushing it. There was a politician in California that put in a legislation to try and make pedophilia illegal. So they keep pushing
pedophilia.
What do you mean? It is illegal. What do you mean try to make it illegal? It is illegal. It should be illegal.
No, legal.
Okay. Yeah, pedophilia
they want to make
We're not Muhammad who got married to a 6-year-old child.
DK. I saw the thing where a couple of years ago, like 5 years ago, right? This lady started articulating. That's what they start with these. Well, pedophilia is another like that. They need treatment for it. In other words, you mess a little girl. Let's give you treatment now. See how they start with that shit? And the American Medical Association has been so corrupted, by these weirdos and deviants and whatnot, That's according to the American Medical Society, the organization been bought off by the gays and everybody else, and people still look at them as a benchmark to freaking what's right and wrong.
Here's the line that says Senator Weiner introduces legislation to end discrimination against LGBT people regarding
is that a video or is that news article?
Offender registration.
Put it in the back chat. I want to play it. I want to put.
It's a link. It's a link. It's a link to his. This is his site. So basically, he doesn't want LGBT people who committed sex crimes to go on the sex offenders list. So basically, that's a soft way of legalizing pedophilia. This was in 2000.
I've heard
Hey, Colin.
I had there's bestiality advocates and whatnot.
Colin. I was just about to mention that. I was on this website one day. It was like YouTube, but they allow like anybody to be up there. And like it's so crazy how many bestiality advocates, pedophilia advocates that are up there trying to explain why it should be okay.
A civilization has the right to step what's decent and right in their society. That belongs to the people. That's what a nation's all about. Laws can't decide that. It's a friggin' nation, the people, the values, the culture of the country, or this country will cease to exist. If the country's the laws are starting people, it will destroy
this stuff was starting to seep into the military, and now like
all over, man. Enough is enough, man.
DK, do people make fun of you because of the way you talk?
No.
What do you mean?
Do they tell you you talk effeminate?
He doesn't sound effeminate.
At all to me. Like a man,
I'm asking you a question, DK.
Effeminate.
Do people tell you that?
Elvis,
you be honest with me, bro.
Elvis. Now, when Honey
he has a deep voice. You have a feminine voice.
And you talk like a woman.
Are you being honest with me, DK?
Of course not. I'm 6'5", bro.
He has a deep voice. He has a masculine voice.
You sound effeminate to me, man.
Nah, he don't sound feminine, not me.
So
hold on. Honey Flower just said that to you, and you made a big deal about it. Now, why would you say it to him?
If you wasn't protecting her, I don't mind. She said it to me, I'll give it back to her 10 times.
No, hold on.
Carla, let it be open. If she can talk to me, fine. Just let me talk back to her, Carla.
Hey, let's stay on subject. Let's stay on topic.
Elvis sounds fruity himself.
You sound jealous. He has the deepest voice on the stage. Why would you say
let's stay on topic, guys.
Carla, I like it, right? If she can talk to me freely, let me talk to her freely, and don't protect her when I start getting her.
I'm not protecting nothing.
Okay, good. All right, good.
But when
I get it.
talk, you get mad.
All right, let's go at it. Let's go prostitution. Honey Flower. What you got to tell me?
Colin, let me ask you.
Call me a prostitute?
That's what
let me ask you a question, Colin, let me ask you a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Practice Mutai in Islam.
So,
why are you calling my name, Colin? You said it was okay. Why are you calling me now?
You don't call nobody a prostitute.
Oh, shit. Okay, Colin. Okay, Colin. You know, in Islam it says it's permissible for the man to fuck a woman in the ass, right? That's what a lot of Muslim women have infection in the asshole, right? You know that, right?
Ugly ass monkey. You look like a fucking orangutan.
I look like an orangutan. Are you being racist now, Yemeni bitch? Are you being racist now?
Collar.
We don't say the
Get that
B word on
orangutan out of here,
no,
bitch.
no.
He started it with me.
Okay, Steve, go ahead, man. I can't have that.
He think I don't have I have a bad mouth. East African women have crazy mouths. Don't start with me, fucking orangutan.
Okay. Let's not do that.
All right, let's get back to the topic.
He can't call me a prostitute. He cannot call me a prostitute.
He's gone now. He's gone.
Yeah, he's
Listen. That's why, like I told you, like there's so many advocates for like pedophilia and bestiality. So that's why I say you can't allow certain things because you give people an inch, they'll take a mile.
That's what I'm saying. That's what it all starts with. Starts with this.
Why do you take everything out?
He called her a prostitute. In the bottom line, I don't tolerate that on my show.
Yeah,
so
but Kala,
don't call nobody a bitch.
No. But Kala, he was.
I don't give a damn. Elba, I don't care.
He started it
I don't
first.
care. What I don't understand is you African men, man. God damn.
He called me a prostitute, so I cussed him back.
You want to tell me you didn't call a monkey as it was somebody calling somebody a woman? I heard a character name. That's not the same thing. You don't talk to women like that, man. Come on. We don't do that, man. I don't look. You never see me on this platform arguing women. Don't do it.
And then he came out of nowhere saying that DK's voice sounded feminine, and that's okay to just come out of nowhere and make a big ass comment like that.
Defending DK. She was defending DK.
And who called somebody an orangutan?
Me.
Flower called Elvis.
Kala, you know, fair. She sit over there calling this guy monkey.
Hold on. He called her a B and a prostitute first. And
he told me. He said that I have sex and do muta with Arab men, so I called him a monkey.
Yeah. So you give
call
something
him an
like
animal.
Check this out. Look, women, basically, men have physical power. Women have the power to hurt you with their words. Elvis asked for it, by first attacking DK. And you sound because DK is not saying what he wants to hear, so he's called DK feminine. I'm like, how the hell are you feminine? He's like, fucking DK got a real baseline.
He called me effeminate for not defending gays and trans. It's like you can't.
But Kyle, I will say this. Let's not call people orangutans and monkeys. I will say that.
Okay, maybe that's out of line, but hold on.
I'm trying to make it seem because he's trying to say
he don't know her from Adam.
I know what.
Why is he calling a woman a prostitute?
Oh man, you got Kidolo on the panel. Oh my!
I know what.
No man, Kala, he used our mocking on this dude, man.
Are you?
I will say we can't do that. We can't do that. We can't be calling black people monkeys and orangutans.
He should not call me a prostitute.
I agree. He shouldn't have called you out your name, but nobody should be calling anybody out their name.
That's the equivalent. He tried to call me something harsh, and I'm gonna go to hell.
But we can't use that.
Honey Fly, you could have just called him ugly.
She could do
Yeah, I said he was ugly. He looks like an orangutan.
Who can tell her what she can't use?
But Kyle, you got to realize that like the races, like that's kind of
flying.
Yeah, no, he does look like an orangutan. I'm not being racist.
So the bottom line is, if somebody disrespects a woman like that, they deserve anything they get.
Period, Kala.
If somebody you disrespect a woman like that, you never look. I have never in my life called a woman a B.
But why he called her? Why he called her prostitute?
Out of nowhere. He said it out of nowhere.
I don't agree with what Elvis did. I don't agree with what Elvis said. But monkey and orangutan, that's not it.
He told Chantel, "I'll eat you raw." Come
exactly.
on,
he was just joking when he said that, though, Kyle. He was joking. He was just joking when he said that.
No,
Kyle.
I don't give a damn. You don't say that shit. The bottom line is that he said it a few times. He meant it. I don't know what the fuck he meant, but he said it.
Kyle, Elvis is not like that. Come on.
Look, fuck Elvis, man. Fuck Elvis, man.
No, Kala, man. Elvis is a cool guy, bro.
Yeah, Elvis is cool, man. Him and Honey Flower just got beef. That's all.
The bottom line,
I don't have beef with him. He attacked me first.
They both went a little.
When a woman attacks back, why you guys cry? Don't start it first.
Kala, it's not fair, man.
We're not crying. I'm not crying. I'm just saying Elvis was wrong. He did start it.
All right, that's what I said. He started with DK, and he said something, and she was just saying, "Look, man, why you calling him feminine and whatnot this time?" Then when I just called you feminine, Kala corrected me because I told her, "Don't say that," right? And then he turns around and says it to DK, and I said, "You know something?" After I defended Elvis by telling Honeyfly, "Don't talk to him like that," he goes and says it to DK. That's what she said. Something.
Can I just say my little 2 cents? My little 2 cents. I think they both went too far. I don't think you should call any woman a prostitute and stuff like that. But I don't think Honeyfly you should play into the racist kind of like those type of tropes, like calling.
He should not.
I agree with Kwame.
Yeah, man, she's not
I
black.
agree with Kwame.
Yeah, but hold on, but she's black too.
I did that on
What does that
purpose.
mean?
I did that on purpose because I know.
Call
I
it
know
brother
it hurts.
nigga, man. Call it brother monkey. But Kala, you accept that motherfucking shit?
Well, I don't know. I don't like
Kidola,
a damn monkey.
I would agree.
What's that got to do with me? I don't like a damn monkey. So what the fuck I care? You know.
I'm not going to say.
But what do you care about? If you call a prostitute, is she a prostitute?
Why did he touch the fire?
Man, the motherfucker here call it brother monkey, man.
Kidola,
the motherfucker call it brother monkey, man.
Kidola.
Well, Kidola, why are you so mad at that? But he called her a prostitute in the hole.
Okay, why she? Okay. She's
he called her that first. He called her that first.
Yeah, he started it.
Kala, we understand that, but both of them were wrong and whatnot.
Yeah, I was wrong, but
no. I did.
Right.
Nobody wins a fight. I always say that. Nobody wins in a fight.
He should have never started it.
No, he started that shit where I'm talking about to DK like that because DK wasn't.
But DK got
all DK was talking about is his view on
it
this.
Was wrong.
But DK got out to defend himself. You know, DK.
DK was trying to be civilized. You know.
He's saying she practiced muta kala. It's prostitution.
Well, I don't. What the hell? What the hell's muta mean?
It's like a thing where you can have like it in Islam, but it's not in the Quran, but it's a practice where you can have sex with a woman, have a temporary marriage, and leave her. He keeps saying that I'm a hoe, I'm a prostitute and stuff like that. If he's gonna talk that way, I'm gonna roast his ass to oblivion.
Yeah, so does Elvis
and Ola's gonna be in the back crying. Ola, I'm gonna have you and Elvis crying.
Let me say this. Does Elvis know hope? Does Elvis know what he's
talking about? Don't do it. I'll come for you too.
Yeah, I'll come for you as well.
Nobody's gonna come for nobody. Let's just keep it peaceful.
You were saying I'm starving. I have flies all over.
Let's keep it peaceful.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna say right now, I am gonna drop everybody in a minute. I'm tired of this. It's been a long week. You know, let's let it go. Elvis is not on the platform.
I only said that because I know it's gonna hurt him. Just like calling me a prostitute. I draw the line at that. Like, okay, bitches, whatever. But you call me a prostitute, yeah, I'm gonna call your ass a monkey. How do you feel about that?
Kala, what's the current topic right now?
The current topic is, I was saying this is this. Look, everything I'm seeing right now, I see the signs of decivilization in America, right? The LGBT, the fact that we're fighting gender identity shows you that we're like in the last days. You know, it's all like the gates of hell are open and the demons are walking the earth. That's what I feel. You know, I feel nothing. Look, let me tell you something. This one girl went off on Facebook, right? She said, black women, I said, don't come for me, right? This is a black sister on Facebook said, as a matter of fact, I'm going to play the video. I'm going to play what she said. I didn't know Sexy Red had a freaking line of lipstick called Booty Hole Brown.
Yeah, I see that. and like
gonorrhea fucking red. I'm like, what the hell?
I think you like Sexy Red on the low.
I never.
Why would you say something stupid like that, Elvis?
Listen, because the first time I ever heard about Sexy Red was through YouTube. Everybody talking about her songs. Like, I never listened to one of her songs.
I never heard one of her songs. All I know is she looks disgusting. I mean, really disgusting.
Listen, but Kala,
not too long ago, I was pregnant. She looks like a beast, you know, and that she's an abomination, you know. Disgusting.
Kala,
Abomination,
yeah.
Kala,
Kala,
what
have
you
you
are
seen the
attacking is
picture?
Kala, why
Have
you
you seen the
attacking
picture with
people
her
like that,
mother?
Kala? What is Cecily
Oh
doing
no,
wrong?
how's a
Why you
mother?
attacking your people like that,
That's what
Kala?
I'm. No, her
Look,
mother's a very.
Ola.
Kala, let me give you this,
Let me say
Kala.
this. Ola,
Why you
listen.
attacking your people
Not
like
every
that?
look, Ola. Let me say this. Not everybody fucking African American is my fucking people. Some of these previous
Well, those are your community, Kala.
are not my damn people. You know.
I agree with Kala.
Kala, I understand, but Kala, you
I
switch
don't
now.
give a damn.
I
I
want
don't
you
give
to
a damn
switch
about
now.
no
You
sexy
attack.
red. You
I
know.
want you to switch now. You attacking Somali or Ethiopia like that. You see them. Those are the ones laughing.
I
They're
don't
laughing
know
at
any
you. They're
Somalis.
laughing.
I don't
No,
really
they're
know.
laughing
Look,
with the word you used to
You're
describe
upset.
red.
Ola, you're
I don't
upset.
No,
know.
man,
You're
I
obsessed
don't
with
want to hear
me.
from you. I don't want to hear from
You're
you.
obsessed with me, dude.
I don't
You're
For what?
obsessed
For
with
what?
me.
For what? What the
I
hell are
don't
you?
know
Yeah,
any
you're obsessed.
Somalis.
All you do is
How
talk
did it
about
come?
me.
How did it get back to this, Kwame?
I
Because
don't know any
Ola is
Yo,
very
Somalis or
obsessed with me.
Ethiopians. I
I
don't know
keep
any
telling you,
Somalis.
Kid Ola got a deep hateful for East Africa. I don't know
He's
what it is, but he
obsessed.
got a
You know
deep
what
hate
I
for
got
East
when I
Africa.
Kala, why you attacking Ceci Red? Ceci Red is your community. You go attack
No,
Ethiopia.
she's not my community. This is what I'm talking about. This is how fucked up we are. You know, Sexy Red is not my damn community. You know, she don't commune with us.
Hey! Let me ask Ola a question. Ola what's his name? Bro Brisky. What's that dude name? Is he part of your community?
It's Nigeria. It might not be the same tribe like me, but at least it's Nigeria. Whatever it's doing, it's Nigeria.
Okay, so if you claim him, then okay. I see what Ola's saying.
These people, man.
No, man. We just have to be fair, because you just switched down to Ethiopia. All of this, so don't leave it like that. You see, let me tell you something, Kala.
What does Ethiopia got to
Me. He doesn't like me. He's all about me. Ola thinks about me all the
She's
time.
an American. She lives in America.
It's easy to make fun with black people. Everybody laugh at it, right? But when you switch from black people now to other people,
Steve.
Other people.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Would you consider Nipsey Hussle
black?
black?
Brother Monkey. Everybody accepts.
Yeah.
He called the P West first. Both of them need to go, bro.
Carlo, you got to be fair to me, bro. I gave you a fair warning. I told you not to let her engage with me.
Elvis.
I didn't even. Go ahead.
Elvis, you got mad at her for saying DK, and then you called her a prostitute. That was
No. I was talking to DK. I told you to tell her to leave me alone because she said I come on the platform and I target her. I told you, Carla, I'm not even speaking to her. I brought it to your attention. I was kind enough twice.
Okay. I corrected her.
And you didn't control it. That's the point.
I corrected her. I told her, okay, leave it alone, right?
And let me just tell you this, Carla. Muta in Islam is the practice where a woman can sell her vagina for a time and a period. That's prostitution. That's what we call prostitution.
Elvis, do you got any evidence to that?
It's in the Quran. What do you mean? She just told you it herself.
Elvis, do you have any
It's not
evidence?
in the Quran.
But my
thing is,
why
do you keep? Why do you keep talking?
Elvis, do you have any evidence?
I want to say
do you have any proof?
Kala, he always mentions me. Kala, he mentions me and sex all the time.
Kala, I was telling you when I first came on your platform, I was engaging the men. I wasn't engaging Honeyflower. I wasn't engaging her. She kept trying to engage me. I brought it to your attention more than twice.
That is true. Elvis did say he wasn't going to engage her.
Right. Okay, I understand that. Right, I understand that. Okay, because these two don't like each other, right? Maybe I shouldn't even have.
I have no problem with him. Ola and Elvis attack me all the time.
I tried not to even talk to you today. What are you talking about? I attack you. I tried not to talk to her. When we started having a religious thing, she came up. I worship the Jews. She started talking shit about me. I usually try to stay away from people because I know myself. So, Carla, just tell her to stay away from me. I'm not going to engage with her. She shouldn't engage with me.
I'm having to drop both of you down.
Let me tell you something, Kala.
That's great. If he doesn't engage with me, I would love that. That's
Kala, let me give you this. I'm not attacking nobody, Kala, but Kala, you see, when some Somalians,
get you just ruined it right there.
Just let Ola finish his point. Listen, Kala, let Ola finish his point, and after today, this is behind us.
I think of myself all the places I've been in life for that.
I'm sorry, Kala. I did not mean to create drama in your life, but
tribal war, man. God
I didn't, Kala. I apologize. I did not mean to create this drama.
Kidola, you're not the arbitrary of what an African or
hold on. Listen, Kala, what you should do is, I can't tell you what to do. What you should do is let them get it out, and then after the day, that's it. Don't bring it up again. Don't.
All right, yeah, go ahead, get it out, Kadola. Say, oh,
Okay,
you know what? It's just the last
see,
time we're dealing with this.
You see, blood is thicker than water. You know, blood is thicker than water. Doesn't mean because what happened 400 years, going towards 500 years ago, that can cancel the blood that we and some of Black America have together. Well, so Somali guy sit on this YouTube channel and attack.
I'm not Somali. First of all, I'm not Somali.
And attack.
Hold on, let him finish. Let him finish.
And attack Tariq Rashid. Call him all kind of names, monkey, all kind of the word that I just hear now that piss me off.
But kiddo, you call Ethiopian starving.
You know that.
Kala, drop everybody down. Drop everybody down. Let him.
Let
it's a painful thing, Kala.
Yeah, let Kadola talk.
You know, Kala, it's a painful thing. Someone who claims, say, you say she's black, but sitting down here, bringing out what they say in their kitchen and bringing on the real platform, it's very painful, Kala.
I'm gonna put my stopwatch on. I'm gonna give you 4 minutes, Kadola. And
so I just want to voice that even the white people don't ever call black people monkey openly. That she sit here and call one of us monkey is a pity, and that's what they say in their kitchen, and that's how it is. She brought what they say in their living room. She brought out what they say in their dining room. I told you, Kala, this guy just e-poster that came here to laugh at black people, go back there and call these black people, these Africans. That's what they call even the black Americans, these Africans. And I got no problem with Sassy Red. Sassy Red might be my distant nephew. You know, Sassy Red might be anything to me. Blood is thicker than water, Kala. You know, I cannot sit here and somebody's attacking. We can attack each other. You can call me all kind of name as a black American. I would take it because I know you're my cousin. But somebody going to be sitting down here calling a brother a monkey? Then the real racists came out of their mouth, pretending to be one of us, pretending to be who? Man, because she's a woman?
There's some people, black Americans, that are worse than she is,
man,
bro.
I understand, man. I got a hole with that,
Don't kid yourself, bro. A lot of black Americans are worse than she is. Hateful. I deal with it every day with their hate, stuff like that. My whole thing is, Ola, I don't think it's really that important. I mean, people say stuff that would hurt each other. Black people say things that hurt each other all the time. And I think it's really unfortunate, that we can't have a conversation or whatever like that without people going to the lowest common denominator, which is insulting somebody's ethnic group, where they were born at, and their national origin and stuff like that. So I don't know. It's just a thing. Why can't look? I'm like this. I see people. If Honeyflower wasn't down with us, she wouldn't be on this platform. I'm dead serious right now. She wouldn't be on this platform.
I got it, Kala. But Kala, I was in a place that I was very, I met this former 100 meters world champion. What's her name again? That girl that married to that short put. I forget her name. Forget her name, man. I was in North Carolina. That girl from North Carolina. Man, that girl hug me, come here, brother, man. I'm not talking to some of these schizophrenic black Americans who said they are not Africans. That girl called me a brother. I forget her name. She was very fast. I think they banned her for the same time. We can be trolling here at each other, man. Black Americans are my cousins, man.
Well, appreciate that, Ola. I'm glad
Thank
you
everybody can come back. Thank you.
Came a long ways, brother. Because I remember you on the Afro Dumbass show. You were basically saying some hurtful things a couple of years ago, man. Hurt my feelings, man.
No, man, you were just trolling, fight each other, man. we were fighting each other. We were at the truth, the battle of the family.
You said Ola, man. You said some hurtful things, man, back in the days, man.
But we were because they were battle. We were on the wall. Nakbizi, everybody. We did share this. We did have ceasefire at that time, but now. It's ceasefire now. We causes, man. I'm not going back to that place again, man. I got 5 million from Black America. We were just fighting the war. But now we're cool with each other now because we don't understand, man. We're blood. You attack one Black American guy, man, you attack me. Who am I?
Yes. Can we just all get along, get this out of the way with? I'm trying to hit a topic. I was on topic about this thing. Kyle looked like I'm a fucking cuck. Look, Honeyflower can get in touch with me anytime she wants to. She has my email. She has my my messenger, friends on Facebook. Ask her how many times I tried to call her and try to get with her. Ask her, you know, Honey Flower, do I ever try to call you and get with you or anything like that? Talk inappropriate.
Am I on the stage?
Yeah.
No, you've never tried. It's never been like that between you and I.
Why
You're
people
married.
call me? Why people
You're a
call me?
married man. I have no interest in
Yeah,
that.
so I'm
type of
saying
stuff.
I'm a married man, whatnot. You know, I just like I see Honey Flower as like my daughter or my niece or something like that. That's all I see. You know, I'm a soft spot for young women. You know, especially young girls, whatnot, because I want women to look at me and be like, how would this Afghanistan be? How would this Afghanistan be? You know, and let's say there's a Hebrew Israelite brother, right? They walk down the street, mother F be that, whatnot, you know. You see these guys, Honey Flower, right? They're saying, women say to themselves, thank God I'm in, they kiss the ground. Because they say, if I was in his world, man, I'd be in serious trouble. So when I listen to College Genesis, like, oh man, for a black nationalist, he don't seem too bad, man. He don't seem too bad. He's like, you know, he like women rights and whatnot, you know, and stuff like that, you know, everything. He's not too bad. That's what I'm trying to do. You know, that's all. Yeah, good.
As if everybody aired out their grievances, I mean, like I said, you the control of the show, right? You the headmaster, right?
Ola got his grievance out, so,
right.
Yeah.
Nobody can bring this up again. This is behind us. We're not gonna.
Yeah, like this. My whole thing is this. People, my whole point I'm trying to make
But Khaled, they're gonna get triggered because I'm an African woman speaking. That's all it takes.
Yeah, and also black men gotta stop being so triggered about what women say. When I was like, women ain't supposed to talk like that. Look, in
I
your
feel like
regular life,
men on this platform say
let me say
worse
this. Let me
than
say
me
this.
though.
In our regular lives and whatnot, we get dissed every day by females. Females don't look at you. People that drive off at the gas pump because they think you're trying to holler them. People drive for the light because they don't want, you know, they pull up at the light, could pull up further because they don't have to look you in the face. We get our feelings hurt by women all day, all night. That's just the world we live in, you know? We go through it all the time. Who you think you are and whatnot. Women judge you by what you got on, what type of car you drive. Well, black men are hurt by women every time. So what they get online and they want to have this fantasy world while women know their place and whatnot. And you know that's not reality. You know, same shit that goes on in your personal life where women don't give a damn about you, your feelings, and what you think, whatnot, what's on your mind and whatnot. The same thing that goes on online. You know, some of these women don't care about what your feelings are or whatever like that. Men want to dominate these spaces like, well, I said this one night. Women are like, I don't give a damn what you think.
But Khaled, this is what I want to say. Men say worse things than me on here, but it hurts when it's coming from me to them for some reason. Like,
because you're a female, you're a woman. That's why, you know.
Khaled, can I make a point when y'all done?
Go ahead.
I'm done.
I just want to say I just don't like the whole separation of I'm more African and you're more and you're less African.
That's dangerous.
I think it's very dangerous and I think it's very decisive.
Oh, let me give you an example. Let me give you an example.
I agree with you, Kwame.
Check this out. Let me give you an example, Ola, right? And no offense to you. I know you're married to a white person, right? I see this video, this reel on Facebook going around with this tall, dark-skinned brother from African brother in Europe, right? And he's always going around with his shirt off and just approaching white women, you know? And I'm saying to myself, in the comment section, look, these black guys, I'm like, that's not how we black Americans act, you know? And so I'm saying to myself, what the hell is going on in the world? We used to always know you stay away from white girls, right? We're black, they're white. We stay away from them. Now, we know it's going to happen, interracial marriage here and there, when not the exception, not the rule. But see, like African guys, man, they're going into the spaces, right? Let me give you an example. In the Philippines, right, there's an African guy on TikTok crying because some white Americans, he was with these girls, Filipino girls, and some white Americans had him crying because they told the girl, why are you with that monkey? And the African guy goes, I'm not a monkey, I'm a human, whatnot. You know, I'm like, what the hell you put yourself in that situation for? Your feelings get hurt. The Africans are very sensitive when they get they get their wake up call. You know,
all black people are sensitive.
No, but not like that. You know, this guy was sitting there crying. Then another video I saw, this guy was these Africans were refused entrance in a pub in Ireland, right? They said, "Look, you can't get in because we don't like Africans in here." They're like, "Why can't we get in? Why can't we get in?" I'm like, "You guys don't get it. You're going to a country, a foreign country that doesn't want you there, you know." But instead of building Africa and whatnot, you constantly go into these countries basically because you want a better life. And I'm saying to myself, okay, we're saying to ourselves, I'm saying, if Africans want to be brothers with us and they want respect and whatnot, they have to first start trying to build Africa, you know, and then they're gonna earn the respect of African Americans and their women that live overseas. They may say, you know, something, you know,
Colin.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you want to know who you should ban?
Who?
It's not Black American guy or girl. Not Black American.
Yeah, he said some. He been saying some wild stuff.
Yeah.
Colin, when you done, can I finish my point?
Hold on. I'm saying like this. Where are my moderators? I gave people a wrench for a freaking reason, right?
African goddess. Do what you got to do, African goddess.
That's a job of the moderator. And like I said, since my moderators don't do nothing, you got to blame them. Because if somebody
do your job,
I
man.
kind of like this not Black American.
Of course you like him.
Yeah, I like him. He was on my side and everything. I'm not offended when FBA people have anger towards immigrants and stuff like that. I mean, I don't like when they roast us, but sometimes they have legitimate concerns about, you know, Africans always running to the United States, not fixing their countries and stuff like that. So
Color, you know what the problem is, Color? It's when Ola gets on here.
Why you the states?
Hold on. Let
Are you not one of the Africans? Why you the
I couldn't even finish my
You want to manage yourself out?
Hold on. You got 4 minutes, bro. Let me let DK talk. Go ahead, DK Cook.
But the problem is Ola wants to go marry a white woman, but he still wants to be the gatekeeper for who's Black and who's not. I have a problem with that. Like you have your white woman, you have your mixed kids, move on with your life.
Well, one thing about Black African American
Thank
culture,
you,
right?
DK.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you how Black African American culture is, right? When I was a kid, we was in South Jamaica, Queens, right? You know, we had Chinese people and Indian people who became completely African Americanized. You know, you had Chinese girls wearing cornrows and whatnot. We didn't know they were fucking Black. We didn't know what the difference was. And then you had people that were Black as midnight, you know, from Sudan or whatever like that, right? Black America is so diverse in our phenotypes and stuff like that, right? So somebody like Honeyflower could probably fit right into the Black community like it was nothing, right?
I doubt it.
Yeah, I'm telling you, dude. I'm telling you what I go for, you know.
Colin, you ain't never let me or DK finish our points.
Oh, go ahead. You're good, DK.
No, I'll let Kwame finish because we did interrupt him. Go ahead, Kwame.
All I'm saying is it's very decisive to say who's African and who's Black and who's not. I think it's very decisive and it's very dangerous to come with that type of mindset. Regardless of people's phenotype, if they from Africa, they from Africa. I don't think nobody should be no arbitrary to be talking about this person is an Arab and they're not really African, or this person
anytime we still calling Kamala Harris an African American, and she got no Black African blood in her whatnot. You know, come on, you know. There's something wrong with that. People want to cherry pick like Barack Obama. One night,
Kamala Harris probably does have some Black blood. Probably, maybe at most 30%. At most.
No. Her father. I looked at her father. Right, her mother's completely Indian. Right, a dark skinned Indian. Her father's like a light skinned person. Her
father looks like an octarine.
Yeah, his father, but he was actually from like Trinidad or something like that. He's like Indian and.
Colin, what are you talking about? You just be making up all kind of shit, bro. Her father is literally a Black man from Jamaica.
Her father's not Black, you know.
Her father's a Black man from Jamaica, Colin. He has a whole afro.
No.
He got a broad nose, Colin. He looks like a Negro, as you'll say.
No.
Nah, he does have some African ancestry though.
If you look at the pictures of Kamala Harris' father,
he's not even dead. He's an adjunct professor at Stanford. He's still alive. You can look on the web and see his picture. He's a Black man.
He's really light skinned though, so he's
he's brown skinned, brother. Stop lying.
Yeah, he's
Go
brown.
look it
He's
up, Tyler.
definitely
Look it up
brown.
right now in front of all of us on your computer. Show us like the picture of her father when we can make that judgment.
Man, I done seen people debate on this stuff, so I've seen all the evidence. He's a black man.
He's a black man, man. I don't know what
Okay,
kind of talk.
we'll see. What's your opinion? The picture I saw of him, he didn't look black, so we'll see. Right
Show multiple pictures, Tyler.
She even got pictures of. She even got
That
pictures
one
with her
picture with them
grandmother.
as a family where he was standing up with her with the afro and the shades on.
Check this out.
The older
That's the
picture.
picture. That's the picture. Elvis, that's the same picture I seen.
Took a picture of a black man, and that wasn't. It was a problem.
Tyler, you think her daddy put cosplaying as a black man?
She even got pictures with her grandmother, Carla. She's black.
Get started.
Carla,
No,
I'm
that picture
gonna
was fake with her
Carla,
grandmother, I
I'm
believe.
gonna go to sleep now. But Carla, before I go to sleep, I have a request. Okay, Carla.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I'm gonna go to sleep now. I know that once I drop down, there's gonna be mentioning of me not being black.
No more. It's all good.
Ola's gonna go.
Honey Flower, you don't gotta gaslight the situation. It's
No, I'm
over.
not
The situation
gaslighting. I
is
really
it's
don't
over
care,
already.
but
Yeah, but
I'm
you don't
just
gotta bring it up like
saying.
people gonna talk about. Nobody's gonna talk about you.
Well, nobody's gonna talk about it because anybody mentions all this stuff. We're putting this behind.
Exactly. Kyler gonna ban him if anybody mentions your name.
My only thing is this, like, my thing is, if you're gonna talk about me while I'm around. If I leave and you talk shit, then next time I get on here, it's gonna make me wanna, get my payback from the shit you was talking.
You make yourself
Kyler's
very
not gonna let
important.
nobody talk about you.
You make yourself very important.
Yeah, I am important to you.
You ain't shit. You might be very skinny. You might be very skinny.
Kiddola.
I clearly mean something
Born
to
in
you.
Jamaica in 1938, Donald Harris moved to the United States in the 1960s.
Blow it up, Tyler.
Received his
Let's see his
PhD in
picture.
Economics at the University of California, Berkeley. During his time at Berkeley, Harris was part of the civil rights movement, where he met his future wife, Shyamala Gopalan. This period was instrumental in shaping his social.
Oh, so there's no pictures. This is just like a. There's no pictures, Tyler.
Harris's
You just go on your Google right now and look up this picture of her father.
Prestigious institutions. He started by teaching at the University of Illinois
Why they
and
got
then at
this thing in the
Northwestern
fucking middle?
University before moving to the University of Wisconsin-Madison.
Let's find another video. Dumb motherfuckers, man. You don't make a damn video. Okay, come up, father of Kamala Harris.
Well, I got to tell you, the reason that I wrote this book is because I interacted with somebody. There was somebody I came across. And
you're watching Jimmy Dore or right wing quack. Go on the Google and look at the picture, Kyler.
I started doing research because you remember when Barack Obama was running for
president. You're so biased, bro. You're not an honest, engaged person, bro. Go on Google pictures. Tell us. We're not trying to hear white people talk about a black man. What authority do they have on a black man?
No one knows anything about Kamala Harris. Nothing. I mean, we know nothing. We know that she was in Congress. She gave some great speeches, and now she's
right. We all know who these guys is. Jimmy Dore, he's been a young Turk. Now he's on the right.
Her father is Donald.
Go on
Harris,
Google and type in the picture of Kamala Harris' father. Simple, Kyler.
University.
Don't give us no
he was
spin.
An advisor to the government of Michael Manley, the kind of socialist president of Jamaica, kind of a Bernie Sanders president of Jamaica for a.
Yeah, show a picture.
On speaking terms, he
Tyler, I mean, are you doing it to us, Tyler? You listen to Republicans trying to discourage a black man? Is that what you're doing? White Republicans?
Kamala and her sister.
You know who they are, Tyler. You know Jimmy Dore. You're in that space. You know him.
Kyler, this is not honest research. I'm not
This is not honest, man. I mean, Kyler, why do you do this, man? You want us to respect you and you do things like that, man.
Hold on. Elvis, shut up for a second. Hold up. Kamala's father. I'll put it in the freaking images. All right.
Just look at the pictures. Forget about the videos, man.
Kamala father.
Don't put white behind it. Just
share the screen, Kyler. Don't
share your screen, Kyler. Don't try to go look for the whitest one to show it to us.
Hey, race. Okay,
he'll put something like, "Is he's white? Looks white."
Kyler, pull up a picture. Yo, this is the first
I
picture.
know this dude does not look like no damn black man.
Show it to us, Kyler. Share the screen, Kyler. Let the viewers and let us see it.
Let Steve back on. He on the back.
Okay. Look. Okay.
We know you, Kyler.
back up. Okay, all right. I'm gonna say this is gonna make my case right here. This picture right
No,
here.
no, you gotta show multiple. You gotta show multiple pictures, Colin. You gotta show multiple pictures. You gotta show us the search once you type it in, Colin.
No, there's one picture that says it all. You know.
You gotta show us the search, Colin.
That's an Indian couple.
No Makoko research tonight, please.
Oh, you show us a black and white picture, Colin. The guy's alive right now. There's a regular picture of him. Why show the black and white picture, Colin?
Check us out, man. I'm telling
You're
you now.
funny, Colin, man. You're funny.
No, man.
Show us the other picture, Colin. Go back to the Google images.
Look at those thin lips, man.
Damn, I might mess up.
Man. That's a white
Can you
man.
see? Can you see skin tone through black and white photos, Colin?
Yes. That dude right there. Look at
Go
that.
back to the image of Google, Colin. Let's see it.
He's lighter than her. She's Indian.
Colin, so pick the next pictures. Let's compare and contrast.
Okay, let's see. Look at him. He's a white man. You know.
That's
a white man. He's not a white guy. That's a black man.
Looks like a quad.
Look at this. This guy looks like a white man. That's a fucking white man. Come on.
Not white, Colin.
You know.
Come on,
that guy's not black. Come on, what the hell is he? You know,
he's black, Colin.
It's not a black.
He's
man,
mixed
you know?
race. He's mixed race. Maybe like
he's not black. You know? See, like I said, man, that's a fucking white man. You know,
I'm not a white man, Colin. You're lying.
A white man. You know, she's made like this, pants on fire, man. Look at this, man. Why black? Why do I pretend to be black American? See, people on this
That's
shit.
probably
man,
an FBA website.
She never claimed to be black American. When somebody say I'm black, they assume that they mean black American.
Why do people keep saying she was a black woman?
She's a black woman. Black is not exclusive to black American, Colin. Why can't you understand that? I'm a black man. Am I a black American, Colin?
Black American, black people in America.
Black is not exclusive to African American, bro. Look at that guy right there. Look at that guy. Is that a white man, Colin? Look at that picture, Colin. Is he white?
At best, he's half black. At best.
Go back to that picture, Colin. That's a black man right there.
What, like 1/4 black?
Hell no, that ain't no black man, you know.
Go back to the picture of him holding his daughter, Kamala.
He's an Indian man, you know. That's Indian. Look at his straight hair. Look at that hair.
The people saying that's a black man holding the picture of Kamala. Go back to the picture where he's holding her, bro.
He looked like
Malcolm X.
He like no damn Malcolm X. Stop.
Zoom into that picture right there, Colin.
He looked like Colin.
Like this guy right here looks like.
No, go back to the picture of him right there. That's a black man, Colin. Look at his arm. Look at the complexion of his arm, Colin. Is he white?
He got sun. He just got some sun on him.
Oh my gosh, Colin.
You know, this guy man looks like a friggin' Indian. You know, like one of dark Indian guys. You know, dark Indian guys. This guy's black. Come on, you know, he ain't African. Yeah, right there, man. That's him right there. You know,
that's not him. That's not him, Colin. Why you lying, Colin?
That's him, man.
That
was his father.
What's wrong? I'm so dishonest, bro.
Yeah, that's his dad right there.
Is that him?
No, it's not.
That's his dad. That's
he would have had an
his
afro, Colin.
What?
So he was old from her childhood all the way up to her.
Look, check this out. Anderson, Cooper, Colin Harris in the post, you know. Kamala Harris post.
Colin, that dude looked like he damn near 60. Her mother was in her 20s and 30s right there. That was not her father.
This Kamala, she was a baby, man. That's her grandfather, you know.
Let's see back on Steve in the back.
Why does he keep dropping off, man? I keep dying, you know. Now this guy right here,
Can y'all hear me? Oh, there we go. My mic was not working. That's why.
This guy right here was a father. I say, okay, we got something here. We don't know who this guy is, you know.
That's her father,
bro. Man, that's not true, bro. Man,
some random dude went out. Look at her family. Does this look like a black family except for the maid? Right
she come from a mixed family. She's not African American. She's a woman of mixed ancestry. We know that. Obama has white in his family. He has African in his family.
This, you know, come on, man, please stop.
What bro man say?
Bro man was like, he looks like he like a typical black American. He does not.
He's definitely
he don't look like he look blacker than Adam Cleason Adam.
Yeah, but difference is I'm ethnically black though, you know.
Oh, okay. But that's what I keep saying. Black is a race collar.
Let's say, look at
That's
this
true.
right here. This is all Kamala's friends growing up, and you notice how Kamala's much her mother. That's her mother.
Except she went to a BCU
Yeah,
college.
everybody go to an HBCU. Do you know they always accepted HBCUs, always accepted friggin' people. They accepted white people that were light skinned.
So what do you think she put on her
Wait, they
application?
accepted white people that were light skinned.
Yeah, the Blue Vein Society. You're part of the Blue Veins, Look at this.
They accepted white people that were light skinned. What's a light skinned white person?
White
is he darker than Smokey Robinson?
What? It doesn't matter.
Okay, there you go. Same complexion as James.
That's my point.
So the bottom line, look, that guy is not black. I don't care what
way blacker than Smokey Robinson. Definitely.
That guy is not black. It don't matter. You got people out there that are dark, but they don't mean they're black or whatnot. Some people that are light, they don't mean they're black.
I never said Kamala Harris' father was black. I just said he had some black in him, which I will agree with. I will say
probably,
that.
but the nigga was not black. So
he's still alive, Carl.
I don't think Adam claimed power. He wasn't a black person. I'm not a one drop.
Don't say that to Carla. You're problematic for saying that.
I don't know. Culturally,
DK, he celebrated as a Black American hero.
Culturally, he's Black American.
But Black American in America is not really.
Black.
It's an ethnic group, not so much of racial one. So.
Wait,
like for instance, Steph Curry could be considered a Black American, not racially,
Frederick
but
Douglass is a mulatto.
He's half white.
Yeah, but Frederick Douglass, you could tell his father was probably full-blooded African or mother, and the white blood was not strong enough to freaking take that gene out. Some people like that. I knew people that freaking were half black, half white, and they came out dark skinned. That
black collar.
The African gene.
Bob Marley's a mulatto too.
Daddy white, I should say.
Yeah, her mother was an Indian woman, So.
Because them UK actors are cheaper. That's why, pro man.
Yeah, so not all black man. If she doesn't, very black, Yeah, she basically. Bottom line is, black people say, "Yo," Janet Jackson was the first one to call her out because she had beef because she was the one who prosecuted and went after ruined Michael Jackson's career. Kamala Harris. You forgot that. Janet Jackson forgot that shit.
Shit still ain't going. Do you think Michael Jackson was innocent, Carla?
I have no idea. I never cared about the case.
All right. So why are you kidding with Janet Jackson?
Hold up. I would say this: all the people that accuse him, they were discredited. After he died, they ruined that man's life. Burned down Neverland. They come off like that. These people are lying. He was weird. Michael Jackson was weird. He was abused by his father, whatever like that. I don't know, but they basically
Michael Jackson wouldn't be Michael Jackson without Joe.
So it is what it is, folks. But
he was a star though. Michael Jackson.
Yeah, when I was a teen, that was like the biggest thing to me until Run DMC came along. When Run DMC came on, I ceased being a Michael Jackson fan. Michael Jackson fan until Run DMC came along. That was short lived. They came along in '83. Michael Jackson was big up into '82.
Carla, when you was into rock and roll, what was you wearing?
I was in rock and roll. I was wearing leather. I was wearing my hair.
Was in rock and roll. When did he say he was in the rock and roll?
He said that before. He said he was in
the rock and roll, Carla?
I was in the metal. Hell yeah. All my friends.
Wow, it doesn't surprise me.
But he said I used to hang around white people. He was over there.
Half my friends were either Black America when I was growing up was diverse. You had metalheads, punk heads, and then
those weren't real Black Americans. They were from the Caribbean, Carla.
No, those were real Black Americans.
No, they weren't, Carla. They were from the Caribbean.
I didn't know any Caribbeans growing up. What are you talking about?
No, Carla, because you're not a real Black American.
This is the 80s. I did not seriously. I did not know any Caribbeans. None. None.
Why you trying to put rock and roll on my people?
Nah, I'm just doing it because Colin said I wasn't a real Black American, so I'm just telling Colin he ain't no real Black American.
I can't believe that, bro. As a Black nationalist, you used to be into white rock and roll music, Colin.
I was everything,
That's
so
crazy.
And Elvis, don't get up here asking me stupid questions. I will drop you down.
I didn't ask you a question. Somebody brought it up. I didn't ask you a question.
Okay, well,
bro, man, what's your definition of racially ambiguous?
Bruno Mars.
Does the average Black American look like Bruno Mars?
Bruno Mars is Black? I thought he was like Indian.
The thing is like Puerto Rican, he's a Polynesian or some shit. Who knows what he is? That's my
Puerto Rican and Hawaiian. He's Afro Puerto Rican and Hawaiian. That's all he is.
The Rock is kind of ambiguous too.
I used to listen to heavy metal. When I was up until I was like 14, I used to listen to Michael Jackson, Rick James, and heavy metal. I like guitars. But I just love guitars. And when I did 1983, that's when Planet Rock came out, and that's when breakdancing came out.
Yeah, Planet Rock was my shit. I ain't gonna lie. Planet Rock
came out, and when Planet Rock came out, man. When 82, 83, when that came out, man, everybody got into hip hop. Hip hop swept.
Yeah, I know when Planet Rock, Kyle, I know when Planet Rock came out. I know that shit switched the culture.
And when that came out, man, it was like, we didn't, that was just hip hop. With the energy of hip hop was something we knew was something superior back then. It was a period of rock. It was superior. We was going with the most superior form of music. And hip-hop at the time, we had the Crash Crew. We had Treacherous 3. We had all these people like that. We were all fucking became B-boys,
You ain't rock with LL? You ain't rock with LL?
I love LL, man. LL's a man. And he came out 84, Rock the Bells, 84. L was a man, He was the first, they say he's the first one that came out with a real literate hip hop because
somebody said Planet Rock is for weirdos. I don't know what Planet Rock.
You wildin'.
Not Black issues. Not Black American issues. Say that. Who do you think that is? You think that's Chantel or Lisa or Nicole or whatever her name is? It's one of those people.
Planet Rock shift the culture. He bugging.
Everybody saying Planet Rock was trash. Brown Boy said was trash.
Planet Rock was the Bronx, right? And then that was the side. Planet Rock, Buffalo Gals, all that shit was Bronx, right? And then the shift came and hip hop went to mainstream Black America, embraced hip hop when Run DMC came and LL Cool J.
Yeah, I was just about to say, Kyla, would you agree, right? The Bronx made hip hop, but Queens put it on the map.
Yeah, Queens was commercial. Queens Run DMC was the first one we said, okay, we saw the first time you had a rap group was like a rock group.
Nobody said Planet Rock was for cross dressers. Are you crazy?
I don't know what this one.
Yeah, he out of his mind.
Weird.
That's crazy. I don't even know what it was, so I can't tell you.
Run DMC was the first actual commercialized group that people say.
I mean, how old are you, bro? You sound like you're in your 40s?
Nah, I'm 31, brother.
Yeah, what are you talking about? Planet Rock was my shit. You talking like you're there with
he was barely even out the womb yet.
Right. What are you talking about? I'm older than you, and you talking about it was your shit. I don't know about it.
I mean, I know it because our parents played it, but not because we were there.
Well, we talking about it was like.
Did you listen to NWA? Did you listen to NWA?
NWA came out. NWA came out in '87. And that was really the thing because I said to myself, we all said in New York, we all said, who are these fucking motherfuckers with Jerry curls?
New York was hating on them. That's the New York.
New York was like, we was like, me motherfuckers with Jerry curls. And then after a while, we started listening to them and whatnot, we started listening to them and everything. And there was a breakaway. We started liking Ice Cube and we started liking
y'all know New Yorkers started the East Coast versus West Coast war?
You ain't fuck with Easy E chilling in my 6'4". Jocking the bitches.
I mean, that was all right.
Jocking the
We
hoes.
thought it was kind of corny though. We thought it was
Boys
corny.
in the hood, yeah.
Saying,
because the boys
in the hood are always hard.
We was
Come
like,
talk
yeah,
at
we
your
was like
ass,
that,
we'll
but
pull
you
your
wouldn't
car.
tell nobody. You know, in the way to like to us, 2 Live Crew. It's something you listen to, but you don't tell nobody you listen to it. You know, that's how we feel. NWA and NWA. We thought they were corny. You know, we secretly listened to them. You know, we
2 Live Crew with Shock G and them, right? Shock G and Humpty.
No. You talking about
that came
Uncle
in
Luke was Uncle Luke, and then was 2
2
Live
Live
Crew.
Crew was like, what's that song they had? You know,
Pop That Coochie.
Yeah, something like that. You know,
That's Uncle Luke.
Yeah, but
What's the
New York, man. Red Alert. Red Alert.
You talking about Digital Underground with Shock G?
Red Alert.
Yeah. I don't know why they always mix up Digital Underground
Red Alert
with
tried
2
to
Live.
play 2 Live Crew on the radio. Motherfuckers almost rioted. Said, Red, what the fuck is this shit, nigga? You know what I'm saying? And he said, people like, he stopped playing it. Blue Live Crew. I said, he don't play our shit in New York. And he's explaining, half shit don't sell up here, man. Nobody want to hear that shit up here, man. You know, that crazy. That was down south. Down south was a different culture, man. That booty shape shit. That was a different culture. New York was more.
I know New York was down south.
Elvis and Steve, y'all gotta remember it. In like Queens, like especially where I'm at, like that's what we play as old school music, like the old school rap music.
Yeah. I mean, people still like Digging in the Crates come on Sunday in North Carolina. I forgot.
And that's a ripoff from the real
DCH,
you know, Digging in the Crates.
I know, but they play all the old songs.
You know, Digging in the Crates. Nobody has crates anymore. Everybody have laptops, bro.
Hey, I
know that. That's just what they call it.
I miss Dollar Bill, man. You gotta invite Dollar Bill back on the show, man.
When I talked to him today, I said, "Why don't you stop by sometime?" You know.
What happened to him? Why he
I wrote him
leave?
off. And I just said, "Look, I'm busy. I can't talk to everybody. You know, I can't call everybody. I can't talk to everybody. You know." I said, "But come by the show sometime." He said, "You come by."
Started talking to some new people, Carter. They've been pumping your head up, telling you not to be taking shit from the platform, start blocking people more.
I have a mission.
Mind playing tricks.
You know, I'm thinking about going to Liberia in September. I might go to Liberia again in September. You know, just for a couple.
You ever think of going to any other African countries, or
no?
You just
No.
Where you want him to go? You want him to go to your Biafra homeland?
You see one African country, you see them all. I'm dead serious, man. You know.
No, Kyle, that's not true.
I look at all these other countries. I don't see what am I looking at?
Go to Evil Land, Carla. Go visit your brother DK's people.
Go to House of Land, Carla. Go to House of Land.
Look, you want me to like search for a cuckoo and
fucking? Oh my God, Carla. What part of Evil Land you from, DK?
Nugu. Go out there. And look, this is what.
Anambra.
Let me talk. Right. I'm like this. I thought the mission was, we're going to be building shit, whatever like that. I didn't know after all these years it was going to be about tasting the latest form of jollof rice on the fucking street side and whatnot in Senegal and whatnot. You know, that's what it comes to. Tasting jollof rice and bush meat and whatnot. You know, what the fuck? You know,
Colin taking shots.
I mean, I love my brother Dynast, man, but come on, man. You know. Yeah, this is what you call jollof.
Hey, Dynast posted a video today of he was eating some jollof rice and some bush meat in Senegal. That shit was lit.
That's what it's all about, man. We're gonna lose this movement. That's why nobody's joining this movement. You know.
What do you got against jollof and bush meat, Colin?
Okay, no, I don't think
Dynast eat it. Ain't nothing wrong with Dynast.
I'm not gonna say anything. Colin might kick me off.
You know, bush meat, right? This girl was eating bush meat one night, and she was having maggots because what happens when the flies lay the eggs in that shit, right? You eat that shit, those maggots gonna hatch.
But wouldn't our stomach acid like kill?
No. The eggs, nothing. That could survive anything, you know.
My thing is, color. You're going on a tour.
It's not for eating bush meat. It's from probably eating raw meat. If you didn't cook the meat enough.
Do that shit, you know.
You're going on a tour with some of these old people, and you're eating that stuff. What if someone gets sick? Like,
they don't think about that shit, you know.
But Dynast is his immune system has gotten immunized.
Dynast is taking people to eat bush meat.
Dynast is actually African, you know.
Colin, stop declaring Dynast. He's the FBA brother.
I really do believe Dynast was born. His lineage is Africa, continental Africa. I believe he is. You know,
Dinas is not African.
Dinas is from Georgia, Colin.
Dude's from Sacramento, Sacramento, California.
From Sacramento.
Tyler, you don't like it when people call you Caribbean. Now you calling another man African.
Yeah, because only no African American could eat that food right there.
That's because Donnie's a real one, bro.
I mean, even Brandon went over there was eating street food in Kenya. Yeah. He was eating goat.
He's adventurous.
Tyler just do the talk. These other people do the walk, man.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
It ain't no walking. I ain't eat that shit. I don't give a fuck.
I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not a savage. I don't eat that fucking shit. You know. So
I'm not gonna lie. West African food is way better than East African.
Caller, eat Jewish meat. Africans won't like you. I don't give a flying fuck, man.
He's not eating it because Africans like this. He likes it. He eats the suya, the meat on the stick.
First of all, it's nasty. Next thing you know, you're gonna ask me to take on African hygiene. You know, fucking like that.
What do you think? What do you think African hygiene is, Colin?
Oh, come on, African hygiene. You know, dirt, filth. You know,
that's African hygiene.
Yeah.
Yo, I mean, I'm not gonna go there, but it's so good.
African hygiene. You know,
go there, go there, Elvis.
No, I'm not going there. You know, Tyler likes to protect people on the platform.
Don't go there. Don't go there.
The Africans I know, my wife. The whole freaking majority of people, no, you know, the continent are not fucking clean. You know, you got anytime you got to wait 5 days for rainwater to take a fucking boil and take a bath. You know they ain't take a bath regularly. Come on, stop. You know.
Colin, what about Angola? It looks like the infrastructure.
Yeah, but Angola's so far away, man. You know, I would love to one day go. That's my really goal, to get to Angola one day, but it's just so freaking far. There's only one airline that goes there. There's 2 airlines: Air Portugal, right? Because I don't know much about, and the Air Emirates Air. You know, that's the only place, and it's like once every 2 months. But it's almost impossible to get to and from Angola. Mr. Rosenthal went there one year and was like, but he flies private jet a lot, you know. But Angola is like really.
Colin, you don't think you further stereotype by saying African?
Man, dude, I don't. The bottom line, look, Africans have no problem stereotyping us. You know, so why not?
Colin, but you're an elder. You're supposed to be better than that, man.
Oh man,
leave that for the young folks. You are elder.
I'm saying like this. If people basically, we need to freaking really clean Africa up and build this continent and have a better image. We should be having this conversation. You know, if people built Africa and they gave everybody a high standard of living, and whatnot, and everybody's doing good, man.
I agree, Colin, but do it respectfully.
You know what I'm saying? So,
but Colin, isn't Trump going to add Liberia to the Africa?
No. You know, there's some Sierra Leone guy inbox.
No, he's gonna add Liberia, Colin.
No,
he said no. He did.
Why? You know why? Because all the countries in Africa, I'm telling you right now, get caught in Liberia with a fake document. See what happens to you.
Okay.
Liberia, they're a little colony, you know. You get caught with a fake document in Liberia, see what the hell they do to you. You know, they don't play with their documents. And that's the one thing Liberia has over these other countries. You have people flying in from the Middle East with Sierra Leone ECOWAS passports, Nigerian ECOWAS passports, Ghanaian ECOWAS passport, and with no accountability, no nothing and whatnot. And the bottom line is the United States says you guys got to get control over your immigration, people coming in and out and stuff like that. These countries didn't play it. Liberia got on this like a year ago, you know, straight into their immigration process and whatnot, and their visas, stuff like that, you know, so so therefore Liberia is spared for right now, you know what happens in the future.
Probably you just saying things and you just hoping that's what the truth is.
So let me ask you a question.
They gave us 60 days.
All these bands of countries, was Liberia on there? No,
there's a secondary list.
Oh, yeah, hold on.
I mean, Colin, let me speak. You asked me a question. Let me answer you.
He's not up there. It's not up there. So it's not gonna happen.
I think he damn near added every African country.
Well, he didn't add Liberia, right?
He put Liberia on a probationary list.
Yeah, so
that within 60 days, if they don't answer, if they don't settle these issues, they're going to be put on the ban list.
Liberia passed, so that's all you need.
What do you mean? We haven't passed yet. What are you talking about?
So in other words, Liberia is still is not travel ban. So whatever.
Yeah, not yet. It's on a probationary list.
Kala,
I guess
African,
let's stay on that. Whatever, you know.
Kala, African goddess.
Nigeria got banned. You know, Ghana got banned. Man, I thought Ghana was supposed to be so developed and shit. You know.
Even after all the ass kissing, he put Congo on the list. Right?
Yeah, he put Congo on the list. I
Yo.
saw that shit. You know, damn man. You know,
I'm surprised that he put Ghana and Nigeria on the list too, right?
Yeah, man. All these countries running their damn mouth like there's somebody. I told you. I said, look, Liberia's voted the 5th most stable country in Africa, politically stable. It's been 20 years. There hasn't been any political upheavals or nothing. You know, no major political upheaval. Even though there's unrest in the country, there has been enough to overthrow its government or sitting government or something like that. So that's good. And people look like that when you go.
He didn't put South Africa or Namibia on the list, so I guess it's white people.
Yeah, so he knows better, you know. No,
said he knows better.
Well, the bottom line, he ain't that stupid. You know, you can't have every country in Africa. The countries that got banned, man, were the countries that basically supposed to security list the United States. You know, just what it is, You know, if you guys,
I'm surprised Jamaica not on the list.
Well, basically, just talking about Africa. Jamaica is all right because it's close by. They can monitor Jamaica, man. But they're talking about countries where what they don't want is spies and stuff like that using lax stuff. It's not just people coming in. It's your ports. You know, that like when they try to fight the global war on terrorism and drugs and whatnot. You know. And you don't keep accurate records of your port shipping containers, stuff like that, you know, and they can't access them. They want, like, if you have the CIA or the FBI and Interpol investigating stuff, they need to say, okay, we had these containers that came to your port today. How long did they stay? Where did they come from and everything like that? You got to be prepared to give that information. If you can't, they're gonna be like, well, this country's a security risk.
But Kala, you gotta admit, Trump ain't got no love for Africa. He hates Africa.
Yeah, he does. He does. You know, he hates.
Why should the white man love Africa?
Hold on, but check this out. Mike Olawale and for dumbass, they think Trump loves them.
Man, Mike Olawale is a good dude, man.
So why support people who are against your people country? You know that you don't like white people. Why support Trump if you know that you don't like white people?
It's funny though that out of every holiday, now he want to talk about we got too much holidays on June.
But that's what I'm saying. We knew these things years ago. Colin said he was voting for this guy for some social reason.
I told you my issue. Well, what issue only was this transgender shit or not? Because no matter how much I try to spin it, think about it, I just know if this happens, then I can forget everything I'm talking about. If I basically have a thing where if I have the BAO and if some gay transgender try to join my thing, say we want to be part of your social network, or somebody's like this, I'm being discriminated against. Next thing I'm getting sued because I made the decision that I'm not going to do on my little platform. I'm not going to do LGBTQ rainbow topics, right? That was coming down the pipe, you know, and the fair use.
Are you allowed to discriminate right now against people who are?
Yes, I can discriminate. Yeah,
in the workplace.
If you don't gotta hire you could discriminate against anybody, and it will they can't take no federal case like no court case.
Let them have their way. They will.
Oh, okay.
They're gonna say that guy Collar don't let me have equal time to talk on his platform. You know,
I'm not gonna lie. Thanks to Trump though, and doing all this stuff.
That's it. That's all.
Because it allowed all my Jamaican reggae artists they could come to America and now perform. Because before they had to apologize to gay people and all that stuff.
Buju Banton.
Yeah, they wasn't doing it. So
yeah, they basically
except Buju Banton was in jail for like a good 10 years or so.
Nah, but a lot of reggae artists couldn't perform in America or the West because we gotta stand against gay people. So and they had to. That's why Buju made that song.
Are they gay people in Jamaica?
Yeah, but the culture is condemned, bro.
There's
If
gay
you
people in
get caught,
Jamaica. It's just they not out in the open about it. That's all.
nah, it's illegal to be gay in Jamaica. You
Once
could
again,
get
there's
up
gay
to like.
people in Jamaica. They just not out in the open about it.
It's taboo. It's taboo.
Yeah, it's taboo.
Body boys, the body boys.
Body. They destroyed that man's career, man. The gays came after him and destroyed that music. Buju Banton, you know.
Yeah. They
What was
said
he
he
in
was
jail for,
inciting.
anyway?
They say he was inciting violence against them.
Body boys. Body boy. Body boy means gay.
Body boy.
We know that.
Is that why he was in jail? Kwame?
Nah, he was in jail for cocaine.
Okay, there you go.
It was the bottom line. They basically took that, you can't find that record nowhere in circulation. It's not. They pulled it off the records, everything like that. When they found out what it was about, the gay community globally came after that, and you can't find that record. It won't be played on the radio. It won't be played nothing, man. You know, you can't play it in the clubs. You can't play nothing like that. You know, boom, bam, bam.
You think gay people are listening to Buju Banton reggae music?
But thanks to
if they don't listen to it, why the hell did they make sure that nobody else could? Everybody loved that song, you know. Boom,
Yeah,
bam,
I'm not gonna lie. Thanks to Uncle T, man. My reggae Jamaica artists can now come to America and perform. They doing very good
He
right
said
now.
Uncle T.
That's Trump for Uncle Trump. The Negro playing fig African is Kwame calling Trump Uncle Trump.
When you do stuff like that, man, you earn
He said
certain
Uncle
names.
T.
Yo, but
The
hold
same
on.
Uncle T.
Here's the thing I want to say, right? But what's over mine, right? There's a video, a couple of videos out now. It's shocking, right? One is Kenyan Beast got a video out, a little article on YouTube saying, the world is terrified of Black unity. We got blacks in America, blacks in the Caribbean, and whatnot. I'm like, somebody need to tell him, right? You know, that Black people in America are done fighting these for everybody else, whatnot. So if Donald Trump comes for you guys in Africa, you know, we love you, but y'all on your own. You know, that's what the way y'all want it. Why is it we're all fucking unified now? Now that Africa is actually being attacked, right? Now suddenly we need the entire Black race. I was 5 years ago, they're telling me we didn't need y'all. Stay in America, y'all Americans. And now suddenly, Pan-African. Everybody's a Pan-Africanist now. Everybody basically rallied behind Charlie or whatnot, you know.
Kyla, the whole African continent protests when there was police brutality going on in America.
Where? You got videos?
You could just.
Oh no, I hate when people say you just Google it. You're on the platform, right?
All right.
Put it in the back chat.
All right.
We need proof, Kwame. We need proof.
Kwame never has proof. He's pseudo shit, you know.
I mean, he did provide us proof about what was it about the Egyptians?
I dissected it. It was nothing, you know.
It was the Brooklyn Museum.
Yeah, so it's all nonsense going on, you know.
Oh,
Bottom line is this. Hold up. There is not one country in Africa that advocates for us in the UN that we can say we have representation, whatnot. We're so far gone in Black America, right? Because we assimilate into American society. And I'm basically said, like I said last night, that was a big mistake. I think the 14th Amendment was a really big historical mistake, you know, because it basically arrested the natural procession of any group of people.
Yo, Kyle, I had to go far. I'm gonna just put it in the back chat for you. I could put many videos.
Oh, Kyle, you wrong.
Yeah, okay, all right. Let's see. All right, 7. Let's see this, Kwame. Let's see what you're talking about, Kwame.
Kwame always come with the source.
Okay. You know, people protesting George Floyd, but there's a couple of signs in the head. You know, that's protesting.
It doesn't matter. It's a protest.
Getting something done. Why people think just getting out there laughing?
But you say they won't protest in no quality.
I'm talking about government policy. Is there any government policy towards America change?
And look, it's the EFF. That's a political party in South Africa. They got.
But what did it do though? What did it do? Now, if it was so thing, but the president of South Africa, they would say You know something? Black people are oppressed in America. We're going to give them so many hundreds of acres of land to settle, you know? Like the Donald Trump did. See, Donald Trump, he actually helped white South Africans. He believed they were being subject to genocide. We helped them. We didn't get that. All we get is lip service. People protesting and holding signs.
Come on,
All
Kyle.
he had to do was
You changing the goalpost now.
No, I ain't saying the goalpost, but I'm just saying. Look, I know people are gonna jump and shout and get on camera and pretend like they're freaking protesting some shit. But the reality is, you know, nothing changes, right? We're still gonna be stuck in America. We still gotta deal with this white man and everything like that. So we got white man.
They knelt on the ground in silence, just like protesters in the U.S.
But Kyla, even though I don't really care about that whole. Well, I'm not gonna say I don't care about the George Floyd situation.
They came to denounce racism and police brutality in the U.S. and in South Africa.
They're doing something.
I mean, people look. Let me tell you something. I appreciate this show of solidarity and stuff like that, but it ain't enough for us to freaking like riot in the streets in America over them. You know, that ain't enough. Sorry, you know, that's not enough. You know, we can't.
Colin, do you know
what they want us to do is riot in the streets if something happens in Africa? It's not gonna happen. You know,
Colin, can you name one African that was gunned down in Africa that Black Americans protest and stand in solidarity for? At least give Africans.
Hold on.
credit.
We basically marched when Stephen Biko was killed. You know, when Patrice Lumumba was assassinated. We spoke up when the United States.
I'm talking about the average Joe. I'm not talking about political leaders and stuff. I'm talking about the average Joe.
Well,
George Floyd was the average Joe.
Here. These are political leaders right here.
Yeah, but they're standing in solidarity for the average Joe.
Hold up. They're standing in solidarity. That's a political move. They're trying to get seats in government when
But Colin, that's three different parts of Africa: South Africa, East Africa, and West Africa.
Okay, let me ask you a question now. What has that done? Did the opposition in America change?
I mean, didn't the police officer get arrested for killing George Floyd?
Yeah, he got arrested for killing Floyd, but he'll probably get let out. So what, you know? But I'm gonna say, so the justice system worked in here, right? I don't think it had anything to do with no international protests. I just think,
Colin, it was international pressure.
Oh yeah, right. You're right. Yeah, international.
But Kwame, has there been any killing in Africa that's made worldwide news? That's gone viral.
Not that I know of, but we can't just overlook the point that if Africans didn't care about Black Americans, they wouldn't be standing in solidarity all across Africa to protest against the police brutality.
I mean, it's all good, but you know something, Kwame? When you go to Africa, you'll find out police brutality in Africa is 10 times worse than it is in America.
I will agree with that, Colin. I remember I saw a video of this woman. She was getting beat down on. I was like, dang, she had her baby in her arm.
So why are we not standing in solidarity to say, you know what, the police brutality?
Because we're saying to ourselves, we can't do a damn thing about it, so we don't say anything about it.
That's true, number one, and it's not mainstream news. We don't hear about it.
You know, so police brutality is worse in Africa.
But according to Colin, Africans don't got no cable, they don't got no TV, they live in mud huts. You know what I mean? So how they know about George Floyd?
They got cell phones.
Most of them don't, you know. Most of them don't. The ones who have access to television, yes.
Yeah, most of them don't know about George Floyd.
But I'm saying,
but the ones that did, I appreciated it.
Yeah, if they supported George Floyd, whatever that, I appreciate it, whatever. But the whole thing is this. Now, what my point I'm trying to make is, now, it's not that we're in a position to reciprocate, you know. What they want us to do is reciprocate a couple of protests with signs when for us getting out here, putting our lives in danger.
Okay, Kyle, let me ask you a question. Was Black Americans protesting about Boko Haram? That was all across national television.
Oh yeah. Remember how everybody said, "Bring our girls home"? Michelle Obama. Everybody saying, "Bring our girls."
The one you were just bashing. The one you were just the same Michelle Obama.
Yeah, I know, but I give her credit where credit's due. She was protesting. Everybody protested, "Bring our girls home," because the Nigerians weren't even protesting. Getting kidnapped, you know, we were all on that shit. Why are girls getting kidnapped and whatnot in Nigeria? You know, we were all on that. Yeah, we were involved in that. You know?
wasn't a good look for Nigeria.
Yeah, so they weren't saying nothing. Nigerians weren't saying nothing themselves. It was us, saying bring our girls home. Our girls home. Like 200 girls, 200 girls taken. By Boko Haram in that region right there. Northern Nigeria. So we were protesting.
I think they just recently resurfaced back too, and they kind of grown again.
So bottom line is, hey, look, what can we do about it? We have no army. That's their fault. We have no military. We have no land. We have no base in Africa. So it's not a damn thing. See, the thing is, Africans don't want to build anything with us. When all they want us to do is be the so-called fake sixth region and basically be their bulldog in America.
Colin, what that sign say? It's time for Black solidarity all over the world.
Yeah, but I was believe it when it happens. I've been Kwame. See, the thing is, you're still young, 31 years old, right? All that stuff is just freaking bloviating and bleeding and happening nothing. Until we basically have something. Until Africans talk about the carving up wealth and building enterprise with us and whatnot on that level, we ain't got nothing. We have no stake in that. We don't have any stake.
As much as we shit on South Africa sometimes, EFF is a legitimate Pan-African party. We don't have that in America. Well, we have the Democrat Party,
I said we should have our own political party like the EFF or the ANC in America. I said that, we don't have that because we're so Americanized. And the bottom line, you think they're gonna let black people have their own political party? No. To be the deciding vote in every election? No.
I'm not gonna lie. Diddy was talking about it, but he got arrested. So
no, bottom line, Diddy's a joke. If he was serious about that political party or anything, he would have stopped.
You said Diddy in a party.
But before Diddy got locked up, he did an interview with, I think, Ernie
but the whole
Lisa.
thing is, hold up. My whole thing is this. See what I'm doing right here with the BAO colonization, right? I had to give up a lot of shit, that I was into. People I used to hang around with, stuff like that. The club scene, whatnot, clubs, I said I wanted to turn my life into this because I was serious about black liberation and black nationhood, right? Problem is, people want to stay in the dirt, do the same thing, whatnot, and then talk to us about it. It doesn't work like that. Diddy should have freaking changed his life around. Me, him, and I are the same age. He wanted to party and do all this freaking stupid shit up in his 50s and whatnot. And he looks ridiculous. He could have done so much if he wanted to, but he didn't,
Colin, everybody acquire knowledge, at different ages and different
the bottom line
points
is,
of their lives.
I'm like this. It's too late for him, It's too late for him.
Diddy is a degenerate.
He had his chance, He has a chance, He chose his path. Whatnot, that's his path. Hey, look, you choose your path. You gotta go down it. That's
I'll never forget that making the band when he made those dudes.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Like it was yesterday. I remember I was on the episode live. He said, "Man, I want some cheesecake." Remember they're arguing, and next scene they're all walking out there.
He was like, "Man, I ain't going." Walking.
Cheesecake, he
He
completely humiliated those kids.
So let's say what if Diddy beat this case, right? And he come home, he say, "You know what? I'm starting a black political party for black people."
I wouldn't join nothing this man stands for. I don't like.
You gonna call me? You gonna join Diddy's party if he beats this case?
No. The last thing we need to be in is a Diddy party.
I never said that. I just said.
I know what you're saying. You're just saying hypothetical question.
Yeah, hypothetically.
Diddy and party doesn't belong in the same sentence.
I'm glad somebody's taking their life seriously. Look, bottom line, when we talk about, I always say these motherfuckers, like, when the election was going on 2016, 2020, 2024, tell me why they stick the mic in fucking Snoop's face and ask him a fucking question. He's high as hell. I think, dumbass one. Tell me why the fuck you stick the mic in fucking 50 Cent's face. You stupid fuck, Why you stick the fight in these rappers' face when Cardi B actually had a conversation with Joe Biden. You know, neither one.
I mean, why can't she have a conversation with her president?
Hold on. No, the problem I'm saying is this, right? The whole thing is they thought, okay, the black and the minority vote went out. Let's talk to Joe Biden, blah, 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 blah. I'm saying to myself, Joe Biden, yeah, I wouldn't even approve of him talking to Umar Johnson, you know, for all his worth, right? I wouldn't even support him talking to Roland Martin, you know? Somebody basically knows what they're talking about. Every time this is how disrespectful they are. They pick the friggin' dumbest people in Black America to talk to because you're not going to get any real questions or any real.
What you think about Ice Cube Platinum playing with Donald Trump?
Well, my whole thing was this. That sounded good, right? If Donald Trump was going for it, right? Here's the thing. Instead of Ice Cube standing up like a man, which I lost respect for him, right? He goes on this BET Soul, whatever like that, with Vivica Fox, Lisa Ray. And
I remember that.
And he just backed off it because he got scared.
And they were like, "What? Who was it? Vivica Fox." He was like, "Well, what's in there for black women?" And he looking at them like they crazy.
Nothing. I would say nothing, you know. But he got scared.
It was the platinum plan for black people, but they kept asking.
Hold up, when I will get this Africa thing going, right? They're gonna be same women when what about what the fuck about you? Sit the fuck down or go ahead and make me a fucking sandwich. Not the fuck.
Carla, you were just the one that's saying that we shouldn't be talking to women in a certain way. Were you not saying that, Carla?
Come on, Carla.
I'm telling you. Well, you stay out of man's business, you know.
I agree with you, Carla.
Not, you know,
like the Bible says, a woman in church is supposed to be quiet. When a man are handling business, women should be quiet.
Okay, Paul.
I mean, Carla, you allow this shit on your platform, but then you want to protect and send for somebody when they're talking crazy.
I'm saying like this hypothetically, right? I said if I was in Ice Cube's position, that's what I would say. You know. I said this is.
You wouldn't say that because you swore that you never talked to a woman like that, so you wouldn't say that.
They didn't even care about the platinum plan. They didn't care about the community. They didn't care if the Donald Trump would have won and done that. They would have completely transformed Black America, right? Because these people that are on top don't give a shit about Black America. You know, they're not in the community. They don't care about anything, right? All they were basically talking about what's in it for Black. Because there's a lot of these women. They hate the fact that men are still men. Men come up with vision, men implement, men build, right? And so every other race of women understand that, and they just get in when they fit in to see how they can be the woman or the co-partner there, you know? The Arab women in Dubai, right? They know they have nothing to do with the building of that great city, right? But they're benefiting from it, right? The Black women in America, Black American women, right? If they're not the ones in charge of it, like this, they will try to destroy it. That's what they did with Ice Cube. So he abandoned
the man have to be the leader.
What about Fannie Lou, and all the great women that came?
Oh yeah, Fannie Lou Hamer was a great woman. She talked like that, and women could do their movement, right? That's a women's movement. She had a women's movement, you know. That's what they do. She did great speeches and whatnot, you know, saved all women. But
what about Queen Nzinga?
Queen of Zing, look, why you gonna bring Queen of Zing? Is that America? You know, that's not America.
Maya Angelou.
Yeah, Maya Angelou's a poet. That's it. People do that for their part. That's not what Ice Cube was doing was something like
for all. Yeah.
Who made Ice Cube a leader for Black people? Is he a politician?
Oh no,
he's a fucking gangster rapper. What makes him?
First of all, Ice Cube stepped up, right?
Okay. Cardi B stepped up too, Colin.
Please stop it. And a businessman.
He's not Black.
Yeah.
He started being a gangster rapper. Saying fuck the police.
He's a filmmaker. He's an owner.
What are you talking about, Colin? You know NWA.
Yeah,
he changed his life, Elvis. He changed his life.
Okay.
NWA when I dissed him, you know. You understand that? He made wholesome movies over the years.
Just like Bill Cosby, but in reverse, right?
So what? Bill Cosby.
Bill Cosby.
Somebody said Bill Cosby.
Bill Cosby.
He did it in the reverse. He was wholesome in the beginning, and then at the end became a degenerate.
Hold on.
Ice Cube was a degenerate in the beginning and became whosome in the end.
But he gave $100 million away to the black community.
I guess money trumps everything, Colin, right? Money is the greatest equalizer.
You don't have $100 million. You don't have $100 to give nobody, man. What are you talking about?
Hey, that's true, Colin, but I'm saying money triumphs everything, right?
Black he gave $20 million to Spelman alone.
Money triumphs everything, right, Colin? That's your logic.
Well, bottom line is people talk about that, but when it comes down to it, all these people had their hand out when he put a lot of people on.
And then you put a lot of pills and a lot of people drink also. You put a lot of people on. You put a lot of pills and people drink.
We would know who Felissa Rashad was. You guys don't come on my show giggling and stupid shit. No one know who Rashad, Ahmad Rashad was. Felicia
Rashad, yeah.
All these people like that. He put these people on and whatnot, And
well, Colin, that doesn't negate him sexually assaulting women. That doesn't take that away.
Hold on. First of all, this stuff happened 40 years ago in California. They didn't have no jurisdiction over the case. The lady said she wanted more money, and she was blackmailing them. And they put a black female prostitute.
It's an admittance if you're paying up for cover-ups, man. That means
no. They were saying like this. It was like, okay. You'd be surprised how many times celebrities get blackmailed and whatnot into like that. Bill Cosby's mistake was he was having sex with these women outside of marriage. That was his thing.
That's not what we're talking about. That's not the adultery. It's the fact that in the method in which he was getting these women to sleep with him.
I don't think he raped anybody. Anything could be rape.
He was putting Quaaludes in their pudding pop, Collar.
What?
He was putting Quaaludes in their pudding pop.
In the pudding pop.
We're not putting nothing in the damn pudding pop,
Yeah, boy, Quaaludes there, bro. The dick rape joke.
I don't know, man.
Wasn't they saying
Bill Cosby? We're getting right in the show.
Hold on, Colin. Before you end the show, disclaimer: the comment I made about women, I was just joking.
You're just joking. You're alone.
I got in the show. I'm tired of this, man. I can't deal with this. When am I gonna get some real fucking men on this show? Except for DK. When am I gonna get some fucking real men on this show?
Colin, I'm not a real man. What are you talking about?
I got some real fucking men on the show, man. When the hell am I gonna get some real men that fucking say real shit? What the hell, man? What the hell's going on? You got anything to say, DK?
Yeah, I wanted to touch on the main topic about this whole Armageddon thing. It might look like Trump is going to war with Iran, which is crazy.
It is, man. It's like I said, this goes straight. If Russia gets involved, North Korea gets involved, the world's gonna be engulfed in things. Like I said, the only people ain't prepared is the Africans. They're just thinking everything's good. Maybe it's the heat to make Africans stupid. They don't even think of what's coming down the pike. Why, man?
Sometimes I think it's because they've been eating too much bushmeat. They just got,
I think the bushmeat eating their fucking brains and whatnot. So they're not.
Oh man.
It's the truth, though.
It's like everyone's gearing up for war.
Everyone's gearing. The whole world's gearing up for war. Africans are gearing up for fucking Afro beats and shit. Dumb niggas.
Is there anything that Africa could really do if anything did happen?
I have no idea, man. At this point, I have no idea.
I mean, that's why I do support the AES. They seem to be kind of getting their military.
That's about it. That's probably the only region in Africa that's got his shit together.
But they're a landlocked nation, so there's not much they can do.
So the bottom line is I don't know how much they could do. Landlocked in a dry ass Sahara or not. I don't know what they can do really, but it is.
My fear is that if the war breaks out, that Europeans are gonna bum rush Africa. I think.
Yeah, or Africans will abandon the continent and all flood to Europe. Europeans will have watch. I bet you any amount of money, Southwest Africa and Iran is going to succeed from South Africa and break away.
Oh, I can see that happen.
In our lifetime, that's going to happen,
And people like Lozy ain't going to do shit.
I know, but they complain about black immigrants, All right, DK, y'all guys, I'll be back on tomorrow night, hopefully. God's willing. Y'all take care. I'm going to bed. It's almost 5 o'clock, man. What the hell am I doing,
Yeah, man. 4:50. All right, caller.
All right, y'all take care.
Peace.
All right, y'all.